can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart can do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can keep your radio open your heart and show your other side. Your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. Your destiny.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, January 13th, 2025. This is NCCTV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. And you hear that Final Fantasy VII music that signifies that I have the game now. I own the game on Steam. And I put it on the menu. So any of you Avalanche members, members of a organization can now vote for that in the bonus poll. It's now an option. Don't make me sorry that I put it there, though. People are serious about it, then you need to do it. I got the juice now? I need some juice. I need something. The last 2 days, I don't know, Chad. It's because, like, I hurt myself. I injured, maybe bruised a rib. I don't know. Maybe worse. Maybe broke a rib. I'm not sure. But, yeah, it's just taken the wind out of me. Just literally. That's the one thing that's a little bit weird is breathing. I mean, it's like regular breathing is fine, but when I, like, take a super deep inhale, yeah, like right there. So, like, when I get to, like, the 90% of lung capacity level, that's when I start to feel it. It's not super painful, though. It's not like a stabbing pain. It's more like an aching pain. So I'm hoping that means it's all right, and I. But yeah, I don't know. If you have roommates, make sure to put your shoes away so that they don't get tripped on. I am actually pretty good at not eating shit. Wow, flip that. I am pretty good at not losing my balance. Is what I was trying to say. Is that sometimes I will trip over something, but I usually don't actually fall down. I can usually catch myself, and this time it just didn't work because like it was some kind of, I don't know, it was like a boot or something, boot or a high heel or something that I tripped over, where it wasn't just, you know what I mean? A shoe is just like, it kind of rolls, right? And that can cause you some problems. But this one was bigger. So anyway, enough about my problems. How are you doing, chat? We're going to be talking about the fire today. We are also going to be talking about Ethan, because he keeps on doing ridiculous stuff. You're going to be surprised at what his crew, the H3 crew, had to talk him down, or tried to. I don't think they succeeded. I don't think they succeeded. I think that Ethan is ready to undertake some fairly dangerous actions. Because he saw it on TV. more I see of Ethan, the more I realize he's just not a very smart man on so many levels. He's easily influenced, easily convinced of something. You're doing better than Gaza. Well, that's good, Philip Blair. Breathing is a pretty big deal, yeah. You know, it would be a bigger deal if I had to, like, run or something, you know, if I was doing something that required me to... Because usually when you inhale, you're not, like, inhaling, you're not filling your lungs to capacity, so it's not that big of a deal. I think I'll be alright. But yeah, I'm just... This fire thing is pissing me off. The way that so many people are missing the point, so many people are getting baited and blaming all of the wrong people for what's going on. All of the wrong people, none of the right people, including Crystal Ball. I was a little bit surprised. Chat, have you ever heard Crystal Ball talk about, I don't know, police reform, defunding, redoing budgets, less money for the police and more? Have you ever heard Crystal Ball say anything about... I don't know what her take is on this. Like, I have... Like, I don't think she's where Anna Kasparian is, but, it's just surprising. She debated Robbie... what am I talking about, Robbie? She debated Sagar, wrong, co-host of The Hill. She debated Sagar today, and, it's just funny, in all their conversation, there was one big glaring thing that did not come up when it comes to the culpability for why there was not more money, say, in the fire budget. But yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better. Down for lower budgets, but not super specific. Yeah, I was just surprised that of all the subjects that came up in the conversation of between herself and Sagar in the debate that they did today, which we're gonna watch. Okay, we're gonna take a look. Don't worry, it's not gonna be all Ethan Klein. For those of you who are tired of Ethan Klein, we're gonna watch a little bit from H3 because he keeps on doing shit. He keeps on doing shit that you wouldn't believe. He keeps on obsessing about Comrade Casey and Adrian. Not Adrian. Why am I getting... He keeps on obsessing on his perceived enemies. In which case, they're not... I don't know. Anybody who's ever said anything bad about him. Wait, you want a President Sunday Westside Tyler update, Alex J. Brady? Or do you have a President Sunday Westside Tyler update? I honestly have not been... I hope that Sunday is no longer talking about Tyler. He seems super healthy. Every time somebody says Westside Tyler, though, I think they're going to say West Side Story. You need an update. Well, I mean, like, I don't think there's anything to update you about. I feel like Sunday is talking about What If Alt Hist a lot. Tyler is still trying to make videos about Vosh. It's like, what would you call that? Like when you're shrinking returns or something. I don't know. What is the name for that in business? Diminishing returns. Yeah, that's it. he's got diminishing returns on his Vosh content. He must have just popped the fuck off. I don't know the story behind Tyler making video. Oh yeah, I guess he debated Vosh once, and it was about fashion, and Vosh tapped out or something. I don't know. But yeah, he's been he's trying to ride that pony, and that pony is run down. Pony will not run anymore. Crystal is mostly fine usually. Yeah, I mean she's you know, I feel like I remember having some issues with some of the things she said a long time ago, but I haven't really seen a bad take from Crystal in a long time, so maybe she's changed. I don't know. Yeah, it was a fashion debate. Finished return of investment. Yeah, PB, that makes sense. Yeah, you're welcome for the update. I'm sorry I can't be more specific. I just don't have not been paying that much attention to either of them. But I think people just miss the Sunday content because I think people just like me roasting Sunday. That's it. That's apparently it. The numbers don't lie, chat. Philip Blair, thank you for the $2 super chat. Love the background music and music tonight. Vox Populi. There you go. Look, the background music is on here for a reason, okay? I've added another item to bonus content poll, right? And that would be Final Fantasy VII. And it looks like it's getting a decent amount of votes. Not quite as many. Not quite as many as Elon Musk, but it's in second place right now. Elon Musk cheating at video games in first place. Council of Geeks, new video on Squid Game 2 in third place, and a visit to the Spankologist, which somebody was comparing that to, like, right, we had a topic about a Korean grandfather who rides a boar, a Korean grandfather who somehow befriended a boar and has made it like a lifetime friend. And a pet and a mount in that this guy rides the boar, a la Demons. Is there a guy in Demon Slayer that rides a boar, or I'm thinking of Princess Mononoke, right? Princess Mononoke is the one with the boar being, I almost said mounted. Oh yeah, Kitty is on it. Yeah, Kitty, you were locking into exactly what I was talking about as far as the LA budget. Look, I mean, you can't can I make this? Oh, there. I mean, there we go. That's more. Wait, what are Brazzy Bites, SM? LA Fire Department has budget cuts from 837 million to 820 million. LA Police budget went from 186 billion to almost 2 billion, 1.98 billion. Yeah, there it is right there. If you want to look for the culprit of why the city of LA, which, yes, LA is one of the most wealthy, cities in the country. LA has, a decent amount of taxes. The city and the state both, collect a decent amount of taxes, and yet there's no money in the budget, or there's to expand the fire department, which sounds like what needs to happen given the realities of climate change, given the continued increase. Look, insurance often won't cover you in some of these areas that are prone to wildfires, because in their estimation, there's going to be more wildfires under climate change. They've pulled out of areas, right? So capitalism itself, in so many ways, has admitted that climate change is going on. The people that are denying it, which there still are, or minimizing it, they're kind of dead enders. The oil companies talked about climate change. Anybody who thinks it's a conspiracy and it's Al Gore cooked this up and he wanted an excuse to tax us more, or whatever kind of garbage narrative you bought into, should know that there were secret meetings of energy companies, of gas companies, where prior to anyone really talking about this, they were talking about it. They were talking about it, and they planning on how are we going to, keep ourselves from getting regulated out of existence. And the boars hate humans, but not the grandpa. The boars don't hate the grandpa. Spankologist is always behind. Well, see, no, Spankologist I think has won before, but it was on a day that we didn't hit the bonus pull. But yeah, you got a tale of two different content creators, tale of two streamers today with Hassan and Ethan Klein, in terms of Ethan just worrying the fuck out of his family and his crew and anybody that cares about him. He saw someone on television who had stayed behind despite an evacuation order, had stayed behind and, I don't know, run sprinklers, sprayed out fires. And they credited this person for I guess, he kind of kept his neighbor's house from getting burned down because he was there. And Ethan was like, oh. So here's the deal. The experts, you don't know what they're talking about. They're giving these orders, but these orders are for mere mortals. And I am Ethan Klein. And I am built differently. So the orders don't apply to me, right? And plus, these people don't know what they're talking about. If you're smart enough, you can stay behind and you can spray out the fires with a garden hose. You just sit in your front yard watering your fucking lawn the whole time, and you'll be doing a public service. And that's what Ethan wants to do now, because somebody out there did that and didn't get burnt to a crisp. Ethan is like that. Clearly, that, and you gotta wonder how much of it is about the fact that his computer is there. Now, I'm sure he's got it uploaded to the cloud now, but his computer is there with the update on the video too. Update on the Hassan hit piece. We got that as well. Maybe we'll start off with the update. No one really rides a boar in Mononoke. The princess gets caught up on a boar, but towards the end, because she was knocked out. Nobody rides a boar? What is the anime where somebody rides a boar? I feel like I could probably ride a boar if I needed to. I wouldn't want to be an imposition on a boar and just anime rides a what is this? So wait, Inosuke from Demon Slayer is a boar, or has a boar head. Am I just... Isn't there an anime where... Yeah, wait, Large Red Knight riding a boar? Oh no, that's fucking AI. Stable Diffusion Online, yeah. No thanks. Wait. Somebody, kills a boar for meat in Attack on Titan. I can't find it. this exist? Where did I get this? Where did I imagine that a boar was... Oh, Bleach. There's somebody in Bleach that rides a boar, right? Ganju? I don't remember Ganju. I must not have gotten to that part. Here, I'll show you. Alright, so I have found some proof that in some anime this exists. I thought it was like A in Demon Slayer, right? But I guess Demon Slayer is just somebody who wears a boar head over his head. Alright, let's take a look at this. Look, here we go, proof. Alright, at least somebody rides a boar. Boars with interesting haircuts, ridden by men with fairly interesting haircuts as well. But yeah, I don't know this much. Ganju? When was this in, I must not have gotten to this arc. You can ride wolves and boars in Fortnite? There is so much AI slop. There is so much AI slop, and it's getting in the way of me trying to understand what is real and what is not. What is real and what is stable diffusion. Oh, yes. What is this? Surviving a harem? Is that the name of the... Is that the name of the anime? So I guess maybe this is one too? But she looks like she's not happy riding the boar. You know what I mean? It looks like it's a situation where somehow she fell on the boar and she didn't want to be riding it, but here she is stuck riding the boar. See, she's clearly pissed off. Maybe she's pissed off at something else. I don't know. I don't know, chat. But yeah, we definitely do have some boar riders in Bleach. I feel like I'm tripping though. This is not a big theme in anime. I really thought it was. Put a hat on? Saving that one for my taxes folder, says Alex J. Brady. There was a mod in Morrowind where you can ride a boar like a shriekling. Oh, I gotta be honest, I haven't played that one. There's so many games I haven't played. There's so many also movies I haven't seen, to the point where Camps, who does thumbnails for me, suggested that I should make a podcast where the whole thing was people explaining a movie that I haven't seen to me, and then me watching the movie and reacting to it, because there's apparently there's a lot of movies. It was Bleach episode 22. What? Wait, I swear I must have seen 22. Bleach? Yeah, wait, have you not heard of Bleach, Davy Cliff? I mean, it's an older one. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's before your time. I don't know. Nobody rides a Boris Johnson. I mean, nobody rides Boris's Johnson. Oh no. Oh no. The first anime I ever saw, was a little 5-year-old. It impacted my whole life. Wait, which one was? Spirited. Are you talking about? I'm guessing you're talking about Spirited Away. Oh no, you're talking about Princess Mononoke, right? I was watching a hip-hop journalist, and he showed Hassan talking to the inmates. He's so out of the bubble. He said, Hassan works for TYT, yo. Well, this is Hassan's biggest scandal, EZZB, and you're onto it, right? You're onto it, right? This is really, like, legit Hassan's biggest scandal, as pointed out by a Big Papa Fash himself, that he is... What was it again? He's connected to Shaky Gurga. Oh, by the way, Twitch, your Shaky Gurgas are returned to you. Use them responsibly, okay? I don't know why this emote works sometimes, but not other times, but it's working now. So if you want to shake your Gurga, this is a great time to do it. This is an excellent time to do it. Oh no, it's in the wrong screen to shake that. They got the little Gurgas. Look at the little, they're kind of cute though. Look, aren't they cute? Look at these. Aww. I would keep them as pets, chat. This would be adorable. Can you imagine if I had a bunch of Gurgas? What if I had a pouch and I kept the Gurgas in my pouch? I feel like that would be a good place for safekeeping for the Shaky Gurgas. But yeah, the Gurgas are back for maybe a limited time. Oh my god, that's not right. What's going on, chat? This is inside my immune system right now. No. All right, there we go. We're back. Oh my god, what is going on with my setup, chat? I do need to change it, right? I keep on the whole deal with stream elements, it keeps on getting worse and worse. This bargain keeps on getting worse and worse, right? Now apparently stream, what is the latest? Like JoeCat apparently exposed stream elements for using AI art in one of their overlays or something. And the reason this is a big deal, chat, is that a lot of the customers for a lot of the people who use OBS and stream elements are artists or employ artists or are friends with artists. And for artists, AI is really bad news. Like really, really bad news. I mean, it's bad news for everyone. It's bad news if you've got a grandma who's going to send you a picture of shrimp Jesus and be like, look at this, what this little African boy built. Look at what this little African boy put together. He made a Jesus all out of shrimp, all on his own. Grandma, that's AI. No, it's real. It's not AI. No, Grandma, that's AI. It even has the watermark. Ahitaka rides the elk mostly. Mononoke rides. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Ketty. It would definitely. Yeah, Mononoke is all about the wolves. Like she was raised by wolves. Much like myself. I mean, it's a little different for me, Chad. I was actually raised by dogs, but that's another story. My parents, sometimes they had trouble finding a babysitter. And my dog had just had puppies. And so there's this little puppy pen that they're keeping all the puppies in. And so they would just throw me in there too for safekeeping. So I was literally babysat by a dog as a baby. Did ducks invent watermarks? Yeah, and the question would be, what did ducks use watermarks for first? Like, why did ducks invent? I mean, obviously ducks have invented a lot of our technology, actually, chat, was invented by ducks. Ducks are some of the most underrated engineers out there. Wait, no cats? What do you mean? Ducks don't believe in copyright. That's what I'm saying, Donald Duck. So they must have used the watermarks for something else. But I don't know what. Oh, wait, paper money? Did ducks invent paper money? Watermarks to discern each other's eggs? Oh, yeah, because you don't want to get an egg mixed up. First time I saw Hassan talking was on TYT Network. Didn't hear him about him again. You know, I remember seeing Hassan on... They did a commercial with Hassan where he had two gay guys, like, queer-eyeing him, I guess. Yeah, they were queer-eyeing him. They were making decisions about his outfit and forcing him to wear... I don't know what the idea was, but yeah, it was like the woke bae thing. That was the first Hassan... And it was weird because, like, that's obviously, like, that's a promo, that's a commercial, but I would never see Hassan's actual, like, what all did Hassan have? He had pro tips, right? But was that even on TYT? Oh, chat, speaking of TYT, I can't forget to watch this. We've got a tape of TYT, like, saying the T slur, I don't know, 20 times? In one segment, talking about trans people in a way that was that okay? Was it okay to call trans people the T slur in like the 2000 aughts? Was that like acceptable? I don't know why they're. There's like what? Look, TYT's got obviously, you know, there's a super cut of TYT saying the N-word over and over again, but the story behind that is that they said it was an editorial decision, that like sometimes the N-word would come up in a story that they were covering, and that they had met to have an editorial meeting to decide, shall we say the N-word? Shall we, you know, when we're talking about the N-word, shall we just refer to it as the N-word, or should we actually say it? And Anna and some others decided that it would take away from the impact if they said the N-word. And so they should just say the N-word. They should say the actual word. They insisted on it. So that's why those supercuts exist. So it's not TYT, you know, saying it in a pejorative or racist way, but it is still questionable. I would say it's highly questionable decisions were made in that editorial board. But with a T-slur, it's not that they're reporting somebody else said this. They're saying it. They're referring to trans people, trans women in specific, as the T-slur. Over and over and over. And I just wonder, was that normal? But anyway, I can't show you that because it's a literal slur that they say over and over and over again. I'm going to have somebody cut it out. Oh wait, Narwhal by Nature's got more information about the Ganju gang for me from Bleach. The Ganju's gang is a group of men who serve the Shiba clan and roam the West Rukongai with their boss Ganju Shiba. The gang members, like their leader, are partial to using wild boars as a means of transportation. I mean, you know, if you can. Anyway, chat, we better get into this. Why people love doing that? Yeah, I mean, you got the feeling with Anna that, you know, there was some kind of, I don't know, wish fulfillment. Like, you know, it's like a word that you're not supposed to say, but they love to have an excuse to say it. Kind of like Destiny, thinking about it. Are we talking about Bleach? I don't know about as much about Bleach as I thought I did. I thought I knew more about Bleach. Trump's N-word, nuclear. Yeah, that's right. Wait, Nazi actually is his N-word. It's bad to call people Nazis. It's not very nice. Not a problem doing fascism. That's okay. Acceptable to normal people, but from my understanding, not to trans people. There was a period of transition. Funny enough, yeah. So it was like normalized, is what. The term the N-word was actually made during the OJ case. Wait. So wait, what did they say before? Did they just say the word before OJ? TYT has inconsistent vibes. It was not okay to call trans people that, but it was a slang term that was a pejorative. Christian Siriano said the T-slur on Project Runway in 2004. He's grown, thankfully. Yeah, this would have been like 2009. But anyway, like I said, I can't show you that right now. I don't want to. Yeah, I'm not like a huge, even when it's like Keffel saying it, I'm not a huge fan of hearing that word. There's actually a big argument around the N-word for court cases and presentations to the jury. But I mean, this was an argument around news. Like, right, should the news say the actual N-word, or should they just say the N-word and we all know what they're talking about? That was the question. The only other time I can remember the news doing that was like a local television station. And this got turned into an episode of the Boondocks, right? There was a local television station that covered a story where supposedly a young black student, a teacher got, a white teacher, was put on leave for saying the N-word, and his excuse was that one of his young black students always said that word, like would just use that word like all the time and would call him, you know, that word. And so he just said it back. And that, like, you know, so he's like, I thought that it was okay if you say it with a soft A. I definitely didn't say it with the hard R. I said it with, but no, he's like saying the word the whole time, and the news is like reporting it, and so they end up sort of putting this into the plot of an episode of the Boondocks and embellishing it just a bit. But yeah, that's TYT in the late 2000s. Yeah, we're talking about like the late 2000s. I mean, I can imagine. Somehow I can imagine it more like in the 90s or the early 2000s. It feels like by the late 2000s. Yeah, this was during the Obama administration. Yeah, based on an actual event. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It was actually on the news. There's like a news report that you can see, talking about that situation and interviewing the teacher, and he does seem like, you know, he doesn't seem like he was trying to get away with being racist. He does. It sounds like a legitimate point of confusion for him. But yeah, just. I was in high school in the early 2000s. I don't recall the T slur being considered a slur back then. that could have just been my own ignorance. And also, I don't remember it being used a lot. Well, yeah, when TYT early on would talk about trans people, it was always this point of curiosity. It was always this, you know, like sideshow atmosphere in which they're covering this. Like they cut with this real clear, like, this shit is fucking weird. This is not normal. This is not okay. Up until a few years ago, I thought the hard R was the R word. That's offensive towards disabled people. Yeah, it is kind of confusing. I mean, all the slurs in America's the country of slurs, apparently. And with that, I should probably thank my Patreon. So I just wanted to say I massively appreciate everybody who supports me on Patreon. You all help me keep the lights on, sometimes literally. The upcoming electric bill from heating the house, I feel that more acutely than normal. Everybody on my Patreon gets access to videos early. You get the videos that everybody else gets, but you get an early version. Sometimes an unfinished version. Sometimes an uncensored version of the video that everybody else gets, but you get it early. And that was true for my most recent video, the video on Ethan Klein that I put out recently on YouTube. Patreon got it, I think, a couple of days early this time. It took me a long time to edit that. So everybody gets the videos early. That's a perk of being any kind of Patreon. The members at the $5 level and higher, you also get a shout out. So shouts out to Or Else Ellipses, shouts out to Tracy Eva, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shax BA, shouts out to Nadia, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, to Infallible Fowl, to Hot Ham Radio, and to Good for Gabby. Also, Buffy Geek shouts out. And a fancy shout out for Zara Xerix, for Rachel K, for Crystal Saphira, and for Omega Star. Okay, so let's see what we got going on today. We got boars. We got boars, and we're going to learn how to ride them. That's my New Year's resolution. Learn how to ride a boar. All right, what do we got for the dono goal? We are 2% there. We are 2% on our way to getting me to stay on a little bit later tonight and watch an extra segment with you, react to an extra segment with you, or possibly even play some Final Fantasy VII, because that is on the menu as well. So yeah, you can vote for these if you have not voted already. If you're on Twitch, feel free to come on over. Red Rover, let Twitch chat come over. You can come over and you can vote on your favorite topic for bonus content, right? What are the topics again? They are Council of Geeks, Squid Game 2. Yeah, Council of Geeks, a great YouTuber, has made a video talking about the controversial casting choice in Squid Game 2. Got Final Fantasy VII. Yes, I finally downloaded it after, playing the music for what feels like weeks now. Probably is weeks at this point. And, I could possibly play a little Final Fantasy VII after stream today. And then we got a visit to the spankologist, right? The spankotherapist. Whatever you want to call them. The therapist that uses spanking as a modality of healing. Psychological healing. How are you going to get your psychology healed? Well, I guess by getting spanked, according to this guy. And that is Truanon, Grace Belden, going in to try out the therapy to see, maybe getting spanked is a great therapy, right? And we have, of course, Elon Musk cheats at video games, which is winning right now. That's ahead. You picked Final Fantasy VII? Yeah, you're not. A few people did, right? Final Fantasy VII now in second place behind Elon Musk cheats at video games at 58%. And then Visit to the Spankologist and Council of Geeks in third and fourth place, respectively. So this number right up here by the dono goal goes up every time somebody donates. And that is whether it's a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting other people memberships, if you're supporting me on Patreon or on Throne, or you're supporting me on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly, because thanks to the efforts of Ethan Klein, Dan Saltman, Destiny, and others, all political streamers have been demonetized on Twitch. So the only way that I make any money at all on Twitch is when you support me for free using a Prime sub, or by getting yourself a sub, or by gifting other subs. Either way you do it, it counts towards the dono goal. It pushes that forward, and if we push forward all the way to 100%, I stay on a little bit later tonight than I did last night. I don't get a early night, but I do get to watch an extra segment with you. So, you know, I'm cool either way, chat. But yeah, when you donate, just know that you can also let me know in chat which of these topics that you want to see as your bonus content. So in addition to voting for the topics, you can also put your donation money where your mouth is. You can also add it as a donation. All you have to do is you got to tell me the topic of your choice when you donate, and that way I will put it right up here, and it will become a little additive factor for the topic of your choice. Basically, it adds a percentage. Right? Speaking of which, yeah, Vox Populi is already at 2%. You can also say Vox Populi if you don't care about like what we end up doing as bonus content as much as you care about the sanctity of the vote of the people, the right of the chatters to decide with their vote. So what you do when you donate to Vox Populi is you're debuffing. You're debuffing all of these topics. You're debuffing all the buffs, right? So if anybody donates to the topic and gives it a buff, your Vox Populi takes that off. So it makes it so that the vote counts for more and the donations count for less. But with that being said, I feel like I have been edging you for long enough. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to brass tacks. Brass tacks. With Ethan Klein. Oh no. I think it's right here. So yeah, there's a few things in today's episode of the H3 podcast that we'll be going over. The first thing is a little update on the hit piece that you've all been waiting for. Ethan's hit piece on Hassan. He's got an update about when that might actually be done. Now, most recently, we got an estimation of 2 weeks, right? This thing was something that he was supposed to work on over the Christmas break and maybe have done by the time they come back. Obviously, that didn't happen. He then told us it would take about 2 weeks. And, well, we've got another update from Ethan as far as how long this might take us to actually see. And also what condition the video is currently in. There's also some controversy, right? Ethan says that he's editing this himself. Now, obviously, way back in the day, Ethan was a small YouTuber, just like myself, and just like myself, ostensibly edited his own videos. So, you know, he knows how to edit videos. It's entirely possible that he's doing it. But, I mean, given the size of the H3 production crew, it does strike a lot of people weird that Ethan would be doing this labor himself, given that he's probably got better editors than himself on staff. that could do it much better and take that burden off of him. So, people are wondering, is he doing it himself? Is it actually him editing it? Is he gaslighting? He's acting like it is, right? He's talking about hiring a masseuse to come in and massage his neck while he edits the video. And editing is hard work. I could see how it might put a crick in your neck, but there's some doubt, let's just say, as far as like how much of the editing labor Ethan himself is actually undertaking. So let's get that update.
Hello, everybody. Monday. It is Monday, right? Yeah. It's been a weird week. We missed a lot of work last week, and with the fires, everybody's kind of discombobulated here in LA. But we're here. It's Monday. It's January 13th. And today we are sponsored by Sunday for Dogs, who we love and appreciate so very much.
Sunday's for the dogs, man.
Best dog food in the game.
Sunday's for the dogs.
It is. Listen, every day is for the dogs. I don't know what all that propaganda is. That cat propaganda.
Wednesday's for cats.
Shut up! We've been talking about the fire, dealing with all that here in LA. I was reading it's up to 8,000 structures burned.
I heard 10,000.
Or 8,000. Did I say 8,000? 8,000. I saw on a 60 Minutes shoot, they did a report talking to like the fire marshal. Very interesting, very good segment. You can find it on YouTube. But 8,000.
I'm seeing 9,000.
See, it keeps going up.
I'm seeing 10,000.
I'm seeing 12.
12,000. Holy fuck.
I'm seeing 15,000.
Okay, all right. Are you really?
I'm seeing 30,000 here. No.
I'm really seeing 12,000 though.
Okay, 12. It seems like 12's the actual.
12,000 is unfucking believable. 12,000 houses. I mean, the majority of those have got to be houses.
Yeah, I think so.
My first guitar teacher lived in Altadena. He had a printing business. It's all gone. The majority of his instruments are gone. It's fucked up, man.
Yeah, wow. That's crazy. I can't believe what happened there. Seeing the footage, people were there trying to fight the fires, and people were getting filming it, and it was just madness what's happening down there.
So keep that in mind. Put a pin in that. Remember that Ethan just said people were there trying to fight the fires. So he saw footage of some of the people that stayed behind and, without whatever kind of hose or sprinkler system that they had, tried to keep theirs and their neighbor's property from getting burned. And obviously, it's going to be with mixed results, right? There's, in some instances, the fire overtaking a neighborhood is not something that a lone dad with a gardening hose is going to be able to handle. But for some people, maybe they got lucky and just them being there was enough to save their property. So Ethan's gotten this into his head. The heroic suburban dad with the gardening hose saving the neighborhood.
And it went so deep into the neighborhood, which is so fucking, it was so far away from the hills where the fires usually contain to. And then on Wednesday, they're saying that we're going to have more crazy El Nino winds, which is the warm, dry winds that caused that fire.
Scary. If I could give a PSA to the...
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought there were Santa Ana winds. So El Nino, chat, if you don't know, is that the warming of the southern seas is the El Nino? And then La Nina is the opposite of that? But I mean, I don't know. Maybe this are the Santa Ana winds more pronounced when El Nino is in effect? Is that what he's saying? A little confused here.
audience to check your insurance policies, because I found out today that my $50,000 policy has a cap on electronics at $1,000. So my policy is basically useless. So look
Hi,
into
this
that.
is AB, and you're listening to
That's
KETH.
unbelievable. $50 a month?
$50 a month, $50,000 policy.
That's crazy.
$50 a month for.
Is it just because you're in LA, maybe? Are
I don't know.
you even in a fire zone? Like, I know you guys had to evacuate, but I don't think you're like close to
Yeah,
where...
no, I think it's just because people, well, at least I thought that a $50,000 coverage on personal property covered everything. I didn't know there was caps on certain things like jewelry's 10K, electronics 1K.
And you have the max?
Depths 2000XX says the whole crew feels so poopy. A lot of people are saying that. A lot of people are disappointed in the crew this week.
Yeah, I got the max. Yeah.
Huh.
And this is the one that they suggest.
Well,
in,
you
like,
could
the
just do
rental
fraud
portal.
on them.
I'm gonna probably get another policy, honestly. But no.
Oh,
one's,
you could do that too.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's allowing you to sign up right now.
Yeah, if we become homeowners one day, it's never gonna happen.
Well, like I was saying, my house insurance has become like a mortgage. It's getting so fucked, dude. But hopefully the state steps in to do something to regulate it. But anyway, that's what's happening here in Los.
Okay, so
And an update.
Here
on
we
my
go with the
personal
update.
life. I've been continuing to spend every available minute I have on this video. It is now over 1 hour runtime.
Keddy says Santa Ana winds are what he's talking about. Yeah, that's what I thought. El Nino is actually increases water in the desert. So the reason the fire is so big is because of the large overgrowth in vegetation for the last 2 years.
Completely done. And I'm now at a crossroads where I'm wondering, do I just put out, so there's 2 chapters.
Okay, so here we go.
I have both filmed, but only
Now, he's mentioned this before, and the feeling that I got was that chapter 1 is the Destiny information about Hassan Piker. It's all of the stuff. Like, so if you ever see, I don't know, look, let's just say, let me try to find you an example of this. Let's say that a random publication does an article about Hassan Piker, something that Hassan did, and it's like neutral or it's positive. You will get, oh my God, Chad, I forgot about the Brianna Wu tweet. You will get Destiny fans popping up in that thread to let these people know, like, did you know that Hassan platformed a terrorist? Did you know that Hassan spoke positively of rape? Did you know that Hassan called, Jewish people inbred? Or like you get all this stuff, all these allegations of like, you know what, you shouldn't be doing an article about Hassan. You're bad. It's ironic, right? Because it is the Destiny crowd trying to do the cancel culture thing, which they hate. They hate cancel culture when it's Demon Mama saying that Destiny is transphobic. They hate cancel culture when it's Destiny getting in trouble for suggesting that the protesters be mowed down by rednecks, right? They hate it. They absolutely hate it. But goddamn, if we can use that shit against Hassan, they love it. It's the opposite. And that's why I can't take these people seriously. D-writers are fundamentally unserious people. I'm trying to find you an example of this, right? Because I like actually saw one this morning where there was just an article talking about Hassan talking to the firefighters, and they're like, "Oh yeah, did you know that Hassan he's platformed a terrorist? He supports the North Korean regime. He supports the Ansar Allah movement. Just all this shit. All this shit. Let me see if I'll see if I can find it for you.
First chapter edited.
Oh God, I forgot, Dusto Man. Yeah, Hassan was at a brothel. Yeah, that's right. And the brothel was raided. Did you know the brothel was raided? And implying that it was like that there were humans being trafficked there, right? Implying that it's an issue of trafficking, when in actuality the brothel was raided for tax reasons and was eventually exonerated of the tax. He kidnapped Kaya from her family. There we go. I mean, see, that one I could almost believe, right? Because Kaya's kind of an amazing dog. Isn't there like, isn't there something about like Kaya's breed being rare or something? Destiny lost partnerships with Twitch over the BLM comments. It was awful. Yeah, they hate cancel culture unless it's them doing it to somebody else, and in that case, they're totally justified. This is what I hate about D writers. This is what I hate. What are we calling them now, chat? Foot soldiers? We're call. I can't say that. I can't say that. It sounds like we're shaming Destiny for one of the less unsavory things about him. There's so the irony though, right, is that like with all this shit that they try to spread about Hassan, there is so much stuff with Destiny. Like what take your pick. Take your pick. Which one do you want to talk about? You want to talk about what a lot of Destiny orbiters are talking about right now in terms of, you know, possible revenge porn being spread, being given out to people without the consent of those who were filmed? Foot soldiers for fascism. Well, there's a specific reason they call them foot soldiers, right? And again, that's not a problem that I like. I have many problems with Destiny. The foot thing that he's into is like I said, one of the least problematic aspects of his personality. But yeah, do you want to talk about what he said about underage people? Do you want to talk about like there's just so many things. There's just so many things, and once you start to scrape the surface, instead of it getting better and being like instead of it being like, oh, this is a nothing burger, it's a something burger. It's a big burger. She's Bernard Chow Chow. Huh? Is that it? Bernard Chow Chow and Tibetan Mastiff mix. I mean, that's pretty cool. Half Tibetan Mastiff, quarter Saint Bernard, quarter Chow Chow. These are all dogs I really like. These are, I mean, when has there ever been a dog I don't like?
Do I just put out the first chapter and tease the second?
Yeah, so Kitty says biggest problem is the dry season has kept getting longer and the wet season ends early, starting late. Yeah, look, this was supposed to be the wet season, right? And there, in fact, has been no rain in Southern California since what, May? R-word apologia from Destiny. Well, yeah, and the N-word, N-word Andy.
One, or do I wait a longer, several more weeks probably, and do it all together at once?
We're waiting.
Okay, so yeah, like I was saying about this, right? Chapter 1, Hasan, as far as I know, and probably just rehashed Destiny dossier stuff, right? The whole like Google Drive that they send around to try to get people to not work with Hasan, right? That's probably what he's going to be covering. This part 2, from what we know, may actually be what Ethan calls Hasan orbiters. Now, if you know enough about Hasan, you know that he doesn't really have orbiters. He doesn't have that kind of close relationship with other content creators, like forming an echo chamber around him the way that Destiny does. So it's a little bit of a weird thing to say. So then you ask, what do they mean by orbiters? And it turns out they mean Frogan, they mean Comrade Casey. But I swear to God, like anybody that makes a video about Ethan, like you're liable to get called a Hasan orbiter. So what I'm saying, chat, is that we don't know who all Ethan is going to be talking about in part 2. But I'm kind of getting ahead of the content here. Let's let him speak.
My thing is, I do think the second part is important, but
didn't Destiny try to argue that he is allowed to use slurs against minorities? When I talked to Destiny, he tried to justify the use of the word subhuman. He said, you're not allowed to call people fat. You're not allowed to make fun of their race. You're not allowed to make fun of their gender. can't make fun of their sexuality. So what's left? Well, Destiny thought he had hacked the code, and he had found the one word that is so generic that it could apply to all and at the same time none. And this cheat code was the word subhuman. So in other words, the term that the Nazis folded all of their enemies, all of the groups that they didn't like, that term, that's the one that he thought, yes, we will go with subhuman. I will call people subhuman. That is going to be my thing. So yeah, I mean, there we go. That's his thinking process, right? A, he's not as smart as he pretends to be. All right. And I don't say that out of any kind of intellectual elitism. I don't say that because I think that I'm, better for completing my bachelor's in science when he did not complete his bachelor's in art or anything like that. I am only holding him up to that standard because he looks down intellectually at others, and yet he is below a lot of people that he criticizes. And it's cringe. I find it cringe. I find it cringe for somebody to go so hard to flex his intellectual prowess when all it is he talks fast. All it is he talks fast and he reads Wikipedia and he lies.
I don't want to turn this into I just keep posting. I don't even want to post on that channel.
I don't want to turn this into I keep posting. Ethan, what do you think the last year has been?
This is just a pop out, right, Nate?
Oh yeah. Pop out and show them.
It's just a pop out.
It's just a pop out. I see.
That's it.
It's your standard pop out. I think you should just finish it.
Yeah.
You should just finish it.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I think I was been leaning towards that. I've been going back and forth because I'm getting so exhausted, just emotionally, from spending every free time, doing a video. But it's good. I'm telling you guys, it's good. It's good. You guys will You guys are definitely going to enjoy it for sure.
For sure.
I think so. I think it's a good video.
Okay.
And I don't say that usually about the videos I'm making. Usually it's I don't know. I put a lot of time in this. I better post it just because to not waste all my effort.
Mm-hmm.
So there it is.
Hi everyone, it's me again.
Is that Mika?
Who's that?
He's going to keep on bringing Mika up. So Mika did pop back up with a video today on the Cody Ko situation. If we have time, we'll watch that. We'll take a look at that. But I think it's mainly because she's got a brand sponsorship or something that she literally has to do ad reads for. So she's got to put out a certain number of videos. But her heart did not seem to be in it. She seems to be scared, and yeah, I don't know if she's gonna keep on making videos.
Hi everyone, it's me again.
Hi, everyone.
Everyone.
Everyone, it's
I've
Mika.
also vouched for Jewish people.
Oh.
Shout out.
She's so fantastic for
Love her for doing that.
If only we had more people like her in the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
World War.
Video comes out at the same time as Grum's video game. Oh my god, chat! I don't know any of the Grum's lore.
The Holocaust may never have happened if we had more Mikas.
Without a question.
Oh, chat! If we have time, sometime we should do. Do you remember when President Sunday made did a video? He's really drunk, and he did a video called "The State of Play," where he made a MS Paint document showing all of the players in Sunday's world, right? All the people that he talks about, that talk about him, that are relevant, right? So he tried to, he shows all the Vosh people, and then he's like, then the volcano hit, the taxes folder is hit, right? So they were all destroyed, right? So they don't exist anymore. And then we have card posting, and then we have, right? And he brings up me as well, but then he immediately resigns me to hell. He brings me up just to send me to hell, right? As silly as Sunday is, I actually kind of think that something like that might be a good idea. To sort of make a list of the lay of the land What the state of play? Yeah, what's going on in 2025? Which people are relevant? Which people do you want to hear more about? Which people do you want to hear less about? And yeah, like, are there people like Grums that maybe I should cover? I don't know.
Question.
Yeah, definitely not.
Elon Musk thinks 7 white men could have stopped the fire.
Really?
Is that right?
I mean, that's what I got out of this tweet.
Okay, and with that, let's find out about that Elon Musk thing. I'm kind of curious. So it sounds similar to something that Cigar said in his conversation with Crystal Ball today. Wait, okay, does Adam Mockler have this maybe? Is it this one?
This video of Elon Musk getting fact-checked by firefighters in real time is going so viral that even Governor Gavin Newsom posted it last night and said, at Elon Musk, exposed by firefighters for his own lies, and it has 5.3 million views, and it should, because Elon Musk in real time gets
And again, chat, we'll come back to Ethan Klein to let you know what's going on with Ethan's attempt to stay behind should the fire threaten his house again.
fact-checked while he's live streaming, holding the phone, and he has no idea how to respond to the actual complex information the firefighters give him. He was expecting them to reduce it down to diversity or wokeness, or he was expecting the firefighters to blame this on gay people, but when they don't, when they actually explain the real nuanced challenges about water pressure, about the scale of this, Elon Musk seems completely lost, and it's totally hilarious. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe to help boost this video. Before we jump into this, I really want to highlight how Republicans as a whole are just held to completely different standards as Democrats. This reads, Marjorie Taylor Greene launches unhinged call for officials to manipulate the weather to stop LA wildfires. This is a sitting congresswoman who is so insane that she could be on Alex Jones's InfoWars show. And what really pisses me off is I have friends who say something to the effect of, you know, I would vote for Democrats because I have gay friends or whatever, but I just think Democrats have lost their mind. They've gone too far. And this shows how Republicans are dominating the information landscape. Because remember, 80% of sitting Republican congressmen and women thought the last election was stolen with zero evidence. They backed up Trump's lies of widespread election fraud. They refused to impeach him. Meanwhile, let's look at the Democrats. Who's the farthest left Democrat in Congress? I'd say maybe like Bernie Sanders or AOC. These are classy, respectable people who do not embrace conspiracy theories. They just happen to be farther left than somebody like a Biden or Kamala Harris. But when we look to the other side of the aisle again, like 80% of the Republican congressmen and women are MAGA freaks who think that the election was stolen and think that officials are manipulating the weather. So I'm just sick of the double standards at play here. Let's read this article, then let's break down why Elon Musk has trouble soaking in new information that's not related to diversity or wokeness. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has made it abundantly clear that she didn't study atmospheric sciences in college, launching an unhinged suggestion that officials could end the LA wildfires by manipulating the weather. Quote, why don't they use geoengineering like cloud seeding to bring rain down on the wildfires in California? You know, she thought she was so clever writing this. The Republican asked Sunday in a post on X, quote, they know how to do it. Greene has repeatedly used cloud seeding, the practice of releasing silver iodide particles and other aerosols from planes or ground generators into clouds to encourage rain or snowfall, as a silver bullet explanation for weather phenomena, while apparently not knowing how it works at all. And we can click on this tweet. We can go over to the platform that must not be named, and she even gets fact checked. Sometimes the community notes are used.
Look, I mean, there's a very important meta lesson in climate change, right? So humanity started out its existence in a very precarious spot where the environment, whether it be wild animals, whether it be the limits of the availability of food, whether it be the weather, etc., was really dangerous and killed a lot of people. And over the course of humanity, there's a lot of the environment that we've learned to control to the point where, air conditioning can keep you cool when it's hot outside. Heating can keep you warm where it is cool outside, right? We're sort of used to being able to override nature's, environment that's imposed on us. What I think climate change shows us is that we've done it through a kind of equivalent exchange. It doesn't just happen. It's not just we override nature. We change nature. And when we change nature, when we override nature, oftentimes there's an expense, there's a cost, right? And we're seeing that cost, start to add up. And this is Marjorie Taylor Greene being like, well, no, there's not no, they can seed the clouds. If it's not raining, and that's the reason that the fires are burning everywhere, then why can't they just seed the clouds? Like, oh yeah, no, just override nature. It's really easy. These people don't get it. They don't get it, and they're not gonna get it.
Useful because, again, it's a community of people coming together to vote on what's false. And it can be gamed for sure, but this says,
if there are no clouds, there's nothing to seed. There you go. Very simply put.
If there are no clouds, there is nothing to seed. Cloud seeding only works when there are already existing clouds with moisture present. Seeding works by providing a particle for the water in the air to attach to and form a droplet heavy enough to fall on Earth. And what you need to realize is that Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't actually understand what cloud seeding is. She thinks that it's this huge, probably Jewish conspiracy to control the weather and manipulate everything. No, it's a scientific process that is not as crazy as she thinks it is. In October, she suggested that the federal government created Hurricane Milton using the technology days before it battered Florida. Experts noted that cloud seeding can create small amounts of localized rain in some cases, but not a hurricane. And again, you can't put out wildfires using cloud seeding. It's like she thinks we live under a big dome that people can manipulate. President Joe Biden called Greene's antics, quote, so stupid. That's an understatement. While one of Greene's GOP colleagues in the House said anyone who shares her views need to have their head examined. That is true. Again.
Yeah, and something else, right? We've learned to manipulate. We've learned to survive under certain conditions of the environment, right? More or less. I mean, not all, obviously, there's earthquakes, there's tons of natural disasters, there's tornadoes, there's sometimes where we don't, we can't control the environment, and it ends up affecting us in a very negative way. But we've changed the environment so much that the environment that we adapted to surviving in is no longer the environment that we had. Hopefully I think Crystal Ball shows a chart that shows the temperature over time and shows what industrialization has done to that temperature, shows how stark the change was in our environment.
Can I just go back to the point that I was making? Democratic and Republican politicians are held to completely different standards. I struggle to think of any Democratic politician that has embraced conspiracy theories so openly, like all Republicans have, but mainly Marjorie Taylor Greene. And the reason I'm talking about the congressmen and women in particular is because a lot of times people will point to the farthest left activists, people on the way far left, and say, that represents the entire Democratic Party, when it doesn't.
And the problem is half of the time, those are the only people with a solution that might actually work, right? Look, take for example this crisis. Take for example the lack of funding for firefighters in LA. So yeah, LA is one of the most wealthy areas in the world. And, both in terms of the people that live there and in terms of the taxes that the municipality collects, right? So there shouldn't be problems. Like it's not an area of deprivation where paying for something like necessary, like firefighters, should be that much of a problem. However, these Republicans are very quick to point out the $17 million decrease in the fire budget and just completely missing the point. And a lot of people are missing the point that at the same time as the firefighting budget was cut, the police budget got raised, got a massive raise. I mean, there it is. But that's crazy. How could you say defund the police? Oh my God. No. We need more cops. We need more funding. They need to have military grade equipment. They need to have submarines. They need to have drones. Cops should have ICBMs and just be able to nuke the criminals when they, right? We just turn the police fully into the military and fund it to an absurd degree. This is the answer that you get from these people. They can't conceive. Like, you got capitalist realism. How about capitalist realism? Right? Where you can more easily imagine the end of the world than you can imagine cutting the fucking police budget. Even though that's exactly what needs to happen. If you want to pay for firefighters, if you want to pay for adequate firefighters, then where are you going to get that money from? Probably the police budget.
Again,
also rich
Bernie
people.
Sanders in Congress, but Bernie Sanders isn't like an anarchist crazy person. Meanwhile, on the right, 80% of the sitting congressmen and women are conspiracy theorists. Southern California is currently embroiled in a significant drought, meaning fewer seedable systems. The soil moisture in much of the region, including Los Angeles, is in the bottom 2% of historical measurements, which only allowed the fire to spread quicker. In a drought, there are likely to be fewer seedable storms. An article from the Yale School of Environment says, quote, in a drought, there are likely to be fewer seedable storms. Quote, and when there are storms, even the estimates from cloud seeding companies themselves show the practice increases precipitation by only around 10% in a given area. Quote, please keep politicians away from weather, said Bryce Jones, a meteorologist from Louisville, Kentucky. And I just want you guys to know, Republicans have tried to use every single group as a scapegoat. We've seen them use black women as a scapegoat for this. Jasmine Crockett pushed back on that. Then gay people as a scapegoat. I'm pretty sure one of the lead firefighters happens to be LGBTQ, and they thought that it was her fault entirely. And then they blamed Ukraine. This says President-elect Donald Trump's eldest son, Donald Trump Jr., tried to blame a 2022 donation of fire equipment by Los Angeles firefighters to Ukraine. And Zelensky decided to step up. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, meanwhile, said Sunday that his country has offered to send 150 firefighters to support Los Angeles emergency responders, because that's how an alliance works. That's how diplomacy works. We have built up this relationship with Ukraine. They have shared ideals regarding democracy. They want to move towards a more liberal society and move away from this Russian influence that has been holding them back. And they look to the U.S. to do that because we are supposed to be the leaders on the world stage. People are going to get mad that I say this, but yeah, the U.S. is supposed to act as a leader on the world stage, and when we stop acting as a leader, that opens up a vacuum for Russia or China or any other country to step up, and we don't want Russia setting the standards for what's acceptable on the global stage. At the same time, we don't want Trump setting the standards because he's threatening to invade Greenland. But let's jump over to the main video of the day. Now, just to run you guys down what happens here, Elon Musk, for some odd reason, was able to have a one-on-one brief with some of the firefighters in Palisades. And Elon Musk was asking the firefighters questions that he pulled straight from Twitter. So what this dude did is he saw conspiracy theories on his own app and his own algorithm, and then he tried to ask these firefighters if the conspiracy theories were true, and they very respectfully shut him down, and he has no clue what to say. Again, I think he was expecting these firefighters to be like, it was the woke, diverse.
Who is this lib dude anyway? Adam Mockler. And he's kind of grating on me too.
Gay people that caused all of this, but no.
Like, see, in a time when the so-called sane libs, as Adam would say, just lost an election to Donald Trump, the second election in 12 years, I don't really want to hear from you. I don't want to hear from you who's got the right answer and who's got the crazy answer, right? Because I feel like I feel like people like Adam Mockler kind of failed us in a big way, right? And not that they wouldn't fail us even with electing a Kamala Harris or a Joe Biden. Not that those politicians don't let us down like all the time, and fail to do what's necessary. But just in terms of failing to keep us from a worst case scenario presidency, there you go. You lost to Donald Trump. And how did you do it? By ignoring Gaza, by trying to run the most conservative fucking campaign you possibly could, to the point where you tried to recruit Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney, and George W. Bush, right? See, this old administration that everybody hated, could not wait to get rid of, right? They support us. Yeah.
They gave a serious explanation, and it's that California has enough water to fight the fire, but the real issue is that the water pressure in these firefighting systems isn't designed to handle massive multi-district wildfires like the ones we're seeing now, and that's exactly what the firefighter says. These systems were built within certain neighborhoods to help specific houses, or one house at a time, maybe a few houses at a time, not large-scale blazes tearing through entire regions in California. Before I play this, I just want you guys to have an understanding of what's being said here. It's kind of like if you go turn on a faucet in your house right now, you can have full water pressure, but if you go turn on every single faucet in your house, you're going to see the water pressure begin to drop. So let's see what Elon Musk says to this firefighter and how the firefighter doesn't quite give him the answer that he wants.
So, all right, what about water availability? Was water availability, I understand that was like not an issue in Malibu, is that correct?
Was it water?
Well, yeah.
So there was water. We have several reservoirs that encinos that we use a lot. Now, just an example, if we have one building burning, we could flow 1,000 gallons a minute on that one building with the hose lays that we put in to stop it. You can imagine 1,000 gallons per house we couldn't do, right? So the amount of water we're flowing, there really is no water system that's going to keep that pace. So we have to bring in water tenders, which are these big tank water tanks that, 2,500, 3,000 gallon trucks, and they'll come in. And that's what we have to do to compensate. So they park out there, do it. P did a great job. They brought in big water trucks for us, and we use them as basically mobile hydrants.
All right.
Right. And then we have our own agency as well that has water tenders.
Okay. My understanding is that like along the, correct me if I'm wrong, in Malibu along the coast, there was no shortage of water. In the Palisades, there was a shortage of water at a certain point. Or is that not accurate?
Well, we were flowing just an amount of water that the system couldn't overbear. Just because of how much water these firefighters were utilizing.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Okay. All right, sounds good. I like how he says, correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, you are wrong, Elon Musk. You have no clue what you're talking about. He thinks that there was a shortage of water in the Palisades because they had to bring in extra trucks. But the thing is, there was no shortage, quite the opposite. There was so much water that they needed that they had to bring in external fire trucks to help put out these fires. Because again, the faucet analogy works, or imagine you have a bucket of water. You poke a hole in that bucket of water and the pressure is going to be strong. What happens when you poke 10 holes in that bucket of water? The pressure starts to go down. So again, they don't have the infrastructure to fight a fire on this scale. And of course, there are going to be flaws exposed within the system in California. It's okay to talk about the flaws that are exposed. Maybe we need to have certain the infrastructure in place to fight these fires on a bigger scale. We can have conversations like that. Those are productive, constructive conversations. But no, what Republicans are doing are railing against Governor Newsom. I mean, Trump has relentlessly called him Governor New Scum over and over while he's trying to fight a tragedy in his state, fight a natural disaster. Could you imagine if there was a hurricane in Florida? You don't even have to imagine. What would President Biden do? Would he make up nicknames for Ron DeSanctimonious and then just start like shitting on him relentlessly? No. Biden went down to Florida. He did a photo shoot. He helped hand out aid. I mean, it's not presidential. It's almost unfathomable that we have a president-elect who is calling the governor of a state that's going through a natural disaster Governor Newscum. And then on the side, Marjorie Taylor Greene is out there saying, hey, why don't we just...
The thing is, Gavin Newsom it is kind of a scumbag, right? Maybe for different reasons than Trump is putting forward, but...
Why don't the Jewish people put out the wildfires with their space lasers and their cloud controlling stuff? And then on the other side of that, we have Elon Musk leveraging his massive platform to just get fact-checked to his face over and over. And this was so bad that even Newsom himself had to post, Elon Musk exposed by firefighters for his own lies. 62,000 likes, 5.3 million views. And the thing is, Elon Musk's lies get tens of millions of views. So sometimes it feels like we're fighting an uphill battle where we're on a treadmill where we constantly have to debunk lie after lie after lie. But this perfectly encapsulates Elon Musk's refusal to think about things in a nuanced way. Not only is Elon Musk living in an alternate reality because he just only gets news from his own app, but the Republican Party is entirely living in an alternate reality. I want to go back to the first point I made in this video. What happens when 80% of sitting Republican Congress people think that the election was stolen? They think these conspiracy theories about random woke DEI stuff. And then you compare that to Democratic Congress people, which of course they're not perfect. There are some people that I have qualms with myself, but they're not embracing conspiracy theories and anti-democratic.
He's still fighting this on Twitter.
Principles at every single step of the way, and that's the difference that we need to show people over and over. Yes, while there are probably crazy activists on both sides, the activists on the left don't try to overthrow elections. The congressmen and women on the left don't embrace election denial and try to erode our democratic norms. Meanwhile, on the right, that happens every single step of the way. A lot of the Republican Congress people probably agree with what Marjorie Taylor Greene said about this stuff because they're held to a different standard, and I'll leave it at that. Drop a like, subscribe. Love you guys. Hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace out.
So wait, I think I found the video.
All right, let's talk about some billionaires here because this guy.
So, all right, what about water availability?
I just want to know the reason that the video is stretched out like this.
I understand that was like not an issue in Malibu. Is that correct?
Has he like tried to expunge this off the site or something? This was from an Elon Musk post, 82 or from like a live video feed, I guess.
Water.
Well, yeah.
So there was water. We have several reservoirs that encinos we use a lot. Now, just an example, if we have one building burning, we could flow 1,000 gallons a minute on that one building with the hose lays that we put in to stop it. You can imagine 1,000 gallons per house we couldn't do, right? So the amount of water we're flowing, there really is no water system that's going to keep that pace. So we have to bring in water tenders.
Chad, do you recognize this? After claiming the Pacific Palisades fire was so destructive due to allowing fresh water to flow into the Pacific, Elon Musk met with local firefighters to bolster his claims, only for one of them to leak the following video, where a precise rate of flow and reservoir capacity. Why is that? Why is that truncated like that? I would love to read the rest of this tweet, but apparently it doesn't exist.
Which are these big tank water tanks at 2,500, 3,000.
Anna Kasparian had a very similar take to this.
1,000-gallon trucks, and they'll come in. And that's what we have.
Remember when she came in to ride to the rescue of the Resnicks, the billionaire couple that control a ridiculous amount of the California water supply and use it for their company Wonderful, that's responsible for the pomegranate juice, the pistachios, and a lot of other high water utilization crops.
Have to do to compensate. So they park out there, do it. DWP did a great job. They brought in big water trucks for us, and we use them as basically mobile hydrants.
All right.
Right, and then we have our own agency as well that has water tenders.
Okay. My understanding is that like along the correct me if I'm wrong. In Malibu along the coast, there was no shortage of water. In the Palisades, there was a shortage of water at a certain point. Or is that not accurate?
Well, we were flowing just an amount of water that the system couldn't overbear. That we're just overbearing, just because of how much water these firefighters were utilizing.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. Thanks, guys.
Sad Elon. Sad Elon. As Los Angeles firefighters battle ongoing blazes, prominent right-wing figures are spreading bigoted criticism of the response and lies about who is to blame, including that the fire is raging because of diversity within the fire department. The misinformation echoes the claims that plagued the North Carolina hurricane response. Both disasters led to outrage, which partisan actors seized upon. There's also been some AI. Now in the North Carolina hurricane, you saw a AI creation of, I think it was like a little girl holding a dog or a cat, that was just completely created out of thin air. In this, I've seen it more like people using AI to simulate um a fire burning different sections of Los Angeles than were actually burned. So in other words, people have gotten had their parents call them and like, "Are you okay?" And they're like, "Why?" They're like, "Well, like I saw a picture on Facebook and it seems like your building is on fire, right?" And it's like, "No, mom, that's AI. That's not, my building is fine. I'm sitting here right now." Both disasters led to outrage, which partisan actors seized upon to advance their political goals, muddying the already confusing information ecosystem that accompanies the fast-moving news event. In what has become a common theme, right-wing media and commentary have said that diversity within Los Angeles fire departments are to blame for the devastation. Meet Los Angeles Fire Chief Christy Crowley, said the X account Libs of TikTok, known for spreading anti-LGBTQ rhetoric, posted. She boasts about being the first female and LGBTQ fire chief in the LA Fire Department, promoting a culture of DEI as her priority. Does that make you feel safer? In another tweet, the same account, which has nearly 4 million followers, wrote, "DEI will get people unalive. To DEI must DIE." Much of the misinformation includes claims about mismanagement by the LA mayor, Karen Bass, California Governor Gavin Newsom. The spread of rumors, misinformation, and lies can hinder the ability of emergency responders to do their jobs, confuses residents who need accurate, up-to-date information to make choices to keep themselves safe. It also makes it more difficult for people to assess whether accountability is needed for the public officials when lies are commingled with valid criticism. That's the thing is Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom, they are not great on a myriad of issues. However, the direction in which they're not great, their failings are more likely to be that they are too conservative rather than they are too left wing. And that is the opposite of the message that you're getting from these right wing misinformation sources. Misinformation, which now, thanks to Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and other gatekeepers of digital media, will not be fact checked. False claims of federal disaster relief funds are being diverted to migrants have also resurfaced. They love that one. Criticism of environmental practices, like allegedly protecting a fish over people or limiting prescribed burns, have been elevated. Unrelated donations to Ukraine became a scapegoat. Donald Trump Jr., the president's eldest son, intimated that donations of the Los Angeles Fire Department sent to Ukraine in 2022 somehow were related to the response. People from varying points on the political spectrum, including Los Angeles Times publisher Patrick Xiong have claimed the fire department's budget saw big cuts. It did not. Political cut. Okay. Now this is a matter of controversy, right? There's a figure that shows 17 million being cut from the fire budget while the police budget goes up. But I guess people have kind of gotten into the details, into the weeds of it. And there's questions like, well, so if there's like a one-time expense in 2023 that doesn't recur in 2024, do you call that a cut or not? So it does get a little bit in the weeds when it comes to this question of cuts. That being said, what's not controvertible is the fact that the police budget is loaded compared to the fire budget. And the fire budget seems to be increasingly more important in the age of climate change. Deflections of the role climate crisis plays in increasing natural disasters have received millions of views. The Libs of TikTok account laid out a variety of right-wing criticisms in one post on X. Don't you hate it when climate change appoints a DEI hire to run the fire department, gives away fire equipment to Ukraine, stops critical controlled burns, defunds the fire department, refuses to build more water reservoirs and store water, cancels fire insurance, mismanages forest and brush, and fires firefighters for refusing experimental vaccine. The one I heard was that they had fired white firefighters in order to make the fire department more diverse. Elon Musk, the owner of X and a frequent spreader of misinformation, claimed they prioritized DEI over saving lives and homes. In response to Libs of TikTok, he wrote, "Wild theory, maybe, just maybe, the root cause wasn't climate change." Andy Biggs, the Republican congressman from Arizona, told Newsmax that the Federal Emergency Management Agency diverted funds to migrants instead of natural disasters, a claim that was debunked repeatedly during the aftermath of the North Carolina hurricane. Alex Jones, the man behind InfoWars and a prolific spreader of lies, has gone even further, posting erroneously that Joe Biden had grounded firefighter plans and that fires were being spread by design as part of globalist plot to wage economic warfare. Musk responded in a now deleted tweet. And in chat, as much as the Anna Kasparian blames the homeless for the fire, as much as that thumbnail is a little bit nuanced, a little bit more nuanced than the caption might suggest, right? She's blaming funding for the homeless on the fire, or on the lack of the ability to control the fire. I have also seen a lot of misinformation spread, specifically blaming the homeless, as in the homeless started the fire. It's always a variation of they were trying to stay warm, or they did it. They're mad about being homeless and did arson on purpose or something like that. But yeah, it's an attempt to use a natural disaster and a tragedy to stoke more fear and hatred against a population that we really need to be doing more for. And a population that, with the current trends in capitalism, more and more of us will find ourselves part of, right? That's what capitalism is doing right now. It's already, consolidated the wealth in fewer and fewer hands. Now it is consolidating home, the ability to have a roof over your head amongst fewer and fewer people, and swelling the ranks of the homeless. Anyway, let's take a look at this debate. This is Breaking Points, Sagar and Jetty, and Crystal Ball. Just not kind of left something to be desired. There is some pushback from Crystal Ball here, but just the real obvious low-hanging fruit, for some reason she's not harping on the way that I would. But one thing that I will harp on is that chat was just talking about wanting to see the visit from the spankologist. That is at 14% right now. All right, that's in third place on our poll. 128 of you have voted. Make sure if you haven't voted already to do so. Make your voice heard, because that does play a factor. The other thing that plays a factor is the dono goal, which is now at 2%. So for anyone who's unclear on how this works, if the dono goal gets to 100%, then I stay on a little later than I normally would. And I give you a little extra content. And it could be any of these topics. It's the topic that you vote for. And it's also influenced by your donation, because when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see. And I will add a percentage. As you can see, I got no percentage added to anything here except for Vox Populi. So it might be a good night for the voters to actually win. If the voters do get their way, it looks like it's going to be about Elon Musk cheating at video games. However, I got to say, 2% is, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to happen tonight, chat. I'll stay on as late as I can. I'll cover as much as I can.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. We're going to lead off the show with the very latest on of those LA fires. The firefighters have made some progress, but there are
massive appreciation to all of you who support the stream.
Concerns that high winds will be kicking back up. So we'll show you the latest devastating images coming out of that great city. We're also going to take a look at Mark Zuckerberg going on with Joe Rogan, making some claims. Matt Stoller is going to be here.
He's had a change of heart. It has nothing to do with anything
very
else.
genuine.
It's purely out of the goodness of his heart. He's realized the error of his decades of his ways.
Yeah, and just happens to also take great issue with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, just like Mark Andreessen when he went on Joe Rogan's show. So anyway, Matt Stoller will be here to break that down. Very interesting situation. TikTok is set to be banned. The Supreme Court heard oral arguments last week about, making the case in either direction. And
Storm
they seem to be
Chaz super chatted $9.99. Storm Chaser here. Also, just regular normal weather and wildfires in a large state during fire season. This isn't that unexpected or abnormal, although climate change is doing us no favors.
Wow. I don't think I've ever met a storm chaser before. That's pretty cool, Patrick, and thank you for the super chat. During a fire season. Is it fire season though? That's my question. So California, is a state that gets a lot of a lot of forest fires. Some of that is natural. Some of that is, the desert climate lends itself to that. But I gotta think that the lack of rain in Southern California since May has got to play a part in that as well. And that overall, with a higher average temperature, you're going to see more of this.
pretty divided. So very unclear the future of TikTok. So we'll break that down for you as well. Have an incredible clip from MSNBC. Mika Brzezinski still thinks Joe Biden could have won, and Joe Biden agrees, Sagar. So we've got some comments from the big man himself. I don't even know what to say about that at this point. I'm taking a look at the way that oligarchy contributed to these fires.
So the Santa Ana winds are normal for this time of year. But yeah, it's not really fire season. So yeah, I mean, this is a little bit of an anomaly. And in general, like, you know what climate change does, at least first, it just kind of moves the baseline, right? So, you know, if you had this many fires with this average temperature, you're going to have this many fires with this average temperature. So it's not like, you know, it's kind of hard to come in and say like this, you know, natural disaster, this was caused by climate change. That's not really the way that it works. It's just a gradual increase in the severity of some of the stuff, and also in just sort of a change in how things work and a change in how the environment works. You know, like a stability that existed being, you know, perturbed in ways that we can't entirely in ways that we can't entirely protect. But yeah, thank you for debunking some of that information from the worst of the right wing misinformation pipeline as far as the
and many other ills in our country and the world. And we're going to have Derek Thompson here from Atlantic Magazine. He just wrote a big piece on how what this has become, what he's describing as the antisocial century. Trends that have been in place in American life that have led to, community breakdown and people really withdrawing into their homes have and multiple blazes still going. Here you have firefighters who are doing their best to get these flames under control. I read there's been more than 14,000 personnel from California, 9 other states, Canada, and Mexico that have been mobilized to LA to battle these wildfires. We're also going to show you some footage later of some of the incarcerated inmates who have been part of the firefighting crew, roughly 1,000 state prisoners who have been part of the response here. These are goats that are being evacuated and brought to safety, and it's just a wild image to see them, trying to be evacuated from the area with these fires blazing right there, just to show you some of the impact on wildlife as well. The very latest state of affairs is they have made some progress against these blazes, which is really great to see. Some of the danger has been reduced. However, number one, you already have at least 16 deaths, and first responders are quite worried that they will uncover quite a lot more. Right now they're just focusing on trying to get the blazes under control. And once they go into search and recovery, there are people who are still reported missing. So a lot of concerns that number is going to increase. More than 10,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The worst 2 fires here, the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, are the worst and the second worst fires in the history of LA County. They also are some of the worst in California history as well in terms of the level of devastation. So it just is absolutely apocalyptic. And the real concern, Sagar, is they're looking at the weather forecast and they're expecting gusts from the Santa Ana winds on the order of 50 to 65 miles per hour. That's expected to start today. The strongest winds are expected to arrive before dawn on Tuesday, peaking through Wednesday. And we know the way that those winds fueled these blazes to begin with. So a lot of concern about what those winds could potentially bring here as we move into the week.
Yeah, I was just reading this morning from the National Weather Service is not only that Tuesday exceeding 50 miles per hour combined with apparently a very, very dry air on top of.
Yeah, wildfires happen. It's important to remember that. They have happened long before people lived there, and there will be fires there long after we're gone, which might not be as long as we think, given how much we're perturbing the climate. We feel these more because of their proximity to us. Yeah. So people are moving out into into areas that people would not live in and would not be able to live in other than through technology, and that puts us more in contact with a natural phenomenon like these fires.
The current conditions. So it's really tragic, and it doesn't look like it will end anytime soon, as heroic as the firefighters and many others have been in trying to contain the disaster. But then beyond that has been some of the bigger questions we talked about in our last show here about water reservoir, about water management, and about the Los Angeles Fire Department. And there were some big questions here at the show, and including afterwards. Did the budget actually get cut? And we believe that we have...
Storm Chaser, you want to talk about the WUI a little bit?
What is it? We believe we have arrived at the definitive statement. It was cut by some $17 million. How it got there is a little bit complicated. I'll let you explain that, but I did want to settle that for everybody before we played this clip of the LA fire chief, because there were criticisms, people saying they're trying to allay their own concerns. But it does seem that there is a shortfall of actual firefighters themselves, that this immediate budget crisis didn't necessarily contribute to them not being that. It is instead indicative of the fact that Los Angeles has chronically underinvested in its public infrastructure and others, water management, fire disaster. And the big glaring question mark is, how does State Farm Insurance 8 months ago look at 70% of its coverage in Pacific Palisades and be like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. This is way too risky. We need to pull every single one of these policies. But the city itself is unable to see the exact...
So it's weird. Sagar is a libertarian. You almost never hear these people talk about underspending, underfunding, right? It's usually the exact opposite. But here he is, as long as they can make it an argument about liberal mismanagement of resources, as long as they can use it as a way to undermine people's confidence in their government and then maybe slowly push the public towards a private solution, which in this case would be like, well, if you're wealthy enough, private firefighters will defend your property, and if not, well, that sounds like a skill issue.
Same conditions and know that a conflagration is immediately possible in that area.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much they could do, right? I mean, the big picture here is climate-fueled catastrophes, and no state, no city is going to be able to avoid them. I mean, this is the era that we live in. But within the context of that, there's no doubt that the fire department is underfunded. Now, the budgeting piece is complicated. That's why you'll see competing narratives and a lot of certainty online in both directions. I think what is undeniable is that the department was decidedly underfunded, had lost a number of positions. They were short-staffed even on, non-firefighting positions like the people that you need to repair the fire trucks so that they are operable, just really completely stretched thin. Their personnel numbers have dropped, even as the number of service calls have gone up by some marked percentage. So I'll get to some of those details. Our friends Ryan and Co over at DropSite are actually the ones who called the controller, said, what the hell is going on here? What are the actual numbers? What are the realities? So I'll dig into that. At the same time, the LA fire chief, Kristen Crowley, is mincing no words in her frustration about the lack of funding and the lack of resources and the constraints that they have had to operate under, and specifically expressing frustration with LA Mayor Karen Bass. Here she is on CNN sounding off on her view of this.
Here's the problem with that. As bad as Mayor Bass is, a lot of this concentration on her and Gavin Newsom is being done on behalf of Republican candidates that would replace them. Right? So like I said, undermine the confidence to bring in somebody who would be even worse on the issue.
The situation.
Let me be clear. The $17 million budget cut and the elimination of our civilian positions like our mechanics did and has and will continue to severely impact our...
And again, not tying the lack of funding for the fire department to the bloated police budget.
To repair our apparatus. So with that, we have over 100 fire apparatus out of service, and having these apparatus in the proper amount of mechanics would have helped. And so it did absolutely negatively impact. I want to also be clear that I have, over the last 3 years, been clear that the fire department needs help. We can no longer sustain where we are. We do not have enough firefighters. With that, I have also requested multiple budgets, interim budgets, to show how understaffed, under-resourced, and underfunded the LAFD is.
So there you have the fire department chief herself saying, yes, the budget was cut by $17 million. We can put this DropSite tear sheet up on the screen that did. I recommend you read through it because, it really goes beyond just this question of did they cut it $17 million or not? The reality is that they are facing unprecedented challenges and they are decidedly lacking in sufficient resources to even come close to dealing with it. And again, I do want to keep the focus on, there is no city, there is no mayor, there is no governor that could deal with the larger forces that made this conflagration so absolutely devastating. However, in this era, you have to be focused on what are our best chances of mitigating the impact from these climate catastrophes. So let me just read you a little bit of this article from Jessica Burbank, who did all the legwork on the reporting here. She says the LA Fire Department knew it was severely underfunded long before this fire. We don't have enough firefighters and medics. We don't have enough fire engines. We don't have enough trucks and ambulances in the field. That was an LAFD captain during city testimony at a budget hearing back last May 1st, 2024. And we don't have the equipment and staffing we need to respond to 500,000 million emergency calls for service every year. Explained that demand for fire and rescue has doubled while resources have dwindled. The LAFD has fewer firefighters and medics today than we had 15 years ago, but our emergency calls for service has increased by more than 50% during that same time. Just as one more example of how this underfunding, is it's actually a long time problem, predates Karen Bass, but made worse by this most recent budget. And in the most recent budget, it wasn't just firefighters.
Chet, what I described to you was kind of a meta strategy by the conservative movement writ large. It's been going on at least since the 80s. At least since the 80s, right? In culture, in rhetoric, from politicians like Ronald Reagan, so much of what they try to do is try to undermine your trust in the government. And look, sometimes, a lot of times, right, the government lets us down. But part of that is by design, by politicians like Reagan serially underfunding necessary government projects. You end up with failure. And this failure is picked up by the same Republican politicians that caused it and used as a reason to justify further cuts, used as a reason to justify privatization. This is really a meta strategy that's being successfully employed for years and years and years.
That got cut. A lot of social services got cut. The public works department got cut. Homelessness services got cut. The police department got a huge increase in their budget, multi-million-dollar increase in their budget. I'll go through some of those numbers in my monologue today. But they say 86 emergency vehicles at that May date were out of commission because they did not have the funds to hire sheet metal workers and mechanics to fix them. That included 40 fire engines, 36 ambulances, 10 fire trucks, and Captain Chung Ho testified during a budget hearing, it just makes no sense to have million-dollar fire trucks and engines taken out of service and sidelined because we don't have enough mechanics to keep them running. And finally, just to put about this question about the 17 million, blah, 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 the city controller, who, oversees the budget, who also complained about how they're short-staffed and don't have accountants to handle payroll as well and are stretched incredibly thin, they also confirmed to drop site. Yes, their operating budget did.
Another thing that I want to point out here is that Crystal Ball has an almost obsessive allegiance to the truth in that, when this question is asked, she wants to give the best answer that she can for why the money wasn't in the budget and be nuanced and be comprehensive and be fair-minded, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You don't see that from Sagar, though. You see a dogged dedication to adding whatever facts come into his view to the overall narrative that he's selling. Right? He's not concerned with that. He's not concerned. Crystal Ball very much concerned with, let me answer that question as comprehensively as we can. It's actually more complicated than just, was the budget cut? Was the budget not cut? And while she's over here in the weeds, Sagar is telling a narrative that's sticky, a narrative that people will hear and they will repeat. And indeed, he's probably heard and is repeating. And, I'm not saying that what Crystal is doing is wrong. I'm not saying that, having an allegiance to the truth is not admirable in some way. But you just got to keep your eye on the ball. And the ball is the narrative.
Get reduced by 17.6 million. Sagar, as best I can figure out, the reason there's confusion is because budgeting is really complicated.
Yes,
so part of what happens with these departments is they'll get a certain operating budget, and then it's just not sufficient for them to do the very basics of what they're obligated to do. They will go over budget, then additional funds will be shifted around to try to make them whole. So how do you count that? How do you count some of these one-time expenditures? Okay, well, if you spent that amount last cycle, and then you're not planning on this one-time expenditure this cycle, does that count as a funding cut? So it is a little bit of a complicated picture. So I think getting away from the $17 million, the bottom line is this department is underfunded, and in an era of climate catastrophe, these are the sorts of things that really deserve.
And look, something like that, cutting to the important aspect, which is not the rise or the lowering of funds, it's the sufficiency of the funds, right? The funds are not sufficient. In this day and age, we need more funds to go towards firefighting, right? Now, I would love it if she would connect that to the bloated budget of the LAPD, one of the worst and most racist police departments in the United States.
Our attention, resources, tax dollars, et cetera.
Well, part of why it's so absurd, at least to me, is this is one of the richest cities in the United States. It's like if you look at even these areas, Pacific Palisades and others, we're talking about multi-billions in just neighborhood level of the amount of tax revenue. That, I mean, some of these people who are losing their homes are multi-millionaires, and they pay literally the highest tax rate in the United States. So how exactly can you still have budget problems? I think it's a big question. It's one of the big areas.
Hold up there, Sagar. If you know anything about the actual effective tax rates paid by millionaires and billionaires, you would understand what's wrong with what you're saying.
Areas in which you really do have failed governance. And
see if Crystal calls him on it.
A lot of these main cities is you have this tremendous amount of wealth.
So yeah, like there's a high rate, right? In this case, maybe. But there's also an ability to avoid paying that rate.
It's like, well, how exactly does this work? What are you guys doing with this money? So I think that's one question. But like two is just like you said, look, you know, we can talk climate or whatever. I don't think it's indisputable that things have been getting bad lately with Florida, with California, et cetera. We could debate exactly the extent to what. But in the era of which we at least know with some predictability that we have disasters, it doesn't seem unreasonable that we should probably be chronically investing in quote unquote firefighters and all of the, you know, disaster mitigation technology and all of these other things. And I just keep coming back to the fact that it is clear to me that the home insurance companies, et cetera, and others have been able to predict with decent enough regularity and prescience some of the existential problems that they face. Sure, cities don't have the luxury of being able to pull coverage, but they do have the luxury of knowing that they will have to respond to that. And so
he's acknowledging that the insurance industry has correctly identified areas in California as being a liability to them, a liability that they cannot afford and have pulled out of. Based on what? Right? Now, my understanding of Sagar, and he'll get into this later, he's not as much of a climate denialist as some in the Republican Party.
clearly, like,
But yeah, he's going to take another tack when it comes to
what the work that needed to be done going into this for management of a large city clearly was just not done. I also, you know, I was looking in the past, fire has been a long time problem in the city of Los Angeles, apparently going all the way back to its founding, just because of the dry and the arid conditions, the Santa Ana winds, all the way back to the 1800s of stories of like horrible fires that rip through the city. So this is not like something that is unpredictable per se, even in a normal environment. Now, the extent to which it has now come is really bad.
Yeah.
And, you know, we were looking at some.
But I mean, doesn't this sound a lot like the American election in 2024? That you've got a Democratic incumbent that was acting kind of conservative as a way of appeasing what they feel are the overwhelming forces of money in politics. And their own fear of their own shadow. The Democrats, you know, ever since the 80s, have been afraid to be the New Deal Democrats that they once were when they were successful. And so this leads you to a situation in which the Democrats, which are the party that could potentially and has sometimes undertaken massive programs and expenditures in order to honestly, like, shore up people's ability to survive capitalism. Not because they're anti-capitalist, because they're not. But because they have a desire to save capitalism from itself. And when they don't do that, and you have this massive failure, or even in the Biden administration's case, just like a failure to dream big, a failure to create the kind of large scope programs that would have actually changed the game in terms of not just Americans' perception of the economy, but the reality on the ground. Because remember, when we talk about things like GDP, when we talk about things like the jobless rate, when we talk about even add things like inflation, right? We do a metric like the misery index. We're missing a big piece of the picture, and that is wages. Wages. How are wages? And the truth of the matter is that the wages have flatlined ever since the Democratic Party lost its courage. The wages have flatlined. In other words, you're getting paid about as much, inflation adjusted, as somebody would have been paid in the early 80s. And you're producing so much more for your employer. So it's not an issue with the overall economy. It's an issue of wages. It's an issue of your pay rate that has been kind of frozen. And so against that background, even a low unemployment rate and a rate of inflation that, by the end of the Biden administration was somewhat under control, even that is going to be painful. And that's what the Democrats are missing. And then the Republicans come in, point out, you're not doing that well, are you? They say that it's a good economy. It doesn't feel like a good economy. And people are like, yeah. And what's Trump's answer? Fucking tariffs. Fucking tariffs. We're going to take an affordability crisis and make it infinitely worse with tariffs. But all he has got to do really is just say, like, you're not doing too well, are you? Right? Biden says that the economy is good. Does it feel good to you? No. Well, then vote for me. And it's the same shit. It's the same shit. It's the public going in the exact opposite direction of that which would actually make things better.
Some of the ways that it seems to have been started, an initial.
So as much as, like I said, I don't like Gavin Newsom. Right? I don't think he is a competent, puppet politician, and I don't like his policies. I think his policies are actually quite conservative. Same thing with Karen Bass. But do we want Rick Caruso to come in and replace her? No, we absolutely don't.
Analysis, it seems it was a
Page Cuts, thank you for becoming a sponsor.
Reigniting of a fire that had been put out on New Year's Eve.
And thank you for the gift membership, Jetta Fakey. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
This is
You talk
100%.
about the Palisades
The
one specifically.
original Palisades fire. That fire seems to have started after it was reignited, was put out on New Year's Eve, seems to have been caused, according to local residents, by people lighting off fireworks, even though they weren't supposed to. That was put out, but the embers apparently were there, and then when the winds picked up, some 8 days later, it was able to reignite.
I actually didn't know this. Is this true, chat? Can we get some confirmation of this? The original fire came from the embers of fires that were started by fireworks during New Year's Eve.
It seems to have happened in the exact same place that it did whenever they were put it out some 8 days ago. So a little bit of a lesson there. I come from Texas too, where we have orders, whenever there are dry conditions, like don't do any fireworks. People always do it, and this is part of the problem with
Not very libertarian of you, Sagar.
with that.
Yeah, so obviously the Santa Ana winds and this area being wildfire prone, that's nothing new. What has supercharged this situation and why researchers feel confident, attributing the level of devastation to climate change is because of the...
Anyway, chat, if you're just joining us, this is Breaking Points, Crystal Ball and Sagar and Jetty, former hosts from The Rising that have now gone their own way and put together a pretty successful podcast along with Ryan Grimm and some others. So they're debating Sagar from a libertarian perspective, Crystal Ball from a somewhat populist, I guess, left perspective. I don't know how to describe her politics exactly. We're gonna watch this debate go on because, again, there's some good points, some points of pushback from Crystal, and also some things that I feel like she left on the table that I'd like to point out. That just have not been discussed nearly enough. We're going to watch this, and then we're going to take a look at we're gonna take a look at Ethan Klein's podcast today, right? So one of the things they discussed is how Ethan, after having seen some people on television who stayed behind in order to fight the fire on their property, and in some cases may have saved their own homes and maybe some homes in their neighborhood. He saw this and he got it in his mind that he wants to be one of these people. So we'll take a look at Ethan's strange plan to stay behind and fight the fire himself. So stick around until that. We'll also be looking at Hasan Piker's interview with some of the inmate firefighters. Strange concept, but yeah, the state of California employs inmates in its prisons to fight fires at a ridiculously low rate of pay.
Nearly unprecedented drought conditions combined with increased temperatures. And then you also have, more human beings living closer to these wildland areas so that when they're lighting off fireworks or, whatever. And also just their houses are closer to the danger zone where when there is a wildfire, they're immediately impacted, which obviously contributes to the devastation here. We had Gavin Newsom, who's been, taking a lot of incoming from Trump and a lot of other people, governor of California, of course, joined the Pod Save guys to talk a little bit about what Trump has been saying and his criticism of the response. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, this one we didn't watch. I mean, maybe I should have. I'm sure that Pod Save America are making even more people angry, making even more people question them with their what seemed to me to be like a softball interview of Governor Gavin Newsom. Now, at the same time, as I don't want to lend credence to the Republican narrative that it's the, ineptitude of the Democrats in government that has contributed to the situation that we're in right now. I also don't like Gavin Newsom getting left off the hook, or Karen Bass for that matter. There is some accountability maybe that needs to go on when the police budget is bloated and the fire budget is insufficient.
Listen to that.
It seems like you're trying to walk a very fine line here, extending an open hand to Trump as you signed your letter, but also calling him out for spreading disinformation. Is that because you have concerns that he might withhold disaster assistance when he becomes president?
He's been pretty straightforward about that. He's tried to do it in the past. He's not just done it here in California. He's done it in states all across the country.
What's the disinformation you were referring to in the letter, and what is the correct information?
Well, I mean, look, what the president-elect was saying about state water project and the Delta smelt somehow being culpable of somehow leading to some of the challenges that we face down here was it's words. It's a salad. It's the form and substance of fog. It's made up. It's delusional. And it's a consistent mantra.
Tajium says, I'm going to blame the HOAs. Stick around because the HOAs are going to come up. I believe that Ethan is going to talk about his HOA.
From Trump going back years and years and years. And it's reinforced over and over and over within the right wing. And so it's become gospel. And it's so profoundly ignorant. And yet he absolutely believes it. It's not an ignorance on his part. It's sort of an indelible misinformation that he sort of...
And it's part of this idea that the Democrats, they care about them, not you. Now, the them is malleable, right? In some cases, in Republican and Trump commercials in this election, the them was they them was trans people. In some cases, them is immigrants, and in this case, them is going to be like an endangered species of fish.
Manifested.
He's referring, I think, specifically to Trump has long talked about this, forest management situation.
Philip Blair, I wish that's what HOA stood for.
Situation, which there isn't a lot of evidence that that is what contributed. You were just laying out like the fireworks situation, the Palisades doesn't have to do with the forest management. In addition, Newsom has actually increased by millions of dollars the amount of resources going to exactly this.
Sarcasmatron did an excellent video on the smelt issue as a gaslight.
Kind of forest management and the number of acres that are under management. So he has done the thing that Trump wanted him to do, but that of course won't stop Trump from saying whatever Trump is going to say and people believing whatever they want to hear. There were also some of the questions about the water management. You know, I think some of those questions remain, you know, why the fire hydrants were running dry, but it appears that it's simply because they were, you know, battling these blazes that are truly unprecedented, and the strain was exacerbated by the fact that the winds were so high that the aerial drops for a while there, they couldn't operate the aerial drops, so they're relying solely on the fire hydrants. There was a loss of pressure, but from what I was reading, the reservoirs were actually, you know, filled to capacity, and so there has been a lot of, you know, lies being spread about.
Well,
that
they were
as well.
filled, and then they got drained. Yeah, look, in general, what I usually see with this is, no offense, but every single time any weather event happens, we all hear about climate change, even climate catastrophe, etc. language, which is clear in terms of what the implication is. I would say electorally, that clearly is not a popular view, at least from what I can see. Most people still prioritize management or whatever. They don't want to curtail their standard of living or, you know, like whatever, join the Paris Climate Accord.
So interesting. He's not doing climate denial here, but what he's saying is Americans don't care. It doesn't matter. There's no public sentiment. Nobody cares about climate change. We can't feel climate change. We can't perceive climate change. We're not going to connect climate change to what's happening here and now because we got so many distractions. We got the smelt, we got DEI, we've got, you know, hating on Democratic city managers and mayors and governors. We got a plethora of distractions. We got Anna Kasparian running defense for the Resnicks, running defense for billionaires. Cannot stand that More Perfect Union is putting out a tweet that talks about the actual financial interests that control so much of California's water. And instead we want to talk about this we gotta chase this red herring of the reservoirs being emptied out into the Pacific Ocean.
So that has now moved to a place where everything has to be in terms of city. I think it can be a little bit of both. In general, there's usually like a cry for people to say like, oh, we have to figure out exactly, you know, why this is happening. I try to take the pragmatic view of it's clear to me that if this is going to be a problem, we should probably invest more. And it does seem it's pretty chronically underfunded.
Yeah, he's also going to use the fact that the complexity of the issue, the complexity of being able to take on the issue, and the fact that it's sort of set up in a way where we can't see the practical steps that we could take to actually address climate change, and then use straw mans like, oh, well, the Democrats just want you to live a lower standard of living. They want you to take a cold shower. They want you to take a shorter shower. They're coming for your baths, right? All this fucking bullshit. That puts words in people's mouths. Now, the problem with this is that there are Democrats out there. There are people on the left that will say shit like this, that will emphasize the personal choice aspect of climate change over the government policy and corporate policy aspects driving climate change, which are a lot stronger. But to make you feel like you're under attack, that your way of life is under attack, and that this, you know, that Al Gore is going to fly around in his jet while you take a cold shower for 2 minutes.
But in general, like that's kind of how I see the battle lines here being drawn. Is that, you know, it's from the left, it's just climate.
Well, because
it's almost if there's.
I mean, but that's.
Yeah,
it's actually not. It's actually not. They don't talk about it near enough. The left wing is culpable, right? The Democratic politicians are culpable. The Democratic politicians are also somewhat, although less so, in the pocket of big business. And they don't want us, most of the time, they don't want us talking about the Resnicks. They don't want us talking about, you know, the kind of the kind of regulation that it would take to actually do something about this, because it's not profitable for their donors.
Something that can be done
Driving.
about
This
that,
was
no?
sure.
Yeah.
And, I mean,
Which is, we live
obviously,
in a place
lot of
where we could
people-
have more water.
A lot
It's
of
by the
people on the
ocean. I don't
left
get
are
it.
the ones
Yeah.
who were raising the problems with the fire department being underfunded.
What an asshole. Did you hear what he just said? We live by the ocean. We should have enough water. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Dude, does the motherfucker understand like the dearth of desalinization infrastructure? The expense of something like that? Like, this is just not, it's not that simple. You've got plenty of access to salt water. That a lot of times that's not what you need. And even in this case, right? Some of the equipment that would be used to deploy the water is not equipment that can handle salt water.
And the budget being cut. But again, no city is going to be able to handle, no state is going to be able to handle this on its own. In fact, I mean, California's probably done more to try to mitigate climate change. And even as a large economy, like, it has to be a collective response. And so, I don't really agree with your assessment of the polling in terms of people's desire to take action in this regard. But you also have to remember that there's been like
What Sagar's pointing out is not so much like the polling of an overall, disinterest or an antipathy towards, climate policy that might abate something like global warming. What he's pointing out is that the Republicans, if anything comes close to getting legislated, the Republicans can, have all kinds of straw men that they can throw on it, have all kinds of ways that they can twist the issue, just like they do with healthcare, to make it so, like, everybody wants better healthcare, everybody wants cheaper healthcare, you got something like Medicare for all, and people will vote for it. But then when you say, well, what if I said that you're going to lose your doctor? Oh, I don't want to lose my doctor. What if I said that you're going to be taken off of private insurance and forced to use public insurance, which is like public transportation? It's like riding a subway. It's like a graffitied upon subway cart version of your current medical insurance. He's pointing out the fact that they're able to to fucking paint people's windows black and tell them it's night. They're able to gaslight people.
50-year cover-up of the the reality of climate change is ongoing. That cover-up is ongoing. And there are a lot of very wealthy people who are quite interested in maintaining a status quo that benefits them and are just hoping they can hire enough private
I don't think
firefighters to
cover-up
mitigate
stuff
the damage.
stands anymore. I mean, the truth is,
Of course it
everybody.
does.
No.
Well,
People know. The truth is, no, because the proposition is what? Oh, we need an all-electric future. We need to get rid of fossil fuels. This is bullshit. It's just not going to happen.
It's not bullshit.
No, people are not going to. People, first of all, don't want to do that. People are not going to do that. It's not reality in terms of the way it would happen.
But here's the
only
other
way
thing,
it would is
Sagar,
some
is
sort
that
of Manhattan
that's
Project
the reason
level, which
why,
again is not going to happen.
That's the reason why.
And why is it not going to happen, Sagar? Maybe because of think tanks.
People on the right, rather than acknowledging that the climate change has fueled these extreme catastrophes, which could help to mount a public campaign to collectively try to address the problem, as we also do because we've already arrived. The last year was the hottest year on record. The last decade have been the hottest.
Well, look at this. Sagar Enjeti is a media fellow at the Hudson Institute, where he co-hosts the Realignment podcast. Hudson Institute is an American conservative think tank. Oh my God. Like, I just hate that he's able to be this smug. I hate that he's able to lie to people's faces with this smug look and never worry that he's going to be fucking exposed, and never worry that his side is going to start losing, and never worry that there's going to be some kind of accountability at some point where people are like, hey, you know who did this to us? It's the motherfucking think tanks. It's the wealthy. This pisses me off. Employees of the Hudson Institute have made substantial political donations during the 2022 election cycle. They donated 128,000 plus to federal campaigns. The vast majority of which went to Republican candidates and PACs. Oh, Liz Cheney actually got a lot of this money. Wow. Not very, generally described as conservative, sometimes neoconservative. Yeah, this is like not what you'd expect from Sagar, given his populist veneer.
10 years on record, we're already past 1.5 degrees Celsius increase from pre-industrial times. So we've already arrived here. So you're right. There needs to be massive investment in mitigation. But rather than doing that, the focus is on these, what happened with the fire hydrants, or, oh, it's DEI. Look, they've got a woman fire chief. That's really the problem here. And so there is a massive distraction campaign to keep people from actually grappling with the underlying causes here that are leading not just to this particular situation, but also, help fuel the devastating hurricanes that flooded and, were a total disaster for West.
Like Marjorie Taylor Greene is so mind-fucked that she actually believes that the government controls the weather, right? But Sagar seems to know and understand that climate change is real and is caused by humans, and yet he retreats into this argument of just like, well, how are you going to get that passed?
Western North Carolina and other regions that have made Florida effectively uninsurable. Like, all of these things fit together, but instead it's DEI, it's wokeism, it's the fire department getting cut, whatever, when the bigger picture here is quite clear.
But here's the problem, is that by denying the fact that there's these articles from the LA Times where like the LAFD is too white, seems like a bit of an issue. It seems like a pure competence problem for me.
There was an article in a newspaper suggesting that white people might be overrepresented in a fire department. What the fuck?
What color or
that
what
lady
gender.
seemed pretty competent to me.
What's up?
That lady who's running the fire department seems pretty competent.
I'm not talking
to
about
me.
her specifically. I'm talking about the fact that at a time in 2021, there literally were articles about.
I mean, this is underwear gnome logic, right? Article in newspaper suggesting there's not enough diversity in the fire department. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Failure to fight the fire. They never elucidate step 2, right? You're gonna steal the underwear, question mark, question mark, question mark, and then you're gonna make profit. But you never tell me what's in those question marks. Like, right? How does a newspaper writing articles about diversity translate into a lack of, well, and what they're trying to, what he's like, there's nothing but incompetence. Like, he's implying incompetence. He won't own it. He won't say it with his chest. But that's the idea, that if it's not white men doing the firefighting, then the fire, it's not going to get put out.
DEI in the LA Fire Department. I think that's a problem. I think competency itself is the core for what.
Competency, meaning what, whiteness? Is that what you associate with competency?
All functions of life-saving organizations should be. I mean, I'm not going to get into specifically parsing like, why are all these lesbians in the fire department, which appears to be like a vogue thing online. Instead, I would say, look, I don't care who you are. Can you do the job? Are we making sure the standards are there? And so that is, in my opinion, the problem is that nothing is ever comes.
But he never shows that the competency isn't there. He just implies it based on diversity, and not even actual diversity. You're talking about aspirational diversity. You're talking about a author in a newspaper suggesting that maybe the fire department could be more diverse.
The mitigation. And
what evidence do you have that any of them are not competent?
Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying a culture around ensuring that we have more black or lesbian firefighters does not seem to me to comport with a culture of competency itself.
You have no evidence.
Well, what am I supposed
to? They're able to kind of smuggle a very commonly held implicit bias, right? So now, if Sagar just straight up said women can't be firefighters, he'd sound sexist. If he said, black people aren't as competent, he'd sound racist.
Narwhal underscore by super chatted $10. I need Chrysotile to hurry up and keep that pimp hand strong.
Hell yeah.
He is insufferable.
He is insufferable. If he said lesbians, I don't know what you'd say. I don't know how you'd turn queerness into like a disqualifying factor for firefighting. But if you said something like that, like, gay people can't fight fires, right? You'd sound ridiculous. He doesn't say anything. Notice this. He doesn't actually say that. But he implies it. He leaves that blank, and the implicit bias in his viewers' minds draws the connecting thread. It's very much a case of leading the witness. It's because so implicit bias, chat, if you don't know, is a bias that is somewhat unconscious, right? You're not trying to be racist, you're not trying to be sexist, you might not even realize that you are, but you have these ideas in your head that, like, oh, I don't know, lesbian firefighters doesn't make me feel very safe. I don't know, like, right, like the image that I have in my head of a competent airplane pilot is a white man, and if the person sitting at the wheel of the plane is not a white man, then maybe I don't feel as safe, right? It's racism that people don't have to own, and that is not exclusively the province of people with privilege. In other words, you can have this kind of implicit bias against yourself, right? It's very easy to internalize this kind of bias, right? So he's appealing to a kind of racism that isn't endemic to whiteness. He's appealing to a kind of misogyny that isn't endemic to men. He's appealing to a kind of homophobia that isn't endemic to straight people. And this is how the right wing succeeds.
That has
Go do
had
a systematic study.
Yeah,
I mean,
yes, I expect there to be evidence if you make a claim.
Okay, then what evidence do you have that a pure white fire department can't do the best job? I mean,
Excuse me? Chat, why is this not on Twitter right now? What? Let's roll it back. Also, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. He just said, what evidence do you have that a pure white fire department? Am I missing something? Is there some interpretation of that is less racist? Okay. Pure white fire department. Is that what he said? Well,
no evidence.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Has
Go do
had
a systematic study?
Yeah,
I mean,
yes, I expect there to be evidence if you make a claim.
Okay, then what evidence do you have that a pure white fire department can't do the best job? I mean, that's
pure white fire department. Am I missing something, chat? Is he trying? Like, that's a wild thing to say. I was just talking about how he's doing this implicit bias thing, and here he's saying something that sounds pretty explicit. So, sounds like he is, saying the quiet part out loud. But I'm just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here somehow. If you're making me prove that a fire department that is diverse in its hiring practice is less competent than one that's not, then I'm going to ask you to prove that a one whose hiring practices are explicitly racist is not better, and therefore what you're saying. So I guess what he's trying to do, if I was to be as charitable as possible, is accusing her of anti-white racism. Or holding, I don't know, Chad. I'm trying to understand, because I can't believe he would say something like this. Like, in the way that I'm assuming that he means it. Am I being too charitable to this guy?
That's what I'm saying. DEI itself is a nonsensical thing that prioritizes equity for the sake of it.
So yeah, DEI, supporting DEI is in his mind like racism against white men, or I think that's what he's trying to say. Like, he's not actually saying, yay, pure white fire department. He's just saying that what you are doing is the, you know, counter example. It's the analog to what a, you know, how like a white supremacist would hire. But it's not. It's literally the opposite.
Such a distraction, though. Like,
why is it a distraction?
How? Okay.
Yeah.
You think that if you had a man in charge of the fire department, they could have stopped the fires? Like, you have no evidence for that. You just assume that because it's a woman,
no, I didn't say
she's
that.
not good at the job, or because she's a lesbian, she's not good at the job.
What I'm saying is that there has been
such
a priority.
Distraction from the core problem here, which is that you have a 1,200-year drought. You have the temperature, average temperature in Calvert is 5 degrees hotter. The Santa Ana winds are nothing new. The reason it is so devastating are because of those two factors. And that has nothing to do whether there's a black person or a lesbian or a white lady or a white dude at the head of the fire department. Nothing to do with that.
What I am saying is that it is clear there was a culture in the state of California and in the LA Fire Department specifically to look at quote unquote equity over the last 3 to 4 year period. Do I think on average across all organizations, corporate, fire department, police, military, that culture competes with?
So what he's saying when he says equity, right? If you've ever seen, there's a meme that shows equality, and it's a bunch of people at various heights trying to watch a baseball game. The person at there's a little bit of a they're on a they're on a very small bleacher, right? But everybody's on the same bleacher, and the very short person can't see the game at all. The middle person has to stand on their tiptoes, and the tall person can see it easily, right? And then you show equity, and in equity, the person that is tall doesn't have a bleacher to stand on, but they don't need a bleacher. They're able to, you know, right? The person that's in the middle has a small bleacher, and the person that's shorter has like a taller bleacher. So when he's saying equity, he's assuming that what equity is due, or what these in any sort of effort to promote diversity is boosting the scores of people whose scores would otherwise be too low to be considered, right? He's assuming that there is a reason for the lack of diversity, and that lack of diversity is that the competence is centered in a certain group of people, in like white men somehow, right? And that the only way that you'd have diversity, the only way that you'd have a fire force that looked like America would be by lowering your standards for certain people. And it's just fucking racist and sexist. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, the assumptions that but because these are the assumptions that he's making that are racist and sexist, he somehow gets to dodge accountability. So what I mean is, Chad, in a normal world, what he just said about a pure white fire department would be on Twitter right now, and he'd be getting roasted for it. But that clip is not out. Nobody's cut that clip. Nobody thought that was that weird. Because he's leaving the quiet part unspoken. He doesn't have to say the quiet. He doesn't have to say it. It's already operating in most people's minds. You know, and like I said, not just people that benefit from that privilege.
with competency? Absolutely. Yes, I do. I am not personally indicting any of the people who are at the top of this or looking at their appearance and immediately making a judgment. I am saying, through both experience, through observation, that DEI itself is something that is generally the enemy of competence. It is on the people who are going to racially discriminate against others to prove that racial discrimination
And
or
what do you
sexual
think is
discrimination is better for
What do you
competency,
think is the
which
more
is the core
important
function.
problem here?
That's not what I'm talking about, though. But I'm saying
But
that
why focus on it then if it's not that important?
Because it obviously is important.
What is the number one factor here causing these fires in your
What is the number one
that
factor?
led to the devastation
Yeah,
of these
drought conditions and wind.
Okay.
Of course. Okay. I'm
So
not
let's
stupid.
talk about it.
Huh?
Let's
No, we
talk- then
just did a whole
you
thing
just
about it.
Dodge,
Yeah. Yeah.
climate change, whatever. Why are these lefties so obsessed with climate change?
Well, because their
it's the
solution-
number
but
one
their
thing driving
solution
this
is the one that
devastation,
has been
driving the
electorally
Western North
rejected now
Carolina
over and
devastation.
over.
That is not true.
No,
That
it
is
is.
just simply not true. Go look at how popular the Paris Climate Accords were.
Well, when
go
Trump
look at
pulled
how
out of it, I don't
popular
remember it being
investments
some
in
big
green.
problem.
Go look at how popular investments in green energy are. But the thing is, Sagar, too, that you act like public opinion is just this static thing that just sits there and is what it is, versus something that is
No, he's looking at, like, being somebody who's worked with a think tank, he's looking at popular opinion being the results of a poll framed in the most uncharitable way possible. He's making that assumption that he gets to put his thumb on the scale because, yeah, think tanks do. They put their thumbs on the scale. You talk about something like Medicare for all. That's very popular. People want that. People are very unhappy with the Medicare, the denials of claims that they're receiving, as evidenced by how much understanding and sympathy there was for somebody like Luigi Mangione, and yet Sagar's thinking of, yeah, well, I mean, they'll say Medicare for all, sure, but if we frame it like you're going to lose your doctor, you're going to get public insurance, you're going to be forced to lose your quality of life is going to go down, then of course they're going to say no.
malleable and shapeable, and that people change their mind based on, I don't know, their home being destroyed by a climate-fueled catastrophe, whether they're here or in Western North Carolina. So yeah, I, as someone who analyzes these situations, of course I'm going to focus on the number one factor that is causing these absolute cataclysms here and around the world, and really is going to contribute to destabilizing.
I just want you to understand, like, as ridiculous as Sagar is, as much as boneheaded of a rhetoric as he's putting forward here, he's a chess player, and working with a think tank, he's been used to winning at chess. If he can think a few moves ahead and say, well, if they say this, if they say Medicare for all, we say this, this, and this, and boom, checkmate. And he's right, unfortunately. Now, if this was a chess game metaphor, it would be checkers on one side and chess pieces on the other, right? It would be a very asymmetric kind of warfare that's going on, and that is because he is used to being on the side of money in politics. And money in politics tends to get its way. Money in politics, if they can reframe the question to something that people will reject, people will turn against policies that would benefit us all, or that would benefit at least 99% of us, right?
The entire globe.
So as ridiculous as he is, I would beg you not to look at him as as being this cringe clown, because his side is winning. Yeah, he's right that he's able to reframe, that his side is able to reframe the question, is able to reframe the argument, and is able to get people to vote against their own fucking interests. And we got to do something about that. This isn't something that we can just looking down at him does us nothing, right? Because, if there is a brashness, if there is a ridiculousness to his claim, it's because he's used to playing on an uneven field. But that uneven field is the field that we're dealing with, unfortunately.
So
and we've just seen an election that proves that.
Reason why I talk about it is I think that the way it codes, and this is what many people who talk about it are not able to do, is they are unable to communicate this in a manner which does not tell American citizens that their lives are not going to be significantly.
So in other words, we're able to strawman any appeal to doing something about climate change We're able to straw man that into, oh no, it's going to be all on you. You are going to take shorter showers. You're going to, you know what I mean? Your quality of life is what we're talking about. There is no company. There is no billionaire. It's never going to come out of that person's. And the reason that we buy into that is because in our lifetime, in our experience, we've never seen it come out of a billionaire's pocket. We've never seen the billionaire's quality of life or control over resources be diminished. And so you take that out of the picture, and what do you have left? Oh, we're going to cut it out of the middle class. Well, the middle class is already kind of struggling. And so they're very much not amenable to like, oh yeah, so you're going to reduce my quality of life to give me this ephemeral benefit that you say will result in fewer, in less pernicious extreme weather somewhere down the line, maybe when I'm dead, right? And that's true enough. That's not a good selling point. But that's only because he and the rest of the think tanks in America and the, capital interest in general have been able to effectively strawman this shit to the point, and it has everything to do, chat, with capitalist realism. When Mark Fisher talks about capitalist realism, I know we're not supposed to talk about theory here, and you've heard me talk shit about some of the things that Mark Fisher has said in the past, but this is one that I think is a really important insight. The reason that it's easier for us to envision the end of the world than it is for us to envision the end of capitalism is because we literally can't see where that redistribution of wealth would come from. The people that control this wealth are hidden from our sight in gated communities, in places that we can't see, in places that we never know, we never go. And so when the average American is hit with the idea of, we're going to redistribute the wealth, and they're middle class, they think that you're going for their pockets. Right? Because the pockets of the billionaires just don't exist to them. And that is something that needs to be overcome if we're ever going to make any progress. We need to find a way to communicate that the people that you're not going to lose your standard of living under a different kind of government. In fact, your standard of living will improve.
Curtailed, which I think the true reality of most of this discussion is, we have to get rid of cars that have too much emissions. We have to significantly curtail the way that we consume goods. We have to.
So what he's saying is that every time you come at us and say shit needs to change, we need to do something about climate change, that we're going to say they're coming for your pockets. They are coming for your showers. They are coming for your cars. They are coming for your gas stoves. And we're going to win that issue because we're going to convince people that that's what's going on, because they've never seen the wealthy held accountable. In fact, they don't even see the wealthy. The wealthy are an abstraction to them. Like, a wealthy person is like a doctor or a lawyer to most people. You don't see the generational wealth that exists at the very top of the pyramid scheme that is capitalism. We don't see it. Yeah, you don't see the Resnicks, for instance. And look at what happens when the Resnicks get mentioned, Philip Blair. Look at what happens when the Resnicks get mentioned. Anna Kasparian, bought and paid for, comes to their aid, comes to their defense, comes to change the fucking subject. Yeah, the jalapeno poppers, exactly. Yeah, Americans are too afraid that they're going to lose their jalapenos. They're going to lose their treats. When in reality, their treats pale in comparison to the giant piles of money that Scrooge McDuck is sitting on. And you can't see that because that's in Scrooge's vault. And Scrooge's vault has been hit with an invisibility spray paint, right? It's out of sight, it's out of mind, it's capitalist realism. That's what we're living in. And this metaphor for, you can actually extend it to a lot of the discourse. It's more pertinent than it's ever been, right? Which is why I'm talking about it.
To reduce our quote unquote carbon footprint, which means what? Which means that the price of all this stuff is going to go up, consumption itself is go down. I don't even necessarily think that's a bad thing per se. It's going to be tough in a hyper individualistic and consumer capitalist society, which is the United States. Most of the way that this stuff is communicated is usually you're the problem, our whole society is the issue, or some imaginary like.
Look, I mean, I don't want to believe that's true. I think that that Sagar is saying that we can get Americans to believe this. However, there is a large portion of the Democratic establishment that is afraid to do anything that's going to get into those billionaire pockets. And so maybe from them, the best that you get is like, yeah, we'll change the way that, your lifestyle is, right? I don't know. And to the degree that that's true, these are people that should have the kind of negative political aura of a Liz Cheney. Remember we talk about Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney has no constituency. Liz Cheney represents no one. Embracing Liz Cheney, embracing Dick Cheney, and embracing George W. Bush did Kamala Harris zero good and actually probably a lot of harm in this election, right? If we can turn the institutional Democratic establishment, the ones that really that are so afraid of pissing off their donors that they will literally say shit like what Sagar is describing, if we can kick them the fuck out of power and replace them with people that'll say it is the fucking millionaires and billionaires, then maybe we'll have something. But right now, that's not where we're at.
Like,
That's a straw
wealth
man.
tax of 50%
That's
is going to
a straw
change everything.
man.
It's just not.
The bulk
Like,
of
It is absolutely a straw man. But, well, God, I'm a mixed opinion on this, right? I want to say it's a straw man. I want to say that there's no Democratic establishment politician that is that fucking arrogant that they're just going to straight up say the quiet part out loud. I know that there's Democratic establishment politicians that think that do that, that will legislate that way, but I'm not sure. Like the idea that they're just straight up going to say it is pretty wild. But that being said, they are pretty fucking arrogant.
emissions are from the, giant corporations and the wealthy. And by the way, what is going to increasingly fuel carbon emissions is this race for AI development, which
no, Jen, we're going to get to Ethan in just a second.
Incredibly resource intensive, which we're having no conversation and debate about. But the reality is we have the technology to be able to do this. It just requires collective, yes, large scale, federal government led collective action.
Yeah, but significantly changing the American way of life, which I think that most people don't want to do.
I don't even think that's true.
But there are studies, for example, in Louisiana where they have major, there was the oil, I forget exactly, the facilities that were there. There's a good book about it, and I'm removing the name. The people there who were the most affected by the oil industry and others are the most Republican because they are like, listen, at the end of the day, even though they're literally being poisoned by some of the things around them.
Because their livelihoods are tied to extraction.
Yeah, but their point is that it's clear to me that the left, the Green New Deal, etc., wants to do away with my job, and I don't trust that they're going to do
because
anything
who told them that? It wasn't the left that told them that. It was the right that told them that. It
so
was
you think that they're brainwashed, or they can think for themselves? I think
that they've looked at.
I think they're right.
I think they've looked at the.
You hear what he's saying? You think that the American public is confused? Do you look down at them? And he's, again, worked for a think tank. It was his job to confuse the American public. And then he turns around and says, you think these people are stupid? Now, again, there's like a nugget of truth there. In that, the Democratic establishment has not shown a lot of concern for working people in America since like the early 80s or before. And in terms of wanting to increase the leverage of working people, the Democratic Party, I hate to break it to you, has never been on the side of doing that. So what Sagar's thinking that he's doing is showing you that, libertarian-leaning Republican policies crafted by think tanks are the only option. There is no alternative. But what he's actually showing us, chat, is that we need something stronger. Something stronger than the New Deal. That we are never going to reform our way into dignity for the working class. That's not going to happen under this system. What he's actually doing, if you read between the lines, what you should be getting from what Sagar is saying is not that we gotta give in and give up and accept a fucking hyper-capitalist dystopia as our future. It's actually that we're not thinking big enough.
The failures of the government in the past and things like NAFTA to be able to deliver quality of life. But I mean, again, I'm not saying it's an easy problem, but how's the American way of life going in LA right now? How's the American way of life going in Asheville, North Carolina right now?
There we go. I love that she's saying this.
How's the American way of life going in?
Philip BL, super chatted $5. If I can think for myself, why is Saga telling me what to think?
Great point, Philip.
Upside down face.
Great point. Yeah, there's a big irony in what he's saying.
In huge parts of the Gulf Coast that have been devastated by hurricanes and are going to be, how's the American way of life going in Miami where when it rains, it just
So this is great. If he wants to talk about your quality of life, talk about our quality of life right now and hammer home the point that it's not sufficient. But what she's missed in all this discussion, and I don't know, let's search the transcript because I know we got kind of a limited time here. I'm just gonna look up the word POLICE. Okay, so social services got cut, the public works department got cut, homeless services got cut. Okay, so here, yeah, okay. So I'm glad I searched this. I missed it the first time.
Social services got cut, the public works department got cut, homelessness services got.
Here, let's. Somehow I missed this the first time she said it.
How this underfunding, is it's actually a long time problem, predates Karen Bass, but made.
Yeah, the underfunding is what allows the Republicans to undermine the trust of the American people in a government that's supposed to be of, for, and by the American people. Now, I know as I say it, I sound ridiculous because you all know it's not. It's a government of, for, and by the corporations, very much so. Right, that's how our democracy actually operates.
Worse by this most recent budget, and in the most recent.
But the problem is that Americans can't envision a government actually working for them because in most of their lifetimes it hasn't happened.
Budget. It wasn't just firefighting that got cut. A lot of social services got cut. The public works department got cut. Homelessness services got cut. The police department got a huge increase in their budget, multi-million-dollar increase in their budget. I'll go through some of those numbers in my monologue today. But they say 80.
Oh God, it was in her monologue. Okay, so she's saving it for her monologue. God damn, that's unfortunate. She does say it. Let's give her the credit where credit is due, right? I wish she would hammer it home a little bit more because this should be your main point, Crystal, in your argument against Sagar. That the money that should be going for the fire department is going to the police department. And I feel like it's become uncool. I feel like even though Anna Kasparian is the only one, that's fully adopted like a Republican perspective on this, a lot of people on the left have internalized this idea that defund the police is uncool. Defund the police will get you, will lose you elections. And defunding the police is something that you've got to do if you want to fund the fire department. That's where the money is. That's where the money needs to come from.
6 emergency vehicles at that May date were out of commission because they did not have the funds to hire sheet metal workers and mechanics to fix them. That included 40 fire engines, 36 ambulances, 10 fire trucks, and Captain Chung Ho testified during a budget hearing. It just makes no sense to have $1 million fire trucks and engines taken out of service and sidelined because we don't have enough mechanics to keep them running. And
I mean, she sounds like she's reading off like a checklist or something, right? There's just no emphasis, right? That's what I would have emphasized. I'm not trying to tell I'm not trying to tell Crystal how to do her job, but I feel like you're missing a huge opportunity by maybe being a little bit cowed by the anti-2020 mood that pervades the political establishment. Anyway.
The core problem here, which is that you have a 1,200-year drought. You have the temperature, average temperature in Calvert is 5 degrees hotter. The Santa Ana winds are nothing new. The reason it is so devastating are because of those two factors. And that has nothing to do whether there's a black person or a lesbian or a white lady or a white dude at the head of the fire department. Nothing to do with that.
What I am saying is that it is clear there was a culture in the state of California and in the LA Fire Department specifically to look at quote unquote equity over the last 3 to 4 year period. Do I think on average across all organizations, corporate, fire department, police, military, that culture competes with competency? Absolutely. Yes, I do. I am not
And again, the only possible reason for that is the only possible reason to think that competency and diversity are at odds with each other is literally bigotry. That's how you get there. If you're a bigot and you think that privileged people have their privileges in society by merit, and that's the natural order of things, then this shit makes sense to you. And unfortunately, way too many people have that perspective. Anyway, chat, I just wanted to look up, just wanted to scan for the word police, and yeah, it occurs 2 times in this transcript. I would love to watch. There's another half of this left. I'm gonna have to switch. I'm gonna have to move us forward a little bit because we've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. And yeah, I stick on topics way too long. I'm trying to correct this. I'm trying to correct this. All right, so speaking of correct this, let's see if I've got it correct what you all are voting for. Look at that, Final Fantasy in 2nd place. I'm impressed, chat. I'm impressed. Anytime I put video games up as an option, they usually don't get that many votes. This time it shows me there definitely is a contingent that wants to see me play this classic RPG. But Elon Musk cheats at video games, still in 1st place. Council of Geeks in 3rd place, and A Visit to the Spankologist in 4th place. I don't know, chat. There's a lot of good options for bonus content. We are now at 28% of the dono goal. So a little bit better than we were when I last checked in, but still a little bit behind the 8 ball as far as that goes. Anyway, like I said, chat, I'll stay on as long as I can because I've definitely got content to cover, but if you want me to stick around and cover some extra content, that happens when the dono goal goes from 28% to 100%. So, don't know if we'll get it today. I've
heard it before too. It goes a little something like this. Look, you can't blame any individual weather event or natural disaster on climate change, but you can look at the trends, and in the aggregate, you could say, hey, we're moving in this direction. This used to be what people said. We've now come to the point where these events are so extreme, so common, and so devastating that I'm even beginning to see scientists now not add the caveat, right? You're beginning to see people be like, no, this is directly because of climate change. So let me break this down for you. This just came out the other day. World breaches 1.5 degrees Celsius global warming target for first time in 2024. Data for warmest year sparks fears climate change is accelerating faster than expected. So I know almost...
And again, chat, we'll take a look at the Ethan Klein stuff again after this.
Almost every year for the past 5 or 6 years, we would cover a story that's like warmest year on record, right? And every year, it's still the warmest year on record. Like it's happening every single year. Virtually every year is like it's warmer this year, warmer this year, warmer this year, right? So why is 1.5 degrees so important? In other words, what the Paris Agreement hoped to prevent altogether happened more than 2 decades earlier than expected. In other words, when you hear people say, hey, we did a new study, and it looks like the current
Wait, I think it was actually Kyle that had that graph.
trajectory, the current path we're on is actually worse than what scientists thought was the worst case scenario.
Yep.
Worse than what they thought was the worst case scenario. That's real. That's true. That's happening. We are 2 decades ahead of breaching the Paris Climate Agreement, and we just breached the Paris Climate Agreement in terms of the amount of warming that we got. I need you to stop and think about that. By the way, what happens in these situations? It's exactly what we've witnessed. So you have more extreme weather events, more natural disasters, but it's on both ends of the spectrum, which is why, whatever it was last year, 2 years ago, you had massive flooding in LA during the rainy season. And then now we're bone dry in the middle of the rainy season, and there were these massive wildfires. All right, more. Let me play this for you. This really puts things into perspective.
In the last 150 years, the world has warmed on average by just over 1 degree Celsius. And our atmosphere now contains concentrations of carbon dioxide that have not been equaled for millions of years. We are today perilously close.
Wait, chat, I just realized.
Once past will send global temperatures spiraling catastrophically higher. If we continue on our current path, we will face the collapse of everything that gives us our security. Food production, access to fresh water.
I just realized I hadn't added right. It's actually 38%. So, I mean, like we're at 38% towards the dono goal.
Habitable ambient temperature and ocean food chains.
I'm telling you there's a chance. I'm telling you there's a chance. Spankologist has got a chance. Elon Musk cheats has got a chance. And Final Fantasy even has got a chance. Just remember that when you donate, you can let me know. You can boost one of those topics, right? So if your topic is not getting enough love from the chat, you can put your thumb on the scale a little bit, just like you were at one of those big think tanks. You can change that by letting me know in the chat when you donate which of these topics you want to see as our bonus bonus content for today. And I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So again, yeah, there is hope. There is a chance. There is a possibility. Even Spankologist could get boosted.
If the natural world can no longer support the most basic of our needs, then much of the rest of civilization will quickly break down. Please.
But also make sure to vote if you haven't already.
Make no mistake. Climate change is the biggest threat to security that modern humans have ever faced.
Yeah, what happens when our food production breaks down? What happens when we have permanent Dust Bowl-like conditions? What happens in that scenario? It ain't pretty. Collapse of civilization? We're having that conversation now. More. New study on the LA fires. Conditions are up to 5 degrees Celsius warmer, 15% drier, and 20% windier now compared to the past. We ascribe these strengthened winds, higher temperatures, and drier conditions to human-driven climate change. Natural climate variability likely played a minor role. So you heard that correct. Now, the old school caveat of like, hey, you can't say any one individual event is because of climate change. You can just look at the trends in the aggregate and extrapolate out from that. Now you have them saying, oh shit.
So you get this. 5 degrees Celsius warmer, 15% drier, 20% windier. So somebody earlier said the Santa Ana winds, this is normal. Well, it's getting a boost, all right? The Santa Ana winds are apparently, or the wind in LA, I guess, is getting a 20% boost compared to the past. So while the Santa Ana winds are normal at this time of year, while drought-like conditions are not unheard of in LA, this sort of thing happening during the winter is kind of anomalous, and you can see why it's happening. You can see why it's happening. The temperature is raised, the dryness is elevated, the winds are boosted.
Oh, fuck. No, this is because of climate change. This is because of climate change. Now you can look at an individual disaster and say, climate change. Okay, look at this.
Team Party Wave, with all due respect, do I want to go with your memory of 100-mile-per-hour Santa Ana winds 10 years ago as a statement that it's not really changed, or do I want to go with a scientific analysis of the LA fires, right? So I'm not saying that the Santa Ana winds are not, can't be really high. I'm sure they can be. I'm sure they absolutely can be. What I'm saying is that these winds are windier than they would otherwise be. If not for climate change, these winds at this moment, at this time, it would be less pronounced. Now, does that mean that there's no fire event? I don't know. I'm not a fucking scientist. But I mean, this is data. This is data about the temperature, the humidity, and the wind. And it says that it's boosted, greatly boosted by 5 degrees centigrade, 15%, and 20% respectively. So, I mean, that's what I don't want anybody to miss, right? Because you can definitely find outliers from earlier times. And if you take that and say, well, it's been windy before, I mean, maybe this is like, I'm sorry, you're missing the big picture. You're missing the important piece. You're missing the effects of human activity on the conditions on our planet. And that is going to be a historic oversight if we let it continue.
Oh, fuck. No, this is because of climate change. This is because of climate change. Now you can look at an individual disaster and say, climate change. Okay, look at this, guys.
Wait, what was the conclusion? We ascribed the strengthened winds, higher temps, and drier conditions to human-driven climate change. Natural climate variability likely played a minor role. So, like, you know what I'm saying? So the idea that, like, Santa winds are pretty strong sometimes, yeah. But they're 20% stronger because of climate change. Understand that. Please internalize that.
Fuck. No, this is because of climate change. This is because of climate change. Now you can look at an individual disaster and say, climate change. Okay, look at this, guys. The thing that hasn't sunk in for most people is the scale of climate change. We're talking about the whole planet. I saw a scientist on the news today saying not only is 2024 the hottest year ever recorded, the planet is hotter now than in at least 100,000 years.
So if you want to talk about natural climate variability, you can see it. Right? You can see that this would be like an ice age. You know, you can see that the planet was way cooler, right? But these were times that were just not hospitable to the human species. Within human civilization, we've been within this range. We've been within about 1 degree centigrade. Right? In the safe climate zone. This is what human beings are used to surviving in, and we don't always survive. Sometimes natural disasters are pretty rough. But yeah, more or less, as a species, we have survived and thrived in these conditions, right? You get to the Industrial Revolution, and you see something that is nowhere else in this graph, right? All these lines. The lines can be pretty steep, but they're tilted. What you see here since the Industrial Revolution is almost a vertical line. And it's now exceeded, 1.1 centigrade. Expected to reach 2 degrees centigrade before 2050. Expected to increase 4 degrees centigrade before 2100. You have to go 100,000 years in the past to find a hotter time.
Here's what that looks like, guys. Here's what this looks like. Look at this. Ready? Look at this. See this blue zone? This is the safe climate zone. This is how long we've been in it for, right? And then boom, we've absolutely skyrocketed. And if we stay on the current trajectory, 4 degrees Celsius increase in temperature before the year 2100 under our current policies, which are bear-hugging fossil fuels until the end of time, until the fucking penguins catch fire. Look at this chart. This is the trajectory we're on. I got more for you. Listen to this climate expert.
Well, my view is that this is only the barest beginning. The planet is still getting hotter. It will keep getting hotter as long as we burn fossil fuels. These kinds of disasters will get much, much worse. So yes, we have to take measures now, but at some level, eventually, this is going to, what all these suggestions will be completely overwhelmed by how hot the planet gets. We're only about...
And I'm still hearing assholes say that, well, don't worry, science will save us. We're going to make a machine that takes carbon out of the air at some point. We'll get to it when we get to it.
1.5 degrees now, what it's going to
like, how reliant are people to being able to modify the environment that they live in, that anything that happens, can be overwritten with science?
Like when it's 2 degrees or 2.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels, it's going to be a nightmare that we can barely imagine right now. So these kinds of little adaptations, we need to do them, but it's going to be a little bit like trying to stop a huge wildfire like this with a garden hose. At some point, it's just not going to...
You'll be Ethan Klein, in other words. You'll be Ethan Klein trying to stop the onslaught of climate change with a garden hose until the fire overtakes your yard and you retreat into your swimming pool, jump into it, and become an Ethan Bisk. That is the fate of humanity.
Going to work at all. So we have to address the root cause.
Right, and from the same kind of ignorance that leads Ethan to believe that he can stay in his home despite the encroaching fires and defend his property, defend his way of life with a fucking garden hose. With a fucking garden hose. But don't worry, if that doesn't work, he's got a swimming pool, all right? He'll just jump in the swimming pool and everything will be totally fine.
Which is fossil fuels, as quickly as we can for our survival. We're going to have impacts that we can't even really predict right now. They're going to be synergistic, things hitting at the same time, impacts to our food system, heat waves that kill millions of people in a matter of a few days. And I want to make the point that the fossil fuel industry in the 70s saw this coming with uncanny accuracy. They chose to spread disinformation and block action when they could have chosen to alert world leaders and work with us to transition. That's the choice I would have made. It's just the biggest moral failure, I think, in human history.
I want to underline that point. The fossil fuel companies saw this coming.
Choki, thank you for the 5-pound super sticker. What does this say? Character appearing from behind clouds saying hiya.
For 70 years.
That's Mother Nature saying hiya. Hey, what's up? What's good, humanity? What's going on? What are we doing?
Years. They knew that.
Yeah, thank you for the super sticker.
This was coming. 70 years. They decided to prioritize profits. They decided to continue with the status quo and business as usual. They decided to pad their bottom line. You want to talk about a massive, colossal, insane backroom conspiracy? There it is right there. Alex
Vox Populi, it is.
Jones, where are you? All the right-wing conspiracy-brained people, where are you? Here we have an actual conspiracy, born out in reality, of the fossil fuel companies getting together, lying, putting on a mass propaganda effort for decades and decades and decades, lulling everybody to sleep as it used to be slowly destroy the planet. Now it doesn't feel so slow anymore now, does it? So everything's a conspiracy except the actual conspiracies that have been proven. And now we made our bed and we're sleeping in it. The chickens are coming home to roost. This is what's happening. And you have all these people didn't do anything wrong individually. This isn't about your individual personal choices of you driving a car, right? This has nothing to do with that. In fact, some preposterously high percentage of the emissions are done by some small number of corporations. What is it, like 80% of the emissions are from like 100 companies or something like that?
Yeah, and the way that capitalism works, right, is that like those companies Do they provide some benefit to their workers? Yeah. But it's just off the scale the degree to which the capitalist that exploits the laborers, the laborers' work, gets the benefit that they receive from the industrial activity versus the benefit of the employees.
This requires government regulation. This requires an immediate transition to green and renewable technology. And by the way, don't tell me we can't do it. We absolutely 100% can do it. We already have the ability to do it. We are not doing it because the fossil fuel industry and their lobbyists have bought our governments, and our government is cucked to those industries, to the robber barons. Here's your conspiracy. Here's the smoke-filled back room. Here's what's happening as a direct result of it. And these people have nothing to say. In fact, Alex Jones and all the other conspiracy-brained idiots on the right, they're on the side of the fossil fuel industry. They're on the side of the conspiracy. They are. Because ultimately, Alex Jones is a libertarian. He'll tell you he's a libertarian. He's all about capitalism. He's all about profit. He's all about, burning fossil fuels, right? This is part and parcel of his ideology. So he's in on the real conspiracy to destroy the planet.
You know what these assholes are talking about right now? They need to do more compute. What is compute? It's AI computation. And it requires huge amounts of energy. And it's going to raise our utilization of energy exponentially. And this is all we need data centers for more compute.
He's in on it. There are consequences, and we're witnessing them right now. By the way, I should point this out too. Instead of having this conversation about the conspiracy that was out in the open from the fossil fuel companies to pull the wool over all of our eyes, what's the right talking about? I'm not kidding when I say this. They're blaming DEI for the wildfires in LA. DEI. That's code speak for it's the black people, it's the women, it's the gay people, it's the trans people. This is their argument. Why? Because there's like a female fire chief in LA. Now, by the way, that female fire chief has been going after the Democratic mayor.
Chat, they are socially engineering us, right? If they're able to create this kind of distraction, to put the degree to which they're fucking all of us out of sight, out of mind, that they are straight up socially engineering us. They are treating us like cattle.
Karen Bass saying the exact things that the right-wingers would want her to say, but they don't care because she's a woman, so she's not qualified.
Oh, God.
Eyes, right? Now, by the way, you ready for that?
Boom, and Bo with the important comment. And what is the push for AI? A few individuals owning the potential to replace humans for capitalists. Yeah.
What percentage of the LA Fire Department are women? I hope you're sitting for this. DEI is a big problem. We can't fight the fire effectively. Why? Well, there's too many women, bro. 3.5% of the fire department in LA are women.
So 50% of the population, 3.5% of the fire department. But no, there's too much diversity. There's too much diversity, I guess.
And the idiots on the right are blaming DEI for these fires. Medieval peasant brain, dumbass mindset, bro. That's what this is. And then let me show you this. Just to show you the scale of the problem, what we're dealing with. More than 40 million acres of land have burned in remote Siberia in 2020, and not an arsonist in sight. In a warming world, forests burn like never before, creating even more warming and more wildfires. Think about that number. 40 million acres have burned in Siberia. 40 million acres, and not because of arson. This is climate change, man. This is what happens. And finally, so we've had the bulk of the conversation here and what's at the core of this. But also now let's just have the conversation about infrastructure, right? Because oftentimes, I don't think it hasn't really sunk in with people just how stuck in the past we are with our infrastructure. FDR and the New Deal, that was the last time we really did something that was revolutionary with our infrastructure, right? I want to show you one of the things they had.
And I want to point out that it was insufficient, all right? What do I mean by that? I mean that what you wanted was for the standard of living of workers to increase, which I would say is a pretty meek goal, right? You should want more than that. You should want leverage. You need leverage. If you're going to change the way things fundamentally work, you need leverage. That's not leverage. It was never on the table to give the working people more leverage. It was a deal for the working people and the unions to shut up and sit down. If you're a union, become an anti-communist union, like accept McCarthyism, etc. Right? It was what the workers did was they unilaterally disarmed themselves. They stood down, and in exchange, we were supposed to get a better standard of living, and we did get a better standard of living for about 40 years. But it only took the rich 40 years to claw even that back. So please understand what I mean when I say that the New Deal was maybe a good start, but was insufficient. You got to dream bigger. You got to think bigger, and you got to be more aggressive in this class war that was declared on us by the people that exploit our labor. This class war that we are losing, that we are the victims of. You ever want to change the fundamental dynamic, if you ever want to increase, because what you need leverage. You need leverage. And leverage was never on the table from the Democratic Party. This is why I say we need something stronger. I'm not against, making our standard of living better, making this world more survivable for workers. In fact, we need that, but we can't stop at that. And we can't ever agree to unilaterally disarm the way that the workers did during the New Deal.
Have in a Japanese town. Look at this.
Have you ever seen a village with automatic fire extinguishing? In Shirakawa Village, Japan, ancient thatched houses over 250 years old hide a stunning secret, an automatic sprinkler system. When a fire breaks out, 60 sprinklers instantly pop up and spray high-pressure water like a giant fountain, quickly extinguishing the flames. The annual test turns into a spectacular water pipe festival, drawing countless visitors to witness the impressive scene.
I show you this just to point out, we don't think big anymore, right? There's also certain building materials that are way more fire resistant. Concrete is one of those. It's possible to set up a system where you have the proper rules, the proper regulations, the proper fire safety protocols, where you're much more likely to be able to fight off a situation like this. Again, to be clear, with this particular fire and the Santa Ana winds up to 100 miles an hour with the embers flying over a mile, it really was a case of like, Mother Nature's got us by the balls on this one, right? But having said that, you want to have a fighting chance, right? You want to have a fighting chance of not losing an area 2.5 times the size of Manhattan. But we don't think big anymore in this country. I've told you guys before, my idea, we should have the #1 infrastructure in the world. Why are we, bullshitting and tweaking around the edges and doing a little bit of infrastructure bill here, a little bit of infrastructure bill there, right? Why are we not talking about how...
Dark Sparkle, yeah, why do Americans still build out of wood? It's beyond me. I mean, wood, petroleum products, a lot of shit that's flammable and then noxious.
The #1 airports in the world. Just modern brilliance where everything's up to date, everything's new technology, everything's gorgeous. Why don't we have regulations like this? We don't think big anymore. But it's time that era makes a comeback, especially because the scale of the problems we're facing.
Okay, I mean, I love what you're saying here, Kyle. I think you're on a roll. I don't think that era, I think we need more than the New Deal. We need a bigger deal. We need something that's going to fundamentally change the game. All right, and the first step to that is class consciousness. For the working class to recognize itself and to recognize its interests, and to recognize that those interests are diametrically opposed, fundamentally and diametrically at contradiction with the interest of the capitalist class. And the second thing that we've got to recognize is that capitalism is not fucking natural. It's not inevitable. And it is by far not the only mode of production possible. Anyway, so yeah, here we go. I I told you I'd give you some more Ethan Klein here. So there's several things. And I'm kind of saving the best for last. I don't know if that's smart. But do you all remember Dan is the Queen? The guy that says Dan is the Queen. This is Rich Lux. He was mad at, I think, Dan from the H3 podcast because he popped off in chat, and I think Dan banned him or something. Or Dan blocked me. Anyway, he made a bunch of videos calling out Dan. You know, not calling out Ethan. He wasn't mad at Ethan. He wasn't directing his anger towards Ethan or towards the H3 show. He was mad at Dan. He was sure that Dan was just kind of blocking him. But yeah, apparently Rich Lux has heard about people like myself making videos suggesting that Ethan Klein is not great. And here's his response.
But I wanted to shout out Rich Lux last week. That's true. I love Rich.
Tired of Dan. I can't stand
You know,
Dan.
it's so appreciative in the world where everybody's cashing checks on my name. That there are some people that that army meme. He's out there doing that. Love Rich.
Why is Ethan Klein still getting hate?
Yes.
I don't understand it.
Yes.
Let's talk about it. Listen, give me my lighting, please. Ethan Klein is being called out.
Chad, I gotta admit something to you. I know next to nothing about Rich Lux. You know, I don't know anything about this guy other than like he's got some good sound drops.
Being called a bully, being called mean because Sneaky Snake, what's that, Doolittle, whatever guy.
That's not Jake Doolittle. That's not Jake Doolittle. That's Aubrey Smalls.
To have some type of chronic illness, and apparently when you have a chronic illness, nobody can come for you. Girl. Oh
By the way,
God.
understandable.
Listen,
I don't
y'all
think
need
that
to
was a
leave
little person
Ethan-
joke. I think they're genuinely. It's easy to confuse the two stories. Just. Well, he said that Oh, he is talking about Doolittle.
Yeah, I think
okay.
he's just, or I don't know what.
He's talking about Jake Doolittle. He's showing Aubrey Smalls.
But either way, I don't think he's doing little people jokes.
Klein alone, seriously. You have a guy who has an amazing community, and every year, it's like every couple years, there's like this.
He bullied Gabby Hanna, but most people have. Wasn't Gabby Hanna involved in the whole Cody Ko situation?
Online campaign to tear Ethan Klein down.
We're kind of running out of time here, chat. We're approaching. But there's so much more I would like to cover if only time were less limited.
And throw him to the wolf. The thing is,
He's right.
this time around, he's defending himself. And you know, it's the little Trisha haters. You know what it is.
It's the Trisha haters. So wait, does Rich mean it's people that are pro Trish and so they hate Ethan? Is that what he means by Trisha hate? He doesn't mean people that hate Trisha. He means people that like Trisha and hate Ethan.
And you know what I think it is, because I had screenshotted this comment that I felt like really nailed it on the head. Because you know Moses is just eating it up. You know Moses behind the scenes is like loving this. Anyways,
right.
I don't know about that. I don't know much about Moses.
I
feel like it's a bit of a conclusion to jump to assume that Ethan's brother is on board with the people that disagree with Ethan right now. I'm not sure that that's true. I don't know much about Moses, but I would not assume that. That was one instance where she didn't do anything wrong. She saw him making out with Tana. Oh, that Ethan didn't do anything wrong. She saw Cody Ko making out with Tana and told him, wait, Trish? Oh, no. Oh my God, I'm so confused here. He didn't heed her warning. Cody Ko didn't heed her warning about Tana being underage? But so Brittany Simon has some videos on Moses. You may change your mind after you see them. Yeah, I just would say that, like, lumping Moses in with the people that disagree with Ethan about the Hassan thing, it feels like jumping to a conclusion. But again, I don't know that much about Moses.
A chance to meet Ethan Klein, and since everybody wants to talk about their opinions about Ethan Klein being the devil, when I met Ethan,
So let me get this straight. Gabby Hanna tried to warn Cody Ko that Tana Mojo was underage when she saw them making out. And Cody Ko, the reason that Cody Ko has left the internet for as long as he has is because Tana Mojo revealed that they had been intimate while she was still underage.
he was just, I mean, a vision of respect, a stand-up, super nice, bro. I mean, like, somebody who is in tune, in the moment, and present. He was there. He was clocking stuff. He was out there calling the shots. He was so nice to me. People like me, coming from where I came from and my background, we don't get opportunities like that. And he gave me an opportunity. And this is why I'm compelled to make this video, because I'm seeing people make videos about their experiences and how Ethan Klein did them dirty when they were on the show and blah, blah, blah. Because my experience was nothing like that. It was 10, 10, 10s across the board. I was shocked at the level of just, you know, when you do so much for people and you don't get much in return back, and then you meet someone.
I mean, this is pure glazing. This is somebody that apparently owes Ethan a favor, just sweeping for him, just 100% sweeping for Ethan. Doesn't know what the controversy is about, doesn't know any of that. But it's like, you know, like, Ethan was nice to me. Okay, great. I'm happy for you, Rich. I'm glad that your experience was good. I'm glad that it was only Dan that gave you problems and that Ethan was...
Who does 10 times so much for you, you're just in awe, you know? So much has been taken from me that the inkling that the H3 casting show and Ethan showed upon me was really eye-opening, that as a creator or comedian or whatever you want to say, that felt validated, and it was just an all-around awesome experience. And you have to, I don't want to cry, but you would have to have a certain level of just like comedic genius to understand the level of humor that Ethan Klein brings to the show. Because I get the gig. I get that sometimes you can tell a joke and people get offended and then they want to throw you to the mud because they don't understand it was a joke. When Ethan Klein goes live,
they don't understand it was a joke. What? Okay. Given what we've seen recently, especially in my last video, that's just ridiculous.
And he tells a joke and people get upset about it. If he told those same jokes at a bar at 12 midnight to a bunch of...
So Rich, I almost want to let Rich off the hook here, because it sounds like Rich just thinks that Ethan made jokes and people didn't understand them as jokes, and that these would be acceptable jokes for at a comedy club where people are drinking.
People drinking alcohol, they would love it. They would live for the jokes at a nightclub. But because he does it on the live stream, y'all are offended. Now, I'm not here to defend Ethan Klein. He could defend himself. But what I do want to say is that my interaction with not only Ethan Klein, but the H3 show was beyond phenomenal. I can't even describe the words that it was or the color. It was just beautiful. So when I see people getting online and I see them lie in the house about Ethan Klein did me this way or did me that way, I don't know, they're fishing for a paycheck or they're fishing for their 15 minutes of fame or whatever the case may be. Whatever it is, I just had to make my video.
Man, I honestly really appreciated that.
That was a very
That was
beautiful
nice.
video.
This is like the anti-Aubrey particle.
What a beautiful thing to say like, it was so wonderful, I can't even describe the color.
Yeah, that was really nice. I appreciate that, Rich.
Mhm.
I do. It's very refreshing and nice to hear. I was like, wow, I haven't heard anybody be nice to me on the internet like in like a decade.
Yeah. He's putting a lot on the line being nice to you.
Yeah.
Scary.
But we loved you too, Rich. You
Mhm.
owned the moment. You were
You were amazing. You were so nice.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah. And I can say this, like with a lot of people who come on the show, they don't come up like personally saying hi.
Oh my God, chat.
Hi to all of the crew. They don't have to. I don't really care. But I remember Rich. He came up to everyone and said hi, introduced himself. Very humble
nice
guy. Very nice guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah.
Well, the feeling's mutual, my friend. We love you.
Give them what they want and I won't. Keep talking about the drama unless it comes with the comma. My karma's
We're still waiting for Dan's response.
Reincarnate the style, bitch, I been did that. Okay.
How far?
Nothing to say, dude.
How far in are you?
I wouldn't last, bro. You been big mad.
How's the response going, Dan? How deep in are you? Have you written it out yet?
I'm on draft like 35, if I'm being honest. I just keep talking.
So yeah, Dan gets called out by Rich Lux. Dan's got to come up with a comeback diss track.
Tossing it out.
The
It's
first
just-
verse
it's
was
not
really
working.
good.
No,
It was strong.
wasn't. It wasn't. You don't have to lie to me.
A lot of things that are coming up.
Damn.
Ethan's video, your response track.
It's a lot to fit into one.
It's a lot of pressure. And I'm feeling it.
What was it called? Frux Rich Lux?
Here we go.
That was on the brainstorm, but I don't know.
I was like, bro, that doesn't seem that hard. Frux? Frux.
I'm
Rich
trying,
Lux.
okay? It's not my specialty.
Oh yeah, I got a nice video from a dude named Herbie, which I also really appreciated.
Fully loaded? The talking car?
No.
What's her? I don't know what you're referring to, Herbie.
I know about that.
What's Herbie?
The buggy.
It's a little.
Wasn't Irby the name of Cheech and Chong's like VW Bug?
Ethan Klein. Does it talk? I don't know if it talks.
And Lindsay Lohan was in the remake when I was a
Does
kid.
it talk though?
I feel like it does. I feel like the top of the hood, like
Yeah, Irby was Cheech and Chong's car, right?
I think he winks.
The car.
That's it.
I think he just emotes.
Yeah, emote. He opens his door and waves at you too.
Yeah, fully loaded, right? Get it loaded up.
It says talking car? Oh, that was for a potential
Loaded and keefed.
spinoff.
Oh. No words.
I've seen a bit about this guy. I don't know who he is. He's like friends with Frogan. And I just heard that he's
Oh my God! Just random mention of Anthony.
making tons of episodes about me. Imagine how shit your content has to be to use my
Shouts out to Do Not Worry.
name and only get 17,000 views. Like Mika's video was phoned the fuck in, literally, and she got 100,000. Like how boring and shit must your content be to get 17,000 views after 3 weeks with my name and title? Come on, bro. You're better
He is spoiled by being an early adopter of YouTube.
than that. You can do
I don't think Ethan understands what it's like to be a small content creator coming up in this day and age.
better. Try harder.
That dude's always defending me on Twitter. I don't know a lot about him.
Why? These people are rats. He's doing that intentionally. You know that. These people literally, they'll talk shit about me and they'll love bomb you just to fucking make it uncomfortable. It's totally intentional. This guy's a fucking rat, dude. You know?
Yeah. What an asshole for being nice to AB.
This guy's going to sit there and tell me that the Arab tier list
How dare he be supportive?
was not racial at all and that I'm totally lying about it. Like, give me a fucking break, dude.
Like, look, it'd be really easy for Anthony to say, look, AB is part of Ethan's operation. I don't like what Ethan's doing. You know, AB's part of it. I don't like AB. That's not what he does. That's not what he does.
Get a grip, bro. Anyway, congrats on the 17,000. Keep grinding, buddy.
If the left was really the way that the people like Ethan Klein and Anna Kasparian describe it, then Anthony would have nothing but smoke for AB. And that's he has like nothing but support.
Anyway, this guy, Herbie E, made this really, I just thought it was a lovely video.
Lovely.
And it was very funny. He's actually super talented. I was really impressed with it. Super funny, talented, good dry delivery. I mean, I definitely recommend y'all check him out. Herbie E. Put a link in the description. And if you're wondering, oh, well, this guy didn't get views with the Ethan Klein's video. Yeah, that's because this one's actually nice. Those don't do well.
I almost want to watch this video sometime and just see what it's about. How to make an Ethan Klein hate video. So wait, he's got like thumbnail. Oh shit! Wait a minute. Whose thumbnail is that's King of Nothing's thumbnail? Up top. So Rise and Fall. I forget whose video that is. These are fairly old. These are fairly old videos. It looks like.
Yeah. My video that I made defending you, I didn't get views for years, and any comment I got was hate. I almost deleted it like multiple times.
Man, that's crazy because you put so much effort into it.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what it's like. You defending me on the internet is a completely it's a completely, what's the word?
You mean
It's a thankless effort.
I don't know.
this dude.
I think he's trying to say it's a thankless job. It's like it's a good job, it's an honorable job, but you don't get the rewards of lots of views coming your way.
Not a lucrative proposition, let's say.
Yeah.
Anyway, just give you a taste of this guy's video.
A disgusting, hypocritical, bumbling lard ass. So some have said. Actually, no, people have said a lot worse.
The worst thing about him is not only is he a mouth breather, because he's really overweight.
But not I. I'm actually part of the 0.
So wait, thumbnail, Ethan Decline, Fat Man Bad, and what? Are these, what are these?
5% minority
Are these the categories of anti-H3 videos?
of his original audience who stuck around. I'm still watching. Not just watching, I'm hooked to a possibly unhealthy degree, I must admit. I carry Ethan Klein around the house with me as I do my day-to-day tasks.
Did you get your passport? Did you get the shot?
And even out and about like walking a dog.
I'm gonna go to break. When we come back, Papa John, Popeye.
A dog that makes bomb threats. So if anyone knows how to construct a perfect hate video, well, it would be me. Not only do I have H3 credibility, I was kind of the one that added the reverb to that one Jimmy Lee clip, so...
It's not fully developed yet.
How long have you been doing
We were just talking about how great that soundbite is, isn't it? Didn't we?
Yeah, we talked about the original and stuff. Yeah, that's fun.
That is big. That is clout. For sure.
My favorite soundbite of all time.
There it is.
Jimmy, that edit, that Jimmy, and they put the reverb back on.
Wow, it is good. The editor did a great job.
Yeah. And not only that, but I've watched my fair share of hate videos at this point, and there really is no shortage of Ethan Klein hate videos. And honestly, I think there should be more.
Why? Wait, did he fast forward it or did I? It's so weird how it does that sometimes. Custom.
I'm just mad that none of my thumbnails are up there. I feel like Vamps has done some really good thumbnails on Ethan Klein.
What the fuck?
Only joking. It should be the only genre on YouTube. That way everyone would get loads of views. Because I'm telling you, these get views.
That's
After
right, my
selling your
friend.
data.
Okay, so I talked about this in my last video. I threw the term content gap at you. I realized I probably should have explained what a content gap is. So basically, whenever there's a topic, your choice of topic can affect the number of views you get on YouTube, right? Other things affect it too. The quality of your video, the quality of your thumbnail, your title, a lot of the size of your channel, right? There's a lot that affects how many views you get, but a big part of it is the how popular is the topic. Now, there's another aspect to this, right? It's an equation. So on top, we have how many people are looking for a video about X. And if X is Ethan Klein, that's a lot of people, right? And then you have how many people have put out videos about X. So it's a ratio, right? And when there's a content gap, that means that there's a lot of interest in subject X, and there's not as many videos to fill that interest. And you got to ask yourself, if you're Ethan Klein, if my name is a content gap and not in a good way, right? So like he said, videos that attack him get a lot of views. Videos that glaze him up, like this guy's or Rich Lux's video, they don't get so many views, right? Why is there that content gap? Why is there a thirst for these videos? You gotta ask yourself that question if you're Ethan Klein, and he just never does. He just always centers himself as the victim, and writes this sort of persecution story.
So this is Google's second highest earner. Haters and lovers of Ethan Klein alike, stick around and maybe you'll learn something. Right, here's a 4.
Anyway, it's 26 minutes long. I recommend you guys watch it. If you're a fan, you'll definitely like it.
We'll definitely take a look at it at some point.
Video. Also, I want to give a shout out. He did this unbelievable.
We got to give him a shout out. We got to give him some attention, right? Because this guy's struggling uphill. You don't understand how hard it is to be a content creator, glazing up Ethan Klein at the decline of his career. And so, yeah, I feel like he needs more attention.
Unbelievably good impression of the guy. Who was that?
No.
Wait, 2026 minutes long? What are you talking about?
Sunny V2.
Yeah.
Brand
drama. How do I find that? I don't know if I gotta find it. You guys gotta see this.
Or did you mean 20 minutes and 26 seconds?
I can look for it.
Let me look at the transcripts here. Or you can do it, AB.
Yeah.
I'm slow down the show too much.
Father figure.
His freaking
gay.
Meow, Chucky, I hope you feel okay.
The impression was so good. I'm like, dude, are you playing both sides?
You think that's Sunny?
I mean, listen to the
V3?
Sorry you're dealing with that.
Yeah, but a big thank you to, it was really refreshing. I saw Rich's video and this guy's video around the same time, and I was like, that was nice.
Lifted your spirits?
It did.
Warmed your soul?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, here's a funny Comrade Casey post. They just keep coming up. It's hard to...
Dude, this is...
So Comrade Casey has accused me of being Islamophobic, right?
Oh, God, here we go. So, like, look at this. There's a good portion of the H3 podcast that's dedicated to either giving some love to the people, that are glazing him up, or in this case, attacking Comrade Casey. And this is what I'm going to point to as the reason that, so his views, right, Chad? In my last video, I mentioned that Ethan had a higher than normal, his recent normal, number of views on the stream where he goes over Mika and Aubrey and all these other people, right? He gets more views for that, but this is the kind of second bite at that drama apple. He's down to less than 30,000 at this point, right? So it's not lasting for him. This isn't giving his viewers what they want. They're not really about the drama at random channels that have called him out.
I'm anti-Arab. I'm anti-Muslim. I'm a bigot. Okay. What do you guys want to analyze this post? Me waiting for a beautifully bodacious Habibiti hijabi. This is literally like Trisha Paytas fetishing Jewish people. Also,
who took the photo, man?
The thing is, the hijabi is worn for modesty, and he's sexualizing them. Like, it's inherently insulting, right? You'd be like, what?
You're saying bodacious? Is bodacious inherently sexual?
Bodacious.
Doesn't bodacious? It sounds like what a 90s surfer dude would say.
Hijabi you are. It's like, that's the whole point, is that you don't oogle at them. What a creep. I mean, and the creep factor is the one thing consistent with him. That's the thing that really stands out to me, is that he's just a total creep.
Okay, we gotta get off there. He's too much I don't know if I'll get copyright claim for Anook's music.
What's his name? Seymour L. Riley.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Philip Seymour Hoffman, I think
Yeah,
is
yeah.
what you're
Is that what he's trying to say? He looks like Philip Seymour Hoffman? Yeah, kind of, I guess.
going
Philip
for.
Seymour Hoffman, rest in peace to a great actor.
He does resemble him,
But
you're right.
he's like him in one of his fucked up like drug addict tweaker freak roles. Because he's really good at that role
Love
too.
him in those, yeah.
Yeah. We love that for you, Casey.
Yeah, that's a good point, BCAT K. So yeah, Ethan was never a political pundit. He's a comedy YouTuber who I guess fancies himself a politics knower, but really doesn't seem to know the overriding, motif of this interaction between Ethan and his crew is how ignorant he is, how they're always having to correct him and explain things to him. And you're going to see that in a second, right? When his crew tries to talk him down from the idea of literally staying in his house, even if the wildfires come for it.
Oh, what a loss, man.
He really was.
Not Comrade Casey, but Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah, he was. I loved him, man.
He was something else.
Great. Yeah. But I don't believe. Oh, I missed that one. See, the emotion is on dating in freshman year of college. Had this guy who was like, he was.
And like I said, like the other, connecting thread throughout Ethan's career is that he's always been a bully. And I don't know, Chad. I feel like I don't know enough. So unlike some of the people that criticize Ethan in H3, I was never a Fupa Troopa. I was never, like a real big fan of Ethan. I was vaguely aware of him, but mostly, honestly, like when he tried to do debates and stuff like that, that's where I found Ethan. That and The Leftovers, right? But I have a creeping suspicion that he's kind of bullying Anook too. I don't know. Feel free to correct me. Again, I'm not wed to that take because I don't know enough about the where that whole meme came from. But it always feels like he's making fun of the guy.
Obsessed, like creeper stalker.
Like specifically making fun of his accent.
Obsessed with her. And he was constantly trying to get at her. And it was obvious that me and her were interested in each other. And anyway, when we finally ended up hooking up, somehow he heard about it. And it was late at night, and he was
so get this, chat. He's comparing Comrade Casey to a creepy guy that he knew in college that was interested in a girl that Ethan ended up having a relationship with. Right? Look, it's a metaphor that he's come up with this way to attack Comrade Casey by saying that since he made a parody account about, I think it was love, like he made it, like, you know what a parody account is? If you make an account of somebody else, but it's like love but based, right? So it's like it's love, but if he was I don't know, like a socialist or something. And Ethan is saying that's creepy, right? That belies like obsession. He's made all kinds of weird jokes about like Comrade Casey sending love dick pics, even though that didn't happen. And now he's comparing love to a creepy stalker guy, right? Which again, it's just not love. Sorry, he's comparing Comrade Casey to a creepy stalker. And look, if Comrade Casey was like stalking people, fine, go ahead. But he's just literally never done that. That's not something. It's just this. It was a stretch from the beginning, and it's getting worse and worse.
in the quad, which was what we called the common area between the dorm rooms, and he started blasting this song and singing it.
No.
Oh man.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I don't think this actually happened. Maybe he was creepy. Maybe he had unrequited love for a girl you ended up in a relationship with. I just don't believe that this guy, like he's saying this guy was out on the quad blasting Radiohead's Creep and singing along.
Yes, and we could hear him because she had a balcony facing room.
Oh,
Jesus
So
Christ.
as we were hooking up,
no.
I could hear this motherfucker. This guy's unreal. I'm telling you. Wow.
He's trying to kill your mojo.
I'm surprised he didn't try to kill someone.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
dude, he was really a twisted, weird.
either
fucking
you or
dude.
her. Damn, that's brutal.
Yeah, there
that's rough.
little
sent
taste
that.
for you there.
But I mean, that's all. Like the only reason that Ethan's bringing this story up is because he's trying to call Comrade Casey a creep.
I sent that timestamp of his impersonation.
When my wife and I started dating, her ex called her crying, saying, "How could she do this?" That was like when we were 16, though. But it's crazy.
16. You guys
The
are so
song is next
cute.
level.
You guys been dating that long?
Yeah.
Is she the only person you've? Are you guys your child?
No, not each other's first now. I want to
Wow.
say, Nate, I'm so on course.
He was like
Gotta
Spanish
be careful with that music.
year to flirt her up, dude. It was awful, man. I hated that dude.
It sounds like Ethan watched Say Anything. Did that happen in Say Anything?
Anyway, here's the impression.
It's going to go somewhere along the lines of, in 2022, Ethan Klein was coerced by an employee to wear makeup, which led to his downfall and turned him transgender and gay.
Wait, is this supposed to be what is this impression of?
What I find funny about so many of these
How good
Ethan
is
Klein
that?
hate
That's very
slash
good.
commentary videos
That is
is the
He's great. You
unnecessary-
guys, I'm being serious. Herbie.
Is he
Gay.
no, is
Who's
he
gay?
Australian? Or I detected an accent
He's
there.
English.
Is he English? Okay. So
Is that like the Sunny V2 impression?
I mean, that sounds like an English accent. Am I crazy?
Zesty, pathetic.
because Sonny is Australian.
Yeah, Sunny, right?
I believe so.
I think is that true? You're not sure?
Well, if that's the case, maybe they are the same person.
That's my theory.
Oh.
Although if he was Sonny V, the videos would be better, I think.
Sonny's.
If Sonny's V too.
Mm-hmm.
Sunny V2 videos. It feels like if you've seen one, you've seen them all. They're kind of.
Anyway, check it out. Links in the
They feel kind of mass produced.
description. Great guy. Love it. Thank you, brother.
Wait, it is? No, it's not.
It's just a content farm, basically.
I can add it if you like.
Well, I said it before, assuming that you would catch on.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry.
Put
I'll
it
add
in
right
there
now.
20 times.
I'm putting it in there.
Just below our sponsor.
Okay.
And then you can do it as many times as you want.
Okay.
We love Irby. Actually, don't. YouTube might think we're spamming. Just
What?
one, Stan.
Oh, okay.
Right, love? That could be a
See, bro-
spam detection.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's not do that.
No.
Comrade Casey. What a fucking freak that dude is, man. Oh, should we watch that one video? Somebody posted his first ever YouTube post that we were all kind of getting a kick out of.
Where it was on the subreddit, right?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can.
I mean, I can't talk that much shit because the first videos are always terrible. I mean, my
Sure.
first were weird.
Well, that wasn't his first video. It was his first.
It was his
live
first
stream.
live stream.
So he's been creating content for a while.
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Yeah, I think the live stream was from 2022, and it was before he hit 100 subs. Because I saw a bit of the stream. He said like, "We're so close to 100, guys. Let's go."
This guy, the only way he figured out for people to like him is to pretend he's a communist. Because they'll like anyone as long as they're fucking like death to America.
Excuse me, sir. Did you just say what I think you said?
What happens
Oh. Like, he's plagiarizing Michael Brooks. Oh my god. I can't find the drop where it's just Michael saying death to America.
Let's see. Radical communist. Wait, why is there a picture of me in it?
Because he was a
Oh, this is
fan.
a re-upload. It's a re-upload.
Oh, okay. That's
Radical communist.
Oh, right. Somebody,
salad.
I forgot. At the end of this video, it was like, this one's for you, Ethan.
Casey says that?
No. The person who made this.
Oh, okay.
'Cause they knew,
6 minutes.
They
Let's
knew
watch
you
it.
would enjoy this.
Let's watch it. Let's watch it. This is straight up like found footage serial killer shit.
That is the flag of East
Music's making me nervous. I gotta mute.
Imagine being so brain rotted that you think East Germany was a better place to live than West Germany.
Also, East Germany, like, why not like the USSR flag at that point?
He's trying to make a point. He's so specific, like, no, the people who are miserably fucking perishing in East Germany, who are literally picking at the wall to escape, trying to swim across demilitarized, like, canals.
The irony is that you can go to Eastern Germany now and you can actually find people that like are somewhat nostalgic. I mean, obviously, it's not a government that I'd want to model myself after, but the East has kind of gotten fucked over in the reunification of Germany.
And being shot at. They were happy. It's actually Western propaganda. What a fucking brain dead freak. Holy shit. This is your brain on communism. I swear to God. Holy fuck. And again, I want to emphasize, my problem is not with communism as an idea, right? Like, I understand that there's some inherent...
It's like, actually, dude, it's like when the capitalists lose power. That's my problem. That's my problem with communism. In concept, if you can take it and you can recuperate it into some kind of feckless fucking social democracy, reform your way to, I don't fucking know, kinder, gentler capitalism, I'm okay with that. If that's what we're calling communism, right? But if we're actually talking about workers controlling the means of productions, fuck that shit. Fuck that.
Value and insights in Marx's writings. The way that it manifests today, for some reason, everybody online that identifies as like a leftist, communist, socialist, whatever.
So you don't hate communism, you hate communists. And you hate communists because you describe fucking the weakest, most diluted form of like Scandinavian social democracy, and you're like, yeah, socialism, right? And they're like, no, dumbass, that's not socialism. That's
fucking insufferable freaks, dude. And this is proof of it. East Germany, man. East Germany. Holy fuck.
You don't even know like to what spirit that's like. That's put.
Fuck, bro. Why are you even like this?
What, with the old timey music? I thought you liked old timey.
Origin story material.
Okay, anyway, they found Comrade Casey's first live stream.
Become like a snark icon, and he's
wait, this is
on him.
Even with
this is Ethan explaining why he's still obsessed to like a stalker-like degree. Chat, yeah, chat. Could you imagine Ethan like being like, "Hey, Comrade Casey, I sent you some dick pics. Can you send me some back?" It's creepy. It's creepy. Ethan's kind of a creep for being this interested in Comrade Casey. He thinks all leftists are Haas or Caleb Maupin. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. Like, trying to talk about politics to Ethan is... There's just, like, a lot of remedial work that needs to be done before he can understand shit. It's not apparent how ignorant Ethan is when you first talk to him.
The jump cuts, it's so long.
The reason I'm still going in on Casey is that he's like...
It's that you want to have sex with him, right? Because you're a creepy stalker with an obsession about him, and you send him dick pics, right? You send him the dick pics. You're mad that he won't send the dick pics back. You want to climb in the sweaty tracklit room with Comrade Casey, and you want to eat his salad.
Become like a snark icon, and he's embraced it
So yeah, he deserves it because he's a snark icon.
fully, and he's like a Hassan Piker simp. He's on the subreddit and stuff, and everybody loves him. And I'm like, really, this guy?
He's the comrade,
This is
man.
the guy you guys have all gathered
You're like, I can't get Snark to love me.
around. This is it. Okay.
We got Congress going up and about, walking around. Welcome to the first ever Comrade Casey live. There's an echo. Shit. How about now? All right, folks, you see what's going on in the news today? I don't really know, to be honest.
Oh, I can see you're super informed on your your politics.
Again, so many assumptions.
What the fuck?
Tonight
Is he? What is he? Is that voice mod? Is he using voice mod?
is a special night because I've been sensing an energy in the air lately. I've been hearing my name buzzing around. I've been seeing the little feet scurrying around. You know what I mean? They're preparing for this.
I don't like him talking about scurrying feet.
I don't like
because
his
that's how I
handling.
hear him when he walks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
When you imagine him walking walking out of your bathroom.
Outside Love's fucking bedroom window.
Yeah.
No, outside yours, right? Because you're into this guy.
I hear a knock in the middle of the night.
Wait, somebody in the chat.
Look, calling somebody a creeper for doing a parody account. It's like
Said no. Somebody said Comrade Casey looks like Ethan's D&D costume.
Interesting. That's interesting.
With the dark eyes and
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
I do kind of see it.
Yeah.
Peak cultural moment for our generation. This stream. It's a peak cultural moment.
Shut up!
Comrade Big Case, you could call me. It snowed
Back
today.
to this? Oh, okay.
And I'm not talking about the weather. I'm talking about drugs.
I can
Just
appreciate the
kidding.
theatricality.
Let me know if you can hear this.
Yeah?
It's quite choreographed.
The fisheye, the vibe is interesting for sure. I mean, Silence of the Lamb interesting, which I don't know if that's what he was going for, but it is certainly stylistic.
I was thinking like Sneeko, right? Doesn't Sneeko film with a fisheye?
Yes.
Give it that for sure.
Which not everyone even can do that. So I mean, it takes some creative vision to be stylistic like this, you know.
Also, he has a bed in the background, which either means that he
has a prisoner,
has a roommate, or lives with roommates,
Oh.
or he lives with his parents still, which adds to the vibe of him sitting like this
Dude,
in his
I
parents'
love
basement.
him being all
I
like,
love you defending capitalism and attacking somebody for living with roommates. Or like the fucking legions of millennials and Gen Z that live with their parents because they got no other option.
like pro-commie in his fucking parents'
Yeah,
extra
exactly.
bedroom.
I love this. I love this guy that
Yeah.
It's too on the nose, man.
that wears 2 years of rent for me on his fucking watch. Talking about this guy's a loser for having roommates.
I
Oh
mean,
my god, does he sleep in a small bedroom? What a loser.
probably true. He probably does. You
Yeah,
know,
very likely.
He's so out of touch about how people live.
I mean, why else would he be a communist? If he was successful in any metric, he would be like, no, this system works great.
That's how it works, yeah.
Why do anything but social democracy? That's the best system. He's like, I can't get a fucking job. I applied to Google with zero experience, zero college, zero practical experience, and they said no. I'm a communist now. That's right. You hear that, Poot? That's the boot of capitalism stomping on your face for all eternity. Mom, bring the lasagna! Honey, dinner's ready.
I don't know. It's not that loud. I just want to prepare you guys for the culturally significant moment for our generation that we're about to have tonight. But I'm kind of hungry. So I thought, why not do a little salad review? This is the salad I'm going to review. This will be discussed in the future books of our time. Oh, okay. What am I going to do? Okay. So I have a big cup.
I think whatever this is, he's better at than whatever the essay, the like communist essays he took on, where his personality doesn't really come through. He's just like a drab, boring voice.
Mm-hmm.
I think he should go back to like found footage
horror movie.
Yeah,
Gore.
I mean,
maybe.
Yeah, he has some.
It
kind
is
of,
visually interesting.
Yeah, he has something going on here.
Okay. Just to set you guys up for the greatest cultural moment of our generation that's happening tonight, Comrade Casey Live, episode 1. It's probably going to be spicy.
All right, so I think you get the idea here. This is about as much as I can take. Is there going to be? Am I going to miss something if I don't watch this all?
This song makes an appearance in.
It's okay.
The video.
No, it's. I'm just going to avoid getting my stream demonetized. All right. So chat, I bring you to the cringe that Ethan has posted tonight. My God, chat, God damn it. I am not. How long have I been streaming?
I know a lot of people have been staying to keep their houses from lighting on fire. And it seems like a lot of people who stay behind are actually having a lot of success at like keeping the fires quelled. I think I've pretty much decided if the fire comes, I'm staying.
No, I gotta know. Is this a bit?
That's insane. That's
I want you to tell me, chat, if you think this is a bit.
fucking stupid.
No, it's not.
Oh my God.
Well, how close is the fire?
Well, if it feels dangerous, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, but
Because like I watched this earlier and it sounded, at first I thought he was kidding, but the more I watched it, the more he sounded serious.
The thing
I
is,
have hoses all around the house. I've got a pool I can jump in if it gets like dangerous fast.
the thing is, the death toll keeps raising, and I guarantee you, a decent amount of those people are the people that.
I kind of fucked this up, right? Because once again, I covered too many things.
Decided to do that.
I don't think so.
I also want to show you Hassan's interview with the firefighters, but I feel like I'm going to shortchange that, and then
may have been successful, but
no, I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think that's how people died. I don't.
Dude, you live in such a brushy area. I feel like you're GG'd.
I'll back you up.
I don't think so. Like I've watched a lot of footage, and a lot of what's happening deep into these neighborhoods is like just tons of embers and little fires starting here and there that get out of control because there's just nobody there to deal with it.
Have you sprayed your house down? Like, are you
with water?
Yeah.
Right now?
I've heard that's.
I've seen a lot.
Yeah. I don't need to do that right now. It'd be dry by the time the fire came.
Jumping in the pool, isn't going to protect you from smoke inhalation.
Yeah. But I have hoses around the house.
But I just want. Are there any signs that I'm missing? Is he kidding? Is this a bit?
There's also these super guns pumps that you can put in the pool, and it uses the pool water to do like a super fucking like a real like firefighter level of water pressure. I'm gonna get that.
You think you can handle that?
Yes.
Those guys train all the. That thing is gonna knock you back. You're gonna be like a cartoon.
And you're such a.
I want to believe that he's kidding.
It's for consumers. It's a consumer grade product. It's not a fucking.
Well, then it's not as strong as a fire hose.
All right, bro.
You also have sprinklers.
Yeah, I have sprinklers.
Listen, I understand the desire to want to protect your house. It's your whole life and memories and everything, but you should evacuate when they tell you to evacuate. In my opinion.
No.
Okay, you do you.
The kids and the wife will obviously leave, and the pets.
Okay.
But I absolutely.
You're going down with the ship.
No, I'm not going down with the ship. I don't think it's that sketchy. I really don't.
Okay.
The people that died, I think, were people that didn't get out of their house fast enough and got like smoke inhalation. And there were there were parts in neighborhoods where the flame was so fast moving that it took people by surprise. If it was a situation like that where it's like super
Buffy Geek does not think that he's joking.
windy and it just feels like super unsafe. then
But
I'm
that's
gonna
what's
pay.
happening. That's exactly what's happening.
No, it's not what's
I've got to get a banana, Chad. I'm dying here.
I got your back. At the end of the Zohan, that's how they stopped the fire. The Arabs and the Jews came together and they stopped the fire.
The Phantom.
The Phantom.
The
Yeah, that's
Phantom.
right.
I know you guys want to say like you should leave because that's what they say, blah blah blah. I'm telling you,
you're not a sheep.
I'm gonna save my fucking house.
Yeah.
And by the way, the thing is, there's a ton of people that stay back to fight it. You think that everybody's gone? They're not. Tons of fucking people are staying behind, and a lot of these people who are staying behind to help are making a huge fucking difference.
Yeah.
Putting out little flames, saving their neighbors' houses.
Yeah, maybe.
Hosing down little brush fires.
I'm not gonna say it's impossible.
These people
It's very
are
risky.
not only saving their
Extremely
houses,
risky.
they're saving their neighbors' houses too.
Yeah, I heard about that guy that saved like 14 houses because he stayed behind. There's like a strip right behind his house where the fire didn't like go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like a 1 out of 1 in 1,000 probably.
Sure, house saving 14, but I've seen lots of little stories. I've seen video where there's tons of people around, and I don't think it's crazy. I don't.
We're gonna see Ethan being evacuated via helicopter.
Getting spun like grandma in that one video.
Yeah, if it comes to that, I'll definitely be dead because you can't evacuate me in a helicopter in the fire. But I'm I'm there for the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Okay.
All right.
I'm being dead serious.
yeah.
I
think you are being serious. I don't doubt you.
Are you tight with your neighbors?
You guys laugh. You guys never believe in me. You guys say, "Oh, he can't throw good."
I shouldn't
Oh,
have
he doesn't
said that
good
you shouldn't do
balance.
that because
I'm
now
capable,
because I
man.
said it,
Yeah.
you're gonna insist on staying no matter what.
I already
you're wrong.
decided, Dan. Trust me. Your opinion has no sway on my life.
Okay.
If I owned a house, I'd stay behind too, probably.
People are saying
So-
stream it. That's what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna set up.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go
Okay.
live on Instagram.
Cool.
You're gonna have to
From
shut
the
down the
roof.
stream because you're like about to.
People think
Go,
it's.
get
I already told Ela I'm staying. She knows.
Motherfucker, guys, come on. 5 out of 9 roses. That's ridiculous. You're all just sitting there asleep.
He doesn't have to do it anymore.
So someone says this. It would be really bad if everyone stayed. I agree. Not everybody should stay. If you're young, if you're elderly, if you're
He's built different, chat. He can stay.
know that you're gonna panic in that situation.
He's got this weird hero complex, or I don't know. Like, what does he actually think? Like, oh yeah, no, other people should definitely evacuate, but I can handle it.
Or whatever. Most
Some
people
sort of
should
beta
leave.
male.
Most people should leave. But if you're like an able-bodied, confident person, and by the way, you're not
all
under
about
any
confidence.
obligation to stay. But I'm saying it is a good thing if you are like an able-bodied person that feels confident in that that they would be able to do something in that situation. It's a good thing.
But doesn't
telling people saving fucking houses out there, bro. I've seen so many of them.
Believe it. I believe it. But
Literally watched too much TV. He saw somebody do this, and he was like, "That should be me. I could do this."
they're taking a big risk doing that.
I don't
Well,
think
all
it's
I'm
as
saying.
big of a risk as you think.
I think it's a little bit of a dangerous suggestion.
I think
I'm
fire
not
is
telling
dangerous.
anyone else
Yeah.
to do it. What the
Okay,
fuck?
that's
I don't
good.
give a fuck. If,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm
I
talking
got
about myself.
I got you. I got you.
Man,
Well, hopefully it doesn't come
I don't
to
think
that.
I'm going
I
to
think the
convince anybody to
firefighters are-
stay. It's like it's totally a personal decision.
Do you got a go bag?
Say what?
Do you have a go bag?
Yeah, but they're going to take everything. It'll just be me. I'll have a car ready to go outside at the street. If it gets too hairy, you know, I feel totally fine. And again, I have a fucking huge pool. That if
Right.
God forbid the worst happens, I can just jump in the pool.
That is such a
I'm sorry to be
crazy
loud.
thing.
Just the image of you.
Why? You're not gonna fucking burn in a pool.
Okay,
Period.
so
It's gonna
are we
boil
saying
you.
if the flames engulf your entire house and backyard, you'll stay in the pool?
No, I'm gonna escape if I can, but I doubt it will come to that because obviously I'm gonna leave way before it comes to that if the fire's too intense.
Okay.
But I'm just
You
saying,
will.
if it happened, yeah, of course.
Okay,
My
good.
plan is not to die.
Okay, but your plan is to stand on the roof, and,
I like that part of the plan.
if the fire does come up close, your plan is to go like this. And
Well,
I feel
so-
like if the fire
so
does come
it-
that close, you're so close to being in danger.
If it's just like burning embers that are starting little bushfires, that's what I'm staying to put out.
okay, okay.
If it's like a burning fucking inferno coming down the hillside,
I just love the way that he thinks. I love how profoundly and proudly ignorant he is. That in his scenario, the fire comes up, engulfs his house, but gives him plenty of time to calmly get in his car, pull out of his driveway. Right, and him driving down the road is no problem, right? The fire is just in his backyard. Nowhere else.
yeah, exactly. This is
Just
me.
Ethan in the pool.
Then I'm gonna leave. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to die.
Okay,
I don't
makes
even.
me feel
I'm not
better.
even trying to put myself in like even what I don't even think it's like that much danger. I don't.
If you're, I mean, if you're thinking about leaving, if it gets too dicey, yeah.
Of course.
Someone said use a snorkel in the pool.
Actually, I saw a news reporter of a guy, by the way, who stayed at his house to fight it. He was in Palisades, single-handedly saved his fucking house and his neighbors' houses. He was all prepared. He had sprinklers everywhere.
Chat, is this just white male hubris? Like, what exactly is going on here?
And he had a scuba gear at his poolside, which I thought
Like the same way that the assumption that like the white male fire department is like the most competent version of the fire department. Is that what makes somebody think that? No. It would be dangerous for other people. Other people shouldn't do this, but I can do this. I can do this.
was kind of silly. Like, I don't think you're going to
That's
get all
cool.
scuba geared up.
It takes a minute to get into scuba
I thought
gear,
that was kind
so-
of funny, but I don't, you know.
Did you see that video of the guy reuniting with his dog?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
His entire house was gone, and his dog ran down his driveway, and he was like thrilled that
Right. People are saying Ethan Bisque. Ethan Soup.
Ethan Soup.
No, this, I'm telling you.
Last year was the year of soup. We
This
moved
pool
on.
is big and
whoa.
it's deep. And
It's
I'll,
back.
Wait,
It's
is it
happening-
back?
It's happening again.
2025 is the year of soup?
2025 is also the year of soup.
Yo! I had no idea.
So
Yeah,
wait,
no,
is
I
it is
agree.
it potentially the decade of soup?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Oh, the 20s.
Nice.
Yeah.
The soupy 20s.
The
That's what they say.
Yeah, I've seen so many stories of this happening and I'm telling you, this is
okay.
You should most people should leave. The vast majority of people should leave. That's
He watched television. He got it in his mind that he's built differently, and he's like gotta show it. He's gotta show the fires who's. This is like Linnegan's ants or something. You know what I mean? This is like a junior high level short story with the theme of man versus nature, and I do mean man.
for sure.
But badasses and heroes
Nice
stay
guys.
behind.
Nice
I
guys
mean,
stay.
if you want to put it that way, Dan, of course I wouldn't talk about myself in such a lofty language.
Well, allow me to. Allow me to.
You're a hero.
You're just different, dude.
The guy who had to evacuate, who's staying with us, said he's going to stay and fight with me too.
Oh, it's sort of like repayment for you
He doesn't
putting him
say-
up.
Was that part of the deal?
Yeah.
Oh, because he's a fucking survivor, bro. He knows.
I hear you.
Oh yeah.
You're just different, you know?
You should zip tie the hoses to your house, so you can just put everything on and they're just spraying up in the air.
Sorry,
like this.
what is it called? Linnegan versus the ants? Is that what it's called?
See
Zip
people
tie?
do that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they zip tie the head of the hose and like straight up.
Oh God, that one's like very racist. Did anybody ever read this like in junior high? The short story called Linnegan versus the Ants.
So it's like fontaining like that, like a fountain.
I heard of this one guy. He bought all these like the sprinklers to go.
Yeah.
He put them all over his roof. He had it there because he was paranoid about a fire coming and burning his house down. So he had like 20 all over his roof, all ready to go, and all around his yard. He turned it on, left, and he said everything around him was burned, and you could see where the fire stopped, where the sprinklers were.
Look at what he's risking versus what you're risking, right? If his plan doesn't work, he's just going to lose his house, which he would have lost anyway. So it's not really a, it's just, okay, see, put the sprinklers on, see if that helps, right? But you're like staying yourself.
Shooting. Pretty epic.
Damn, look at this thing. You should get like a couple of these.
Someone said get a pump free pull. You can use it when needed. That's what I'm going to get.
Oh yeah, I sent a water gun too.
Look at this thing.
The one I
It's
sent has
sick.
like a sick LED light.
Wait, what's
This one has it too.
Oh, does it?
Wait, what's
Look
sick
at the
about
distance
that?
it's getting on that thing and the pressure.
Okay. Seems like an ordinary squirt gun.
Wait, does he not know what they mean by sick?
The one I sent.
Does he think sick is bad?
Do we need like a Linus Tech Tips version of the squirt gun?
Look at it. It's like hitting him.
Did you ever want to
good
hurt
pressure.
your friends with the?
Yeah.
But what's he even saying? This guy's like
water firing up the nostril isn't a good feeling, just generally,
Okay.
whether
Sure.
it's from
Facts.
Spira or not. Otherwise, close range shots
From
don't
Dadverb,
work.
shout
So
out.
that's the rundown of the Spira
thing, it looks
2.
like a Halo
it's a
gun. Sick.
fantastic blaster. But how does it differ from the 3 and the LX, right? The only downside with the
I love how
2
in depth this is.
basically just inconsistent rate of fire, right? It's really good.
That is an issue.
This dude is doing like military level reviews.
I'm
of,
loving it.
Squirt gun weaponry.
Worst comes to worst, you could wait it out in your fridge like Indiana Jones did in that
Ooh.
latest one.
Wait, Roll of Thunder.
2 Indiana Jones.
Oh,
Hear My Cry had the N-word in it?
my friend.
I feel like I read that at some point.
Skull, actually.
Someone's saying, please remind Ethan of how many people died jumping into the water of in Hawaii. That's because they didn't fucking burn. They drowned because they couldn't swim. They were covered in clothing, and the water conditions were terrible. It was like super choppy and fucking treacherous waters.
Forgot about that.
Different situation. People are saying fat Ethan would have evacuated.
Or at least waited it out in the fridge.
I mean, all likelihood, I'm not gonna have to do anything like that. Well, I think, dude, it's gonna happen. It almost seems inevitable that in my lifetime, depending on how long we're at that house,
Yeah.
I plan on being there for a while. Well, as the kids grow up, for at least another like 20 years. That it's somewhat likely
happening in
that
the hills,
something like that will happen.
Right.
If I was you, I would like go all out with sprinklers.
Yeah.
Like having a house that expensive, why not spend a couple thousand on fucking sprinklers everywhere?
Well, we have sprinklers all over the yard.
Yeah. Oh, I got soaked by them once.
Love is just encouraging Ethan's hubris here. Like, no, I would if I was a rich dude who owned a house, I would have sprinklers.
When I
when I was
so
If you're gonna have a big expensive house like that, you might as well get 1 million sprinklers.
back in.
Yeah, so there's a pretty good
And
sprinkler system.
I got fucking really wet, so they work great.
Yeah,
They got
they
that going.
Is Ethan acting dumb on purpose for comedic effect? No, you guys have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Hold on one sec. I'm reading all these commenters, chatters as they're called.
So let's say you're there, you're spraying down the house, and the fire's imminent. Do you think DWP would give you like a moratorium? Like
Yeah, they're not going to charge me for the water, are they?
I mean, I'd hope not.
I'm going to get a huge bill from DWP. No, that's the least of my concerns.
Yeah.
That would be funny though. Get like a $20,000 bill.
Yeah.
What's the water situation like? Is it like, are we on shortage or?
Well, the last couple of years were really good on rain, so I don't think we're in a drought anymore.
Yeah.
But it didn't rain for a long time this year, so things are dry.
Right.
Very dry, but I don't think we're in a drought necessarily, or at least if we are, it's not like severe. Listen, you guys will see. Listen, you guys will find out. You guys will find out.
I think you got this.
Thanks, Nate. I appreciate that. Listen, I'm not gonna put myself in danger. I'm gonna leave before that happens. Ela messaged me. Unrelated. She didn't see this part. Anyway, that's my life. That's my opinion, you guys. You know, hey, do what you want with your fucking business. That's right. I'm not letting my fucking house burn down when I could have stopped it. Hell no. Hell no.
Yeah.
It'll burn and burn
No,
and burn.
I'm with you.
Why
I'd probably
should I?
do the same.
And if God forbid, if I'm able to, my house is okay and I can help my neighbors, all the better. You know? Where are we?
Are you tight with your neighbors?
Everyone's nice. Everyone's on friendly terms.
It'd be funny if you saved all the houses except like one neighbor you didn't like.
Let it burn, baby. I wouldn't say tight, but like everyone's very friendly.
That's nice.
We have like a HOA WhatsApp group.
Nice.
That's nice. It's mostly just hysterical like old ladies.
But it's not at the point like, oh, I just baked these cookies. Come over.
No.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, this is such a suburban mentality. This is such a fucking grill dad mentality.
No.
I just want everything to be status quo. I want to sit in my suburban house. Want to grill my burgers. And if the fire comes near me, I'll squirt it with my hose. I'll message the HOA WhatsApp group.
Where are we? Let's see here.
You're like Kevin McAllister. This is my home, and I'm gonna protect it.
That's right, bro. That's absolutely right, AB.
I'm so sentimental to things. Like I collect things, I save things, like even silly shit like receipts from birthday dinners and stuff like that. My house burning down, it would be fucking GG for me. It would be devastating.
That's what everybody, when I see the people whose houses burned up, when they're talking about it, it's all just like the sentimental stuff that they lost. You know?
Like fuck a TV, PlayStation, whatever, but it's the sentimental shit that can't be replaced. It's so sad.
I have so many friends who are posting like, if you have any photos of me in this house or baby photos of me, like we're trying to get them all together for my parents. Like, it's so sad.
That's uniformly the saddest part about the house burning for people. I mean, I have insurance. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not worried about like losing money. It's about doing whatever. Who gives a fuck? I've already decided. You guys don't need. I don't
Conquering nature, yeah.
need your guys' opinion.
Showing Mother Nature your dominance. That's
If I die, you guys can laugh about it. It's fine. You can be like, "Oh, Ethan, he knew. What an idiot."
No, we'll know you're a hero. You tried.
I went out.
We'll give you 7 brooms.
That's me on when the fire gets too dicey.
And your butt starts burning, and you jump up into the air, and you're like, ooh!
Like Mario when his butt's on fire.
Mario, exactly. Just like that.
This was interesting. A drag queen named Ashley Madison. Is that on purpose, the porn site, or is that just coincidental?
A lot of drag names are like puns, so I've never heard of that porn site, but I wouldn't be surprised.
No, that's the one where you could. It's a famous thing. It was
think it was
cheat on your spouse.
Yeah, it wasn't a porn site. It was like a cheating.
You go to
site.
cheat on your spouse, and their database got hacked and leaked. Dude, it's such a great story. There's a documentary.
Who's making the boing sound? His producer. Anyway, chat. Yeah, I
putting the work into not only.
I didn't really plan this very well. Chat. I'm staying up as late as I would have had we hit the bonus goal tonight, and yet I haven't even gotten through all the content. I'd been doing so much better about this, not biting off more than I can chew, but here I go again. No, I just I wanted to show. I just wanted to show you the Crystal and Sagar thing, and the Kyle Kalinske thing, but then I also had the Ethan stuff, and now the Hasan interview that I've been hearing people talk about this, and I'm hoping this is going to be a little bit of positive news coming your way, because I know that you're getting a lot of negative Right. Even when it's funny, even when we can laugh at Ethan or laugh at Destiny or laugh at whoever, the Boeing sound, no, the Boeing, it was like there wasn't any Rudyard in the options. People had not been choosing Rudyard. However, there are 2 more editions of Rudyard talking about his dalliance with eternity or whatever the fuck, his he met Yahweh, he met Zoomer Jesus, and in the next one he's gonna meet Odin, but somehow Odin's gonna be fucked up too.
Better ourselves, but better our communities.
Bro, don't hype it up too much. They're not gonna give you more. They're not gonna give you more money. It's crazy. They get paid $5 a day. It's bullshit. This fire would be so much larger if they weren't out here.
Yeah, but thank you to everybody who does support the stream and helps me continue to come to you with more content. I literally couldn't do it without you. I literally could not do it without you, and I do appreciate the support.
They need to get paid an adequate wage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our way to the Rose Bowl right now.
Oh my God, he also met Hitler.
Where we are going to be linking up with a new friend of the show. His name is Scott. He's a producer, and he's also a recidivism activist. We're going to be linking up with him because he is going to be feeding some of the firefighters that have been working tirelessly around the clock in combating all the wildfires that have been taking place in Los Angeles. So far, the last death toll that I saw was around 10, with more than 10,000 structures that have been burned to the ground. Obviously, this is one of the most impactful wildfires, certainly the most devastating wildfire in California history. And one of the lesser known aspects of combating wildfires in the state of California is the fact that the California state relies sometimes upwards of 30% of the firefighting force at any given point during wildfire season. California state relies on inmates, incarcerated firefighters. Some of these incarcerated firefighters make $5 to $10 a day according to publicly available data. Some of them makes upwards of $26 a day. Now,
But whatever they make, it's not nearly enough. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculously low rate of pay. Sasha G, thank you for the super sticker. Shiba dog clapping his hands. Thank you.
obviously, these numbers are incredibly low. They are incarcerated. It's a valuable training program, and until recently, they had no opportunity.
Oh crap! I left it rolled up.
Full-time, staffed, employed fire department. Since I believe 2022, there have been initiatives to expunge their record if they have any drug offenses or if they have any sort of felony on their record. They're incarcerated. They must have it expunged in order to be able to get EMT training, which is a requirement to become a California firefighter. They still, as far as I understand, cannot join municipalities unless it's like a super rare instance. We're going to be talking to these guys. They're still technically in prison, but for the time being, they're out of prison and at the Rose Bowl in the staging area, you know, after a long day, sometimes 12-hour shifts or even longer, combating wildfires, clearing out brush. So we're going to go talk to them about their experiences and what their day-to-day looks like, and hopefully help people understand that the incarcerated population are human too. Now, of course, this sounds really silly when I say it, but unfortunately, it's something that must be said, because in the United States of America, we have one of the most draconian prison structures, one of the worst carceral states on the entire planet. 25% of the entire planet's prisoner population, despite only making up 4% of the entire planet's population. A quarter of the imprisoned people on this planet behind bars are in the United States of America. Even in one of the, on paper, most successful reintegration initiatives, this is a very valuable training structure and allowing prisoners to experience dignity and actually give back to their communities. It still seemingly is used as a way to basically have a servile, indentured servant population. Slavery, as you know, is constitutionally protected under the 13th Amendment. Slavery as a mechanism of punishment is perfectly permissible.
It's funny. Like, he's like, no, as you know, right? As all of us know, the 13th Amendment carves out an exception for slavery to be allowed, and it's prison. But it's like, yeah, maybe Haas's audience, right? They probably know this. Maybe you know this, but does the average person know this? I think there's a lot of people that would be tracking along with him until he says allows for slavery to go on. and their heads would explode. They're not aware of this.
Out and still exists in the United States of America, in many states.
But that's what this is, where you see, this kind of prison labor going on, especially when it's, contributing to corporate profits.
Including California. California, as a matter of fact, had a ballot initiative in the last election, in the general election that we just had, where they overwhelmingly voted to preserve slavery as a form of punishment in the state constitution. I'm joined, of course, by Caroline Kwan, Marchie Poo, and also my very own volunteer firefighter, engineer extraordinaire, Marat Piker, on this wonderful journey. Thank you guys so much for coming.
So the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, that's a group that works with these incarcerated firefighters who we are going to go talk to. They currently have a fundraiser to raise funds for these firefighters after they are released from prison. The way firefighting works, not even just during times of crisis like this, is that they're 24 hours on, 24 hours off. So we're going to be talking to a group of people who are on the 24 hours off, but obviously they're exhausted, and it's a lot what they're doing right now, but that's how it is. So they work for 24 hours straight, and then they have 24 hours off.
God damn.
But,
oh my God, the governor is there right now.
Oh, well, that'll be fun.
Gavin is right behind us right now. Big Gav, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom.
At least you didn't say Newscum.
California. I've never met him. California Oblast, ruling with an iron fist. What do you want to tell the camera about yourself?
Scott Budnick, movie producer, spent 14 years making The Hangover and Project X and a bunch of stupid shit. Went into juvenile hall, met a bunch of incarcerated kids, and started doing this. And here we are, still making movies, but doing this is what kind of feeds my soul.
And what's the group that you work with predominantly? Like you have a recidivism.
ARC.
Right?
So it's an organization I started. So after I was making comedies, then I did that, and now I'm back in the movie business making movies, but I'm still on the board of ARC and doing this kind of work.
We were supposed to have a meeting
on Friday, and I got evacuated.
That was like I didn't even realize that you were doing this thing. We were supposed to have this meeting, and I thought it was like a regular, sometimes producers and stuff like that hit me up. And then Caroline was like, oh, I was doing some research on like incarcerated firefighters, like where to donate and whatnot, because it's something that we talk about quite a bit.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, there's this guy, Scott Budnick. And I was like, I know this name. Where do I know it? It's like, oh my God. It's
Wait, you figured this out?
Yeah, she's the one.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a second, that's crazy that these two things intersected.
We actually have a mutual.
How's it going? What's going on, man? Kimbo, nice to meet you.
Kimbo,
Hassan,
So
nice
I
to meet
saw, I
you.
was like, oh, this guy. Okay, I think we gotta connect with them.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Big Kimbo right here?
Kimbo, you're on Twitch. What's up with it? How's it going? So, from what we understand, Scott was telling us, Scott was giving us the lay of the land here. Okay. So you're originally from Juvie, right?
Or, nah, I'm a youth offender.
You're a youth
offender.
offender.
My case at 18.
So yeah. So you're gonna hear this a lot. Some of these people are in a situation where they were youth offenders, and they're not minors now, but they were when they were sentenced. And
all the red caps here in particular, if you can show right there, they're all from. Are you guys all from the same correctional facility?
Yeah, we're all from Growlersburg Fire Camp.
Okay,
we're the Wild Peak Crews.
Okay.
So crews here right now.
These guys went in as juvenile offenders. From what I understand, there's also there's a lot of restrictions in terms of who can do this kind of firefighting as an incarcerated individual. But for you guys, there's a additional opportunity, right? Like even if you went in as a violent offender,
yes, sir.
If you went into a juvenile facility, you still have the ability to come.
Yeah.
And get training. What are the benefits of doing something like this?
Okay, we got violent crime, so we got sentenced to a longer time.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to go to high level security yards, real serious stuff going down, real dangerous yards. But with this opportunity with Scott Budnick, he let the guys that got caught up at 18 not have to go do time with like OG lifers and all that. So we got an opportunity to come to fire camp and we get time cuts. So time off our sentence, a bunch of time off our sentence. We're like the highest paid inmates in the whole system.
What's the pay though? It's still pretty low, right?
Yeah, it's still low. I think I get like $180 a month.
That's crazy.
They give you extra when it's during a crisis, right?
Nah, we don't get no extra during no crisis.
No?
Not for us. Maybe.
Oh yeah, that's what I read too. I guess that's not what he's getting.
Maybe the free firefighters, but we don't get no extra during the crisis. But there's supposed to be a pay increase in the future. We're supposed to get $5 an hour. But that's still low for like people on the street. But for us, we're like, that'll make us like we'll be doing real well.
Yeah, but you're doing crazy work. You're out here. You said 24 hours in, 24 hours out, right? And then sometimes they do 12 hours in, 12 off. But I mean, what are some of the things that you do on a day-to-day basis out here?
We go in with our tools. We hike a bunch of miles. We're on the mountain. Then we grab. We work with our hand tools. You feel me?
Yeah.
So it's like the hardest job in the firefighting for the wildland. Period. It's like we're like infantry. We're the foot soldiers. Yeah. So we're cutting line. We're scraping brush.
Not to be confused with the DGG foot soldiers.
We're using chainsaws, scraping brush. We're making a path between the fire and the rest of the fuel, the community, the brush. So we make that barrier, we create that barrier with our hand tools. But it takes a long time. It takes hours and hours, and we go where the bulldozers can't get to. You feel me? So we're going tight spaces, real steep, where a bulldozer would like fall if it would try to go up there. It's crazy. So yeah, it's crazy stuff. We sleep out there. We get our rest when we can out there on the mountain. It's crazy. Yeah. So
it gets dangerous too, right?
It's dangerous. Yeah. It's dangerous. I have to dodge rocks sometimes coming down. Dodge them. You feel me? I swear to God, my mama. We got to. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's dangerous work.
Will you like it?
Yeah.
Do you feel like it's almost like a respite from being? Is it better than being in prison or no?
It's way better because I was in a prison yard. I'm seeing guys get stabbed, get jumped, get beat up. The cops treat us like shit. But here, we get better treatment, right? They talk to us like humans. They talk to us like humans. We got a job. We're underpaid, but we got a job.
Yeah.
You feel me? And then
it depends on what crap you mean. Do you mean like having your labor exploited, or do you mean like this in specific?
Community comes out and shows us all kinds of love. We never received that growing up. We never received that kind of love, that kind of recognition for anything we've done. So now, doing this kind of stuff and all this love coming, that's life-changing for a lot of guys, because that's all they be needing is a little bit of recognition. With this, it's life-changing, and we get opportunities at careers.
How long was your sentence? If you don't mind me asking.
17 years.
17 years?
Yep.
God damn. They're going to shave it off, though.
Yep.
They're going to shave it off now.
They're going to shave it off. They're shaving some off.
They better shave it off.
But you feel me? We ain't breaking, you know what I mean? We ain't folding. You feel me? 17 years, but now I'm at camp. I got about 2 years left.
Yeah, I don't know, Narwhal.
2 years left. I had to work a bunch of time off with schooling and graduating high school.
How old are you now?
I'm 25 now. I'm forgetting. I've been down for a minute.
I feel you.
I started at 18, I'm 25 now.
And you got linked up with this program how many years ago?
I got to fire camp last year in November. That was the first time any person like with my kind of case, violent crime, was allowed to go to fire camp last year in November. So we're the start of it.
What about for adult offenders? Do you think that it's a good program overall?
Oh my God, Chad! I just imagine what Anna would say about that. Like, is Anna gonna react to this?
I mean, it's like it's all good. Even if it wasn't fighting wildfires, like, do you feel like these kinds of initiatives? You talked about being feeling like a human, right? Feeling like a sense of dignity from other people. Do you feel like these kinds of programs, reintegration programs like that, would be successful overall? Like in terms.
Yeah, if Anna's watching this, her head is exploding.
In terms of giving you proper training and giving you tools to one, lower your sentence, give back to the community somehow, and then when you go out, you have, I'm not entirely sure about the wildfire programs in general, but like in general, it's good to have that kind of work experience so you don't feel like your life is lost.
Yeah, it can be successful, but the thing is the pay. The work compared to the pay is like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So a lot of guys get broke off on the mountain, their body get beat up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if the pay went up, more guys would be more grateful for the opportunity. Yeah. We're grateful for the opportunity. We got all this time. You feel me? We're young. Then we're real excited. We're real motivated. So when we get out, we're firefighters. You feel me? We're not running the streets no more. Yeah. But for the adult crews, I mean, it just depends on their motivation. But it's hard work. So if you're lazy, you're not gonna last. You're gonna hate it. But if you're motivated to better yourself, it's gonna work for you as long as you work it.
It's nice to hear from you, man. I don't want to keep you from eating your food.
It's all good, man. It's good, man. It's my 24 down. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, it is gonna get cold.
Coming up.
Yeah, nice to meet you, bro.
I didn't think about that, but this whole time he's been sitting there with that delicious looking food.
Xavier, he's down to talk, and then if you guys want to...
Come here. Let's talk. Yo, those are... Does the state give you those?
Yeah. We get them brand new, though.
Those are kind of drippy, dude.
Just a little bit. You know, so you look fly on the mountain.
It's better than
something nice.
Yeah. Do you get to keep it? Do you get to keep the Has?
Yeah.
Oh, you get to bring it back?
Well, everything, they give us everything. Everything's kind of state issue when you get there. They kind of prepare you for the fires. So that way when you get out there, do what you gotta do.
I'm saying, like, when you go back, do you get to keep them?
Man, I don't think so.
It's crazy.
It's considered an antique.
I
don't think he wants to keep that either.
I'm not gonna, I'm gonna copy shoot.
You're like, hey, can I get this?
No, but I did see some jackets there. They're pretty sweet.
All right, bro, chill. We're not gonna take their clothes off their back, bro. They're fucking fighting wildfires out there.
Look, we'll give it to you, man. We'll give it to you. No. It's a donation.
All right. So, how are you guys feeling? Tacos good?
We're blessed.
Yeah?
I haven't even tried them yet. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Do you want to eat first?
No, I'm good. I just ate.
I'm good, thank you, too.
While you eat, you talk. How about that? And then swap it out.
So, again, Xavier and Angel, for those who
You don't want to eat on camera?
Nah. I gotta go wait.
There's hella ladies watching right now. They're gonna be judging. They're gonna be judging the way you're eating.
He's not shy.
No, don't even worry, because he eats on stream, and you cannot be worse.
I'm fucking with you.
You cannot be worse. How are you guys doing?
We're blessed. You know, we're taking it all in. We just came down from the mountain yesterday. We were assigned to the Eaton Fire. Our division, was meeting up with other crews, doing some hand line. The dozer only goes so far. Our job is really to kind of get in the cracks and crevices where the dozer can go.
Wait, there's a dozer?
And when we get out,
is this a special press event? No, from my understanding, the organization that is getting them in there is maybe even providing the food. I'm not sure, but it's like an organization that works with like these prisoners. What is it? The anti-recidivism I can't they mentioned it earlier. Is it in the antirecidivism.org? The Anti-Recidivism Coalition. That's what we're talking about.
Out there, we work as a team, This guy is crazy out in the fires, man. This guy goes crazy.
So, let me ask you, how long you guys been training?
Like, I'm assuming that organization is kind of like setting up something to make them this meal, and I don't know what else they do there, but it looks like somebody got Hassan into. There's like volunteers, I guess, that come out. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Like, when did you get started with the program? It's a relatively new one, right?
Yeah, it's relatively new. I mean, fire camps have been around for a while, but as far as for us, you get sent to a training facility before you're even allowed to come to a fire camp. And the training, honestly, will not prepare you for what it really is. It's only a 2-week program. You probably do a couple sets of push-ups, run a mile or so, but but it's like, but does not prepare you for the real world. To hiking with a pack on or having to cut line for hours. But yeah, like I said, I mean, you won't be able to really figure out what it's about until you get to a fire camp.
Yeah,
it's a lengthy process. I think these facilities try to imitate the feeling you get when you're on the mountain. The hike can be miles and miles, and you got to carry this water.
So it sounds like they reserved like one of the toughest jobs in the firefighting operation, if not the toughest job. Like, that's the That's what they're given? Are they? They're all doing this, right? I forget what they called it.
And your circumstances are subject to change.
The producer brought in a taco truck. Okay.
Depending on
Wait, Hassan's producer or
the winds and how the fire increases over time, and these places really just cannot imitate that emotion, that feeling you get when you're up there, And
Before these fires this week, had you guys fought any fires before, or is this your first?
No, we were just here at the Ventura fire, the mountain fire.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Just recently. So that was our most recent fire. I mean, fire season just passed, so the last couple of fires we have caught has been down south.
I mean, this is kind of crazy to be your first experience.
But it feels good to be able to show the community that we're out there. We're trying to help the community. It's a hard time for everybody. God bless those people that were affected through these fires. That coming back and your house is burned down. It's very crazy. It's a very crazy time. But it feels good to be able to help these people in some type of way.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how I don't think a lot of people know that historically 1/3 of California's firefighting force is made up of incarcerated folks, and I think right now it's like 40-something% because of
We're the backbone of the operation.
how drastic this is.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
There's a lot of you motherfuckers out here.
It's a backbone of the operation, and Cal Fire is kind of just to cover up for it, and we get out there and we do the hard work.
Yeah. Like, this is a kind of job that I can't imagine many people wanting to do in a situation where it's not, this program and you're a prisoner and maybe you got some time off. Like, it feels like.
But shout out to those people. Those people do work too, but we get
the producer of The Hangover. Thank you, Annie Bo.
tough end of the stick.
Yeah. Do you guys, what do you want people to know about either this program or about just being an incarcerated firefighter in general? Like, is there any, PSA that you want to make? Like, what's something that people probably don't know, considering that a lot of people don't even know that you guys are out here fighting these fires?
I mean, one thing I would want the public to know is just that we're taking advantage of the second chance that we're being given, and this is the opportunity to change our lives, the trajectory of our lives, to be able to get a career once we leave, once we hit the streets. And we're blessed to be in this position, and like you said, a lot of people may not know about it, but we're putting the work in to try to not only better ourselves, but better our communities.
Bro, don't hype it up too much. They're not gonna give you more. They're not gonna give you more money. It's crazy. They get paid $5 a day. It's
We're out there getting it.
No, I know, but
These fires would be so much larger if they weren't out here. They need to get paid an adequate wage. Right?
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, we get paid $5, $5.80 an hour.
You're over here like, oh, it's
no,
great.
Not even. We get paid.
I love being in the fire.
$1 an hour. Actually, that was a mistake on my part.
You're gonna get a pay cut after this.
You oversold.
Yeah, we get paid $24 a day. So I mean,
$24 a day.
Let me tell you this.
When we're on a fire.
Talk to me.
Did you guys know that you got the normal, like, the rest of the firefighters, right? They're also in the staging area over there somewhere.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you got that, and they get paid, like, the municipality gets paid, like, I think $98,000 or something. Like, they get paid pretty well. They get good pensions, good benefits. They got unions. So they're in a decent situation. What would you say if I were to tell you that there's also private brigades on top of that really rich people like Rick Caruso, the Grove? You guys know what that is? Yeah, the Grove. It's a mall.
Very aware.
Shopping.
It's lame as fuck. Anyway, he owns the Grove. He's a real estate developer. So we hired private firefighters to protect the Grove. You know how you heard about the Palisades that got burned down? 75% of it's gone, except for Rick Caruso's mall in the middle of the Palisades. Why? Because he hired a private brigade.
And they show the private brigade. It's Ethan. It's Ethan with a garden hose. There we go. It was protected. Ethan stayed. He jumped in the swimming pool when it got rough, but he still sprayed that fire with his garden hose.
Those dudes are making
In the end, he triumphed over nature.
$7,000 a day to do what you guys are doing. I don't want to. I don't want
Money is power.
Yeah, so Hassan's talking about a guy named Rick Caruso, who's also notable for being the mayoral candidate that I believe Anna and Jink supported, the Republican Los Angeles mayoral candidate that Anna and Jink supported.
I don't want the fucking sheriff to hear me talking like this.
No, I think
he'd encourage you to talk this way.
Yeah, $7,000 a day to do basically what you guys are doing.
Wow.
So think about that.
You know, and it's crazy. You know, it's a big pill to swallow. But in this case, the return that we get is our second chance at life. You know, this is a pilot program. You know, a lot of us made decisions before our brain was able to develop, before the age of 25. You know, so I mean, this is our second chance, and this is our second chance to prove it. And, you know, at this point, it's a blessing. You know, it's not more about the material, but the growth that we gain from this experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's important too to talk about how there are obstacles though after you are released, where you have this training, right? You have this experience. You deserve to have this as a career, but you know, it's still really difficult even with legislation that's been passed to work at expunging records and make it easier to get hired.
Uh-oh. Don't tell Anna.
Career, like it is still
expunging their records.
The reintegration process is a little tricky, you know, and I believe it depends and it varies on the individual, you know, because
like I can imagine Anna being pissed that these guys are getting time taken off their sentences.
Circumstances are subject to change, but at the end of the day, I believe if you want to change and you want to get out there, it's,
how long you guys got, if you don't mind me asking?
Anna's like, no, we like incarceration. We like incarceration. We need more incarceration, not less. We gotta have more incarceration.
4 months, I'm out.
You got a year and a half left?
4 months, I'm out. 4 months, I'm out.
Okay.
I reside in the San Fernando Valley.
December?
Okay. How much time you have left? 2028.
Damn, there's gonna be a whole new president by then. Don't worry, none of us are making it out. None of us are making it out by 2028.
I taught him what Twitch was.
Oh yeah.
I've been in long enough, I didn't know what it was.
Who here watches Twitch? Anybody?
Is it the gaming one though?
Yeah, the gaming one.
Xbox and stuff? Yeah, I watched it a few times.
Yeah, you guys got any favorite content creators like YouTube, Twitch? Kai Cenat? Yeah, I know Kai Cenat. Damn. Look at that, Kai. Pretty boy Fredo.
Kai is that boy, huh? Kai is the boy, huh?
2K basketball.
Oh no, I don't really play any 2K.
Oh, they're asking you if he games.
Oh, who do you like in basketball?
Everything. Talking about it. Well,
because he's a Twitch streamer. I love how it's like the weirdest thing in the world to be on Twitch and not to stream games. But I mean, I'll stream some games, maybe.
Some of these guys are familiar. Some of them.
Someday, chat.
Fucked up too long, but they one of them asked about Kai Cenat.
Like basketball YouTubers?
No,
They do basketball content.
When they're asked talking about basketball, gaming.
Pretty boy Fredo.
Pretty boy Fredo.
So Illuminati.
Oh, Soul Illuminati. Yeah, I know Soul.
Have
y'all ever seen like YouTube videos of like a prison in Norway? Look it up.
There's a whole show called The Worst Prisons in the World, right?
Yeah, America has the worst prisons in the world, bar none. Straight up. They say like, oh, Russian prisons are bad, Turkish prisons are bad, or whatever, but American prisons are obviously the fucking worst.
Terrible.
They're trying to implement that in California.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And they're privately owned industries.
Yeah, I mean, it's, one problem is that, I mean, it's good that incarceration rates have gone down, but now they're like, oh shit, we have less.
WB, Jink. Hey, Hassan, Ask if they know who stole my catalytic converter.
People to use as firefighters, so it's now
They
this,
dip into the inmate.
right, because they do rely on you guys so much.
And do you guys think that they know like the trauma that it causes?
What's that?
Like, do you guys think that they know the trauma that causes like?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, they don't give a shit. It's like
He's not lying.
They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit when you're out and doing stuff. You know
The reason why I ask is because I mean you heard of the word institutionalized, right?
The what?
Institutionalized. Have you heard that word before? Institutionalized, like.
Oh, institutionalized. Yeah.
So now I've only did it for like 12 years, 13 years, but the point is I'm about to go home next month. So you go from the cell to this right here. It's like it's culture shocking. So now I guess like the fire camp, bringing back light to the fire camp, right? It does help you because now you start mingling with the public, with you guys, the civilians, right? Which is I feel foreign with you guys because I feel like I'm part of the prison. That's who I was. That's what they indoctrinated me to be.
Yeah.
That's what they wanted me to be. So like now they want you to get out here and then go to a fire camp and then act like if you're a firefighter.
Yeah, Annie, I was just thinking about that. Yeah, some of them are going to be in here until somebody said 2028.
And we do get like minimum training, right? So how is it that you do that? How can I become a better civilian, a citizen, coming from prison to this? Like maybe you guys know something about that. Like, that's my biggest question. How do I
play video games?
I've been in jail.
You know what I mean? Like
it was not. It was overnight.
What's normal to you guys?
Are you asking like personal?
No, that would have been so. That's where another YouTuber would have read the ground news ad read. Like, what can you reject, or what can you It's the best way to stay out of prison. It's like I find that ground news gives me the bias of every news source that I might. I don't know.
How do you make that transition?
Right.
I mean,
He asked a serious question and I made jokes. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
No,
It's
no,
a job.
no.
It's a job. It's a
Yeah.
Did they say that they can watch Twitch inside?
I think what's key is having support, right?
Right.
So that that transition is easier. I mean,
Right.
you're right. When you spend so long
Right.
in prison, and
Gamer subs. There we go. That should have been the ad read.
you either are on the path to being institutionalized or you're
Right,
there,
right.
it is hard to transition out, and there is such a lack of support from the state.
Right, that's my
So I understand. I mean, that's
You got the gym.
neither of us have been in that situation before, so we can't speak from personal experience. But it's why we are trying to bring attention to this and say, okay, you're somebody who you have firefighting skills now, right?
Right.
You've been there on the front lines. You've trained for this. How great would it be, and how deserving are you of having this as a career after you leave, so you don't have to struggle with job opportunities because you have a criminal record. And of course, we live in a country where that is an obstacle to you re-entering into society.
What kind of services do they have inside for when you're about to leave, right? When you're about to get out? Do they have retraining services or anything like that? They connect you with job providers?
Right. So in camp, it's kind of minimal.
So Chad, if I had a bingo card for this, I feel like somewhere on that bingo card there would be Hassan asks them if they know One Piece.
They really don't. If it's it seems to me like if it's just Cal Fire, if it's not Cal Fire related, you're just not what they're looking for. They're not.
Maybe make it more general. Hassan brings up anime.
Now you do have those individuals that do want to help you, right? Yeah. So that's more because they're personalized with you and you kind of grow a bond with them over time. But as far as them providing something for us specifically for not Cal Fire, there's really none. So that's the thing.
So California State doesn't have any sort of reintegration program.
California has MCRP program, and thank God for Scott Budnick, he's trying to integrate his ARC program. So MCRP is the reintegration program from being incarcerated to being on the outside. It's limited, but it's offering you a way to try to deinstitutionalize, but in a sense, it's kind of just keeping you on a leash. Sadly to say, but that's what it is. They do offer some programs, but they're very limited because they're usually private-owned companies.
and they most likely have you do it yourself. Like when you finna parole, they have you do your own parole.
Yeah. It feels like out of 10, only 3 go.
I feel
So what
like-
about the rest?
I feel like if you had a job coming out, if you had something lined up, kind of like this program, if it was Cal Fire or if it was anything else, you're not gonna fuck around. You're not gonna want to lose that job. You're not gonna want to fuck over. You're not gonna fuck around with your parole.
You have something to lose. It's a tie down.
Yeah, that's what is so frustrating about stuff like this is that, I mean, it's just so dispensable, like expendable. They just discard you. They're like, all right, fuck off. You know,
Just
all right,
another
you did
number.
your time. Fuck off.
Just another number. Yeah.
And it's very frustrating.
So you said you kind of do political news on like rehabilitation, right? Since you've been kind of shining the light on some of the dark spaces, have you seen any like progress being made or kind of any like development within that field?
I mean, yes and no. I feel like people are very resistant. They're very resilient. They don't want to see the humanity of other people. And it's pretty dog eat dog out there. I mean, you know this, right? Like obviously everyone has like a fuck you, I want to get mine mentality. So they don't have any time for anybody else. But overall, there are communities out there that obviously guys like Scott, out of the kindness of their heart, you know, people that try to extend a helping hand to those who you know, just need just a little bit of a leg up to be able to reintegrate, to be able to become valuable members of society. There's great examples of that too. There's plenty of convicts that, like, you know, ex-cons that you know, made some of themselves after.
Big blazes.
Yeah, big blazes.
Made it big blazes.
Oh, made it big blazes. Yeah.
Just like I've seen so much news coverage this week about incarcerated firefighters, and I've seen people sharing stuff. I know it's the first time that they've heard about that, so I think it's even just that first step of like.
Yeah, of course. Come over.
A lot of the guys out here who are fighting these flames, who are trying to
Stand right here. Talk to him.
I just want to say hello to my daughter out there. I haven't seen her about 11 years. And yeah, I love you, baby. And hopefully I'll be out soon. And yeah, I miss you a lot. And hey, be good out there and treat your mom right, okay? I love you.
He's doing the Lord's work. He's protecting people in California right now, every day. What's your name?
My name is Salvador Serna. I'm out of Tulare County, and I miss everybody.
Nice to meet you. What? How much time you got?
I got about 6 months left.
Oh, hell yeah.
About
Okay.
6 months. Unfortunately, I came back on another term, but I'm very appreciative.
You didn't do this beforehand. You didn't do the Cal Fire program beforehand.
I've never done it before, but I'm hanging with a crew that's way younger than me, and man, they're all on fire, man. And I'm just running with the crowd.
How many miles you are, OG? How many push-ups is OG doing?
I'm 53 years old, and I'm with all these 20 and 30-year-olds. So
He's out there, man.
if I could do it, anybody could do it.
He's in the Wild Peak crew, so everybody in this crew is under 25.
Yeah.
Tell him, OG.
OG's
That's
under
true,
25
man.
too.
For sure.
In heart.
At heart.
At heart.
Well, I've been walking in circles for many years, so.
All right.
I appreciate it very much. And thank you so much, man.
Of course. Nice to meet you, man. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Hey, thank you again.
Keeping the streets safe.
Yeah.
And so he was asking like, why do we care? Like how we got involved, and like that's a long story, but
I try to explain to people all the time that are listening that they are closer to where you are, and I am closer to where you are than we are to a guy like Elon Musk or a billionaire or a multi-millionaire, you know, owns multiple condos, properties. Like, obviously sometimes people don't have a good starting position in life, you know what I mean? And they get lost in the system. Like, no one is like truly evil. I mean, okay, there's some motherfuckers who are truly evil. But like, everybody has a story, everybody's a normal human being. Yeah.
A lot of good in people.
I remember
It's more about maximizing potential,
Breaking that stigma.
and a focus on rehabilitation. These sorts of programs are good for that, especially very important for that. Because everybody needs to be busy, bro. That's what it is. You know what I mean? If you're not busy, you're gonna go fucking crazy.
Definitely.
Sitting around, looking at the same gray bars all fucking day. So obviously, I think breaking that pattern a little bit for you guys is, I assume, very helpful.
For sure.
Yeah, bro, you have the Luffy scar. You know what that is? One Piece. It's an anime. Yeah.
always bring.
All right, bingo.
It's a very famous anime, and the main character has the exact same scar that you have.
Might be related.
Yeah, probably.
So you spoke about like the rogue, like individualism, right? And I think we got to get kind of to like the collective identity or the collective mindset. And you spoke of like the race. And so my question is, how do we like bridge that gap to where we kind of like bring the people more together for that collective identity?
But I think overall, people should recognize that they have the exact same interests in life. Like that's my principle at least. I believe that everybody wants a hot meal, a roof over their head, you know what I mean, and a decent job, and maybe to get pussy on the weekends and watch some fucking anime, play some video games. Yeah, so
shit, you can say on Twitch, huh?
Yeah, I can say that. Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
Now you know what Twitch is. So.
But that's what everybody wants.
Realism.
And I think it's always the limitations of the system that cause people to not be able to achieve that in the most successful way. There is virtually nothing different between any of you guys and someone like myself, except for like I'm willing to bet that my beginning point is more affluent, more privileged. You know what I mean? That's it.
Definitely.
Like I fucked up. I fucked up when I was a kid. I fucked up when I was a young adult. I mean, I got arrested. You know what I mean? Like, but the difference is I had a network to be able to rely on, to fall back to. And if that's taken from underneath you, if you don't have that support system, then some people end up falling through the cracks. You know? What's up, man? What camp are you from? Washington Ridge? Hell yeah. So you guys are from different facilities?
Definitely.
Okay.
There's multiple caps around California.
How you liking it down here? Have you toured before? Like, have you done this before? Yeah. How many times?
Do they call it touring, or is that?
This is your fourth season. Okay.
Do they call? Is it like military terminology?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
You're about to be 27 next month. Okay. Happy early birthday.
Thank you.
I'm 33. That's crazy. I'm older than all. I'm old as
You're like 27, 28.
You thought I was 27? Thank you. What's your name?
Talib.
Talib?
Yeah.
Hassan. Nice to meet you, Talib.
Nice to you.
Yeah. No, he's not.
Yes,
he really
he
thought I was
is.
27. Shut up, Caroline.
You have a salt and pepper beer, my friend.
He didn't. He thinks that I look 27. Can we just? It's fine. That's what he thought. It's all good.
I have 50 days left.
Oh, you have 50 days left? Nice. Okay, so I feel like a lot of the people here, like a lot of people I talk to, like they have a couple months left, like a year left, 50 days left. It's very it's at the end of their sentence for the most part. Is that a part of the? Is that a byproduct of the?
Not necessarily. Some people, OG that was on camera earlier, he got a couple years left. So it just varies. What it is, it's a percentage drop. It's a percentage drop. The law that Newsom passed no longer have to do the 85% as a violent offender. As you get into these programs, they give you the privilege of dropping your percentage of how much.
Oh no, Anna. She's gonna be like, Newsom! How dare you?
You have to do out of your sentence. So in this case, I was a violent offender, so I go from 85. Without being in these programs, you go to 66, and when you enter the program, you do half-time, so 50%.
Yeah. Are there educational opportunities in there or no? Like, do they?
Yeah, I believe the college that I'm taking right now is called Rising Scholars through Lake Tahoe Community College.
Yeah.
And they provide the opportunity for inmates to gain their, I believe their AA, and I believe their bachelor's in some subjects, not all subjects.
What are the subjects you can get it in?
I'm barely doing college, so I'm in English 101 and counseling, but I believe you can get it in arts and sociology. You can
get it in business, sociology. Now we can get it in anything, basically.
Have you done it or no?
I was taking classes to get my degree in sociology.
Okay, you got 50 days. What are you gonna do when you get out?
I'm gonna hit up Scott. And see what he has to offer me to help me.
Okay.
Either Ventura or working at Hollywood CPR.
Okay. From what I understand, you can get your record expunged to get an EMT certification. That's something that's very helpful, right? I mean, there's obviously need for more emergency service personnel, more firefighters, you know? So Good luck. Yeah. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
That was very stale, man.
I mean, I'm a little autistic. Okay, give me a break. I'm
Slightly.
I'm a little bit. Give me a break. Oh, goddamn.
You want to say hi?
Oh, hell yeah. Let's do it.
This is Baker and Williams.
What's going on, Baker? How you doing? Williams, Hassan.
Nice to meet you.
Hassan, nice to meet you guys.
Just asking like what we're doing, why we're here.
Canyon?
Yes,
All right, where are you guys fighting right now?
I'm at the Eastern Fire right here in Pasadena. Right here.
Oh yeah. How many tours have you done so far? How many seasons?
No, this is my third season.
Third season. Fourth season. Okay. God damn.
Is this the worst that you've ever seen?
I was on American Fire years ago, but yeah.
You like the program?
Program's good. Not enough pay, but the program's good.
That's right.
Yeah, that's why we're here to talk about.
What do you guys get right now?
For anybody just joining us, these guys get between $5 and $25 per day.
Like $24 a day or something?
Yes,
That's
$24
crazy.
a day.
So what are the things that you guys are tasked with right now? You're just clearing out?
Yeah, basically like clearing out brush, lemming up, fuel break, doing stuff like that.
One of the harder tasks, right?
A lot of strain on your body.
Yeah.
You know, like I say, it's all too within the mental as well too. As far as hiking up the mountains, late night cold. It could be like 2 in the morning if a fire flare up. You know, you got to get back out there, jump in. So it's a lot going on.
Right now they're on break, right? They're doing 24 hours off.
Yeah, per day.
But when you're back out there, you sleep out.
This is fucked up. They get some time off of their sentence, but that and a very, very low rate of pay is all they got.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So they give you like what? Like they give you gear and then they give you like sleeping
That's
gear?
pretty much what you got right here. And then you got your Nomex on, your Nomex shirt on.
That's it?
Yeah, that's all.
They don't give you any sleeping gear?
No, not on the mountains. Not on the mountain. So like I say, because you could be out there scraping line all night, whatever it may be, trying to get a fire out. Yeah, so you can be out there dragging.
What kind of protective gear do you have? I mean, I can't imagine
more
that
like
you're
a shroud,
Pretty much same gear in Cal Fires where we have. Pretty much same gear, just in a different color, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it orange or is it yellow, right?
Orange.
Is it orange? Yeah.
And then as soon as you guys are done, they escort you.
Yeah, so as soon as we're done, we're going to go back to the bus, rehab our tools, sharpen them up, be fire ready. Fire ready for we get called to another fire or whatever it may be.
Why did you decide to join the program 3 years ago or 4 years ago?
I'm gonna be honest. When I first joined it, I just did it for the time reduction. But once I started doing it, I kind of liked it. But once I get released, I won't do it though, because like I said, it's just too much going on as far as the breathing and as far as the air, different chemicals and stuff like that. And as far as I know, from other captains that I've talked to, basically they said it's just a long-term, health condition. As far as just breathing in all the different chemicals and stuff.
You guys get any medical after? Like any medical attention?
No. They asked us, do we need as far as anybody got hurt, anybody get injured, any medical conditions. But
it seems like slavery. Yeah, it's literally that carve out in the 13th Amendment that allows them to do shit like this in the context of prison.
If it ain't really for you got really hurt on the fire line, sprained ankle, none of that type of stuff, you kind of just go back to working the next day. Like you say, the 24-hour down, 24-hour up. But you're not really getting a full 24-hour down. You're gonna get the 24-hour on the line for fighting a fire, but you're not getting a full 24-hour down. You gotta come back, you gotta shower, you gotta go to eat, you gotta go to get lunches.
It's also a lot of noise, a lot of activity.
A lot of stuff going on. They got to go to briefing, get the assignment, so it's a lot that's going on.
Are you guys staying in these tents?
Yeah, we're staying in these tents.
Are they nice?
Yeah, they're pretty nice.
Are they better than prison?
Yeah, absolutely better than prison.
God damn, prison sucks.
They go back to a camp after this.
Yeah, we go back to the camp.
Yeah,
so we don't go back to prison, so we left the prison yard. So we go back to camp. So our camps be maybe staging. I mean, our camps in Palmdale. So
Palermo, California, actually.
So I want to ask you why you joined the program.
I did it 14 years ago. When I came back last year, my points was low, and I said, instead of going to the yard, I said, send me to camp. So yeah. I used to be at Carlsberg 12 years ago. I was at Carlsberg fire camp 12 years ago.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I came back to jail. Instead of going to a regular prison yard, I said, send me to camp. So,
are you wanting to pursue firefighting when you're
mind,
released
but I'm 56
again?
years old. I'm 56. I'm still doing it with the youngsters.
It's a lot.
Yeah, but I still, for my age, I still get up that mountain. So I wouldn't mind doing it. And they say California don't have an age limit. So, it's up in the air right now. now with me.
How much time we got?
I go on March 15th.
I go home in July.
Okay.
Yeah, so
What's the first thing you do when you get out?
Drink a beer.
What kind of beer?
Modelo.
Okay, there you go.
Modelo.
What about you?
see my grandmother.
Clyde from Bonnie and Clyde was radicalized by the prison system during the Great Depression. Hard labor was so abusive that he cut off his own toes in desperation to avoid it.
She in California?
Yeah, she in California. So I'm gonna see her because I just did. Right now I'm pulling like 10.5 years. So I've been incarcerated 10.5 years. So and I go home in July.
How old are you?
32.
You're 32?
Yeah, came in at 21.
Young as hell. I'm 33. Look way younger than me.
He's looking for another person to tell him that he looks.
Okay, stop. Thanks a lot for sharing your story, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's a video game.
No, it's Frontier Studies. It's literally part of the 13th Amendment. Like the way that it's written, it has a special carve out. Now, the state of California could get rid of this. In fact, they had a referendum to do just that. Unfortunately, it got voted down. So California is keeping this. Alabama famously does something similar, if not maybe a little worse.
Normally, it's a video game streaming platform. People play video games, and then people can watch it. It's like YouTube, but live. Okay. Basically. Thank you.
So you mean tell me that I can get paid for playing Fallout?
They made him play for. Did you say for playing Fallout?
Games, and then people can watch it. It's like YouTube, but live. Okay. Basically. Thank you.
So you mean tell me that I can get paid for playing Fallout?
Is he talking about Fallout 1?
Yeah, you like Fallout? Wait, hold up. What's your name?
I'm Sean Armstrong.
Sean Armstrong? Hassan, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
You
you.
fuck with Fallout?
I do.
Wait, so when did you get in?
This is my 13th year.
This is your 13th year?
Yeah.
Damn, so you played like Fallout 1.
I played 3 in New Vegas.
You played New Vegas? I know the guy who made New Vegas.
Never.
Yeah, he might see this. Yeah, it's a good game.
It is.
Yeah.
Nah, they just got PS4s at the camp, so I've been playing 04.
Oh, hell yeah. That's cool. So, you guys stay here during the duration of the firefighting, and then you go back to camp.
Yes, sir.
Right? So, for the rest of your sentence, you're at camp? Is that how that works?
Unless we get in trouble, yes.
Okay.
Good.
And the camp is like much nicer than prison.
Yeah, there's little to no tension. The racial disputes is not a thing there. Your family gets to bring food to you from the street.
That's
you can
it.
eat at visiting. It's nice.
You feel like a human.
Yeah, you got real weights here.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, they got fake weights in prison?
No, they ain't got
No weights.
They don't have weights in prison?
No, Arnold Schwarzenegger took him out.
He took him out?
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
I don't know.
He didn't want nobody else to be brolic like him.
I heard that's what it was.
Yeah, he got jealous. How long you got?
I got a year left.
Okay.
This is actually my last year. I get out around December.
What are you gonna do when you get out?
That's just fucked up. First
thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to work as stagehand. I was thinking about getting an electrician.
That's
you can eat
it.
at visiting. It's nice.
You feel like a human.
Yeah, you got real weights here.
Definitely.
Oh, they got fake weights in prison?
No, they ain't got
No weights.
They don't have weights.
Heard that. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to work as stagehand. I was thinking about getting an electrician class, like 10-month course at SJC.
What about you? How much time you got?
I got about 2.5 years left.
2.5 years left? All right. What do you,
I mean, honestly, man, this place took off like 14 months of my sentence. From going from 80 to 50, from 66 to 50, it took off 14 months, and that was cool.
Yeah, it took 22 of mine.
let me ask you something. Do you feel like it's the pay, or is the fact that you get training and you get to do something, or is it the fact that you get shaved time off your sentence, or out of all of these 4 things that I've had to mention, which one is the most important for you? Which one's the best thing for you? The fact that you stay at camp, where it's like obviously a much more humane situation than like being in prison. Out of all of those factors, which one do you think is the most impactful?
What I would choose myself, I would rather do 2 to 5 years at camp than, 2 2 to 5 years in Jamestown. I do 1 year at Jamestown. I'd rather do twice that. Whatever I'm doing at camp, I would take that over anything. The pay's cool. It helps pay off the restitution. You know what I mean? It makes you feel like you're earning a little dollar.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's not. I mean, they're upping the pay on stuff. From last time I was in camp, it was like your grade pay was like half of what it is now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's still crazy. $25 is unacceptable.
It's not. But it's you know,
those wages are ridiculous.
The time it's a hard one between the time, man. But I had to, just being at camp itself. You know, I'm learning self-discipline. You're teaching yourself how to work hard. I mean, to get up there and to go up there and cut for 5, 6, 7 hours, you're like sitting there. You're like,
yeah, he got like a year and 2 months taken off.
You're whooped. You ran a whole Domar of gas, and you're just like, I gotta go hike up this mountain now. You know, and it's a mind thing. It's something to train yourself. I'm gonna tell you, this is the hardest work I've ever done, and I've worked my whole life. Remodeled log homes. I mean, a lot of construction, handyman.
Where are you from originally?
I'm from Tulare County.
What about you? Where are you from? From Bakersfield. Oh, you're from Bakersfield. Okay.
If you got a good attitude about this place, man, and regardless, like, you know, I mean, everybody comes from a different walk of life. This is a place where we can all come and agree on, like, we're gonna go work hard today, and we're all on the line. You're all brothers. I mean, you're all got each other's backs, no matter what race, ethnicity.
He was saying that Scott is bringing in. He got Coachella to donate some like mobile showers for these guys because they haven't been able to shower in 5 days.
Yeah, they just barely showed up today. The mobile showers just got here today.
Yeah.
It was a situation that they had told us. Somebody on the Cal Fire said that they don't want no inmates using their showers. That's why we had to walk all the way around, and then we just got turned around when we was just finna go shower. We still ain't showered yet.
Oh, in that one shower unit way over there?
Yeah.
Wow.
They took our unit. Remember, it was right here.
Yeah, they took our unit and then told us that they don't want no inmates in their showers, so we still haven't showered yet. So
those guys messed up.
Got Coachella to donate us our own mobile shower unit. That way we don't have to go through this. I'm off of 24 just from yesterday, still ain't showered or been asleep today.
How long have you been in and out? Like, how long have you been going in the fight?
24 up, 24 down. So just like yesterday, we spent the whole 24 hours on the fire line. We're supposed to have 24 hours of rest today. We'll be back tomorrow, 24 hours, and it just rotates like that.
We usually, because this is a Fed fire now. Remember, it's a state fire. We'll do a completely different cut. We'll do a way more bigger cut. We'll do a 10-foot cut with a 4-foot scrape. But these guys, they have us doing a smaller one right now. They just have us doing a 6-foot cut with a 2-foot scrape.
Yeah, so yesterday we went in with an 8-foot cut and a 4-foot scrape.
Yeah.
It depends on which fire you're at and where you're at.
They had us trenching the whole way up, the whole way, and I'm second plastic.
Yeah.
I'm swinging my arms all day. Oh man.
I'm on the saw, bro, and I've never cut that much in my life, bro.
So you got weights. You don't got a PS4, but you got a TV.
Yeah, we got TV.
You guys get internet access or no? No internet access.
They don't want us to have that.
Why not?
I don't know. Well, we're still
limited.
We're still incarcerated people, so we can't. We're limited.
You're still a person.
Tell me about it.
It's a human right.
Yeah.
I think you should be able to get internet access.
For sure.
What are you gonna do with internet access? Crimes.
We gotta get you to our camp, Growlersburg.
I'm down. Yeah, I'll
MTV
talk
Cribs.
I'll
Coming
talk
soon.
No, I would love to do that for sure.
Coming soon.
I'll talk to Scott. If we can make something like that happen, that would be great. Because I know phone calls are like, I don't know how it is in California.
It's free now.
Yeah, it used to be a big ass fucking problem.
It used to be a lot.
That shit was awful.
So the phone calls are free now. So everyone that left, come back. I could call you now.
Wait, tell them what it used to be like.
So it used to be a lot, like 33 cents a minute.
33 cents a minute. 33 cents a minute.
$100 a day.
Like
only
$1
15-minute phone call.
We just spend like $100 a week.
Yeah.
So that's why we're all single now. Am I right? Oh no, just me. Huh?
Wait, okay, so like, why is that important? Why is it important that you have access to the outside world like that?
We're not trying to get institutionalized. Like, we're not trying to get stuck in here because we're still people, like you said.
Yeah.
We're still people, and we're still trying to strive, and we're still trying to grow and get out of what we're in. Whenever I come home, I'm able to talk to my family. Not only does it motivate me, but it keeps me updated with the streets. Hey, this is going on, crypto. Hey, you need to get your bank account up. You need to, like, all these information they're giving me that he can't give me because he didn't experience that. Or he didn't experience
crypto?
that.
Don't do crypto, bro. You're gonna lose all your money.
We'll see.
Oh my God, bro. Don't do it. I promise. Don't do it. It's not a good idea.
All right, you guys put me up on game on that thing.
Okay, yeah, don't fuck that.
Gotta get into the sports bet.
Oh my god. No. No,
So what
don't
would you suggest to get into?
No, don't gamble, bro. Don't gamble. No, what I would suggest is you know, trying to get a decent wage job. There's a lot of people who don't go to prison who are also lose a shit ton of money doing crypto and gambling and all this stuff. It's bad.
We see, so without connection to the world, I wouldn't know this. So now I'm just thinking I'm going right into crypto, but look.
Look, I was gonna do Hawk to a coin. Just telling me that's a bad idea? No, I mean, like, can you imagine, like, some of these guys have been in there for a long time. Can you imagine? Oh my god, chat. You didn't know about NFTs. And you were like, oh no, I don't know that. Maybe that's a good idea. Like, if you hadn't, like, I feel like somehow it would get to you. I feel like somehow that knowledge of, like, yeah, don't do NFTs. I feel like somehow that would find a way of penetrating its way into.
We need more connection with the world now.
No, you need less connection with the world. You're trying to make crypto puts. You're trying to make calls.
I heard you be gaming. What's your favorite game?
Our game right now, I'm playing Marvel Rivals a lot, but it's new. It's a new game. As far
He's not even gonna bother to try to explain that he's a just chatting streamer.
as like of all time, Metal Gear Solid. What do you play? You play any games?
Super Smash Bros. And Fortnite.
Okay. Oh, you play Fortnite? Nice.
They have a PS4.
No, I know. Yeah, I suck at Fortnite. You beat my ass. You got a lot more time to play Fortnite than I do.
Well, at our camp we don't have internet, so like we play. Like right now I'm playing Dream Hunter. I'm playing Monster Hunter Ice World Reborn.
Oh, there's a lot of good single player games out there though.
That's a real good game.
How does that work? Can people just like buy you guys games or no?
I think so. We can get games sent in. I think we can. As long
Okay.
as they're pre-approved by our lieutenant.
Wait, what? Oh, so the lieutenant's like, this is too violent. Like,
I mean, we have Mortal Kombat. We have.
oh, okay, then never mind.
Yeah,
That's not a
so-
problem. So Washington Ridge Camp, right? Yes. All right, there you go. You can send in video games to Washington Ridge Camp. How do they do it? Is there like a
I've been grinding on Path of Exile 2 24/7. I'm in the top 10, says Tajium. You're in the top 10 with Elon?
Department of Corrections website portal, something like that? Lieutenant Hanks.
This is Lieutenant
Hassan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I can't say nothing, but it's just-
How do we send these guys video games? There's a lot of people watching right now.
How do we send these guys video games?
Yeah.
Video games are a challenge because I can't give them access to the internet without it being supervised.
Yeah, no, I meant like hard copies.
You donate them to the camp, so you send it to the address of the camp, and you state that you wish to donate it for camp, and then
My gear is only level 57. Damn.
we'll include it in the systems we have.
Hell yeah.
Have to be like a maturity level restricted.
Yes, it has to be maturity level restricted, and it can't have an online component to it.
They'll send you guys some hard copies of video games. Hey, nice to meet you guys.
Hi guys.
I just want to say what's up to my wife, to my son. I do this for you guys. Thank you to the program, you know, got me a lot of time off. Chat, you know what's up, man. Get this to my wife, man.
Yeah, let's do a photo.
This is our first shower in a whole week. Just let them know we've been out here for a week.
Let's go.
Our first shower, bro.
It's about time.
About
You
time.
guys get a
Thank you
shower.
guys. It's because of y'all. Y'all about to say.
How do you feel? How do you feel?
That was fantastic.
I want
That was amazing.
I want you to talk about the fundraiser. ARC is doing a fundraiser for these guys after they get out. We're thinking of funds.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we need. Everyone wants to give right now that they're on the fire line.
Yeah.
There's not so much to give right now, right? They're fairly good right now. It's when they get back to camp, right? There's not a TV that's working in some places, right? There's the boots are all fucked up and they need better boots. Like there's just things that are not so sexy, but that they need. You never think this, but we're getting a shower truck dropped off.
No, I know we were talking about.
Yeah. By the way,
you
God
had to
bless.
reach out to Coachella.
God bless the dudes at Coachella.
Dude.
They got a shower truck coming in. These guys haven't showered in like 4 days.
I know.
So just stuff like that. And then I think also when they get out, if they want to work for CAL FIRE, as soon as they get out, how are they going to pay rent to wherever they're getting hired? How are they going to pay utilities? What about a car to get to and from work? Right? Those sort of things. So we're setting up a scholarship fund to help them when they get out.
The conversations that I was having with all these guys is they they kept being like, I don't mean this the wrong way, but like, why do you guys care?
Why are you here?
Yeah,
They
like,
kept
why
saying,
are you
like,
here?
why do you
Like,
care
what are you
about
guys
us?
doing here? Why do you care about us?
Isn't that sad? They don't think people care.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Until
I
they
think
see a night like tonight.
I know, and I think right now, you know, with disasters like this, it's a huge moment to raise awareness, right? Because people are like, okay, I want to help, I want to feel collective action, I want to be in solidarity, and it's like, let this moment radicalize you in a good way, right? Don't fall prey to like misinformation, to individualism. Let this, you know.
It's like, to me, it's like the misinformation piece of it.
Yeah.
And just like people like using this for like political hits and shit like that. When like you guys are showing up and like showing love
Yeah.
and being here for these guys, and other people just want to use it.
But that is radical, like that for a lot of people. That is,
So like what? Destiny's community has already been after Hasan for this shit?
you know, radical.
Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Radical sounds so intense, right? It's like an intense word, but it is truly seeing these people as human beings,
Yeah,
right?
there's fundamentally no difference between any of the dudes I just met today and myself, with the most important exception. I come from a more affluent background.
Yep.
And therefore, when I fucked up, I had a support network to rely on.
Yeah,
I had my
me
family
too.
that could set me straight. And I try to explain to other people that, like, these guys are, yeah, maybe some of them did some stuff that you would consider to be ridiculous or crazy or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Like, everyone has the capacity to rehabilitate.
Yeah.
Everyone has the capacity to become a better, more productive member of
And that's
society.
what these guys are doing, right?
Yeah.
Like the thing I love the most
Yeah.
about this is you go from like the pariah of the community.
Yeah.
Like we want to separate you because you're too dangerous and get out of our community. And now all of a sudden you're a first responder.
Mm-hmm.
You're a hero. People are baking you brownies and cookies because you're going up in a mountain and fighting a fire so it doesn't kill our entire community.
I think it's that's another thing I want to do if we can do this, because they were talking about like going back to camp.
Yeah.
If we could potentially film the camp at
No,
some point.
no, we go.
Because
as soon as they're back, let's go.
Okay, that's a great idea. I want to do that 100% because I think from what I see, this is like one of the closest aspects to a more rehabilitative approach.
Yeah.
In like the American carceral structure.
100%.
Because like one of the things that everybody talked about, and across age groups from different camps, everyone was like, there's no racialized, like there's no race stuff. Everyone is the same. Nobody rocks the boat, because you get all of these positive incentives of sentence reduction, but more importantly than that, the conditions in the camp are significantly better than prison.
Significantly.
And by the way, that doesn't mean it's actually like better than your
Those
living
guys
conditions at
couldn't-
home.
Yeah, those guys couldn't shower for 5 days.
They also don't have internet. They don't have internet access unless it's supervised. But I think that plays a major role in people feeling like human beings, and it helps with reintegration in general.
I was on your live stream as you were driving, and I saw all the people commenting about modern day slavery. And I'll say this, it's like, I'm running like a massive campaign right now with Governor Newsom and others, trying to get him to raise the pay, because I agree that the pay, it's been $1 an hour since 1984,
Yeah.
right? That's unacceptable. So there was an actual legislative proposal this year to go from $1 an hour to $5 an hour, and it got killed. So this year I want to accomplish that, but like no one's forced to be here, right? This is voluntary, and it's now. 5 years ago, there was no path to a career. You risked your life, you got paid nothing, you got out, and it's like, no, we won't hire you. Now there's a path to a $100,000 a year job. And I tell these guys, like, who cares what you get paid? Volunteer to get out of a prison cell, save people's life, make amends, redeem yourself for the shit you've done. Even if you're volunteering and you get paid nothing. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you have a career where you can make $100,000, $150,000, $200,000 so your kids never have to go through what you went through, and then go to a great private school and a great college. The budget process starts now in January. The governor released his budget this week. And then they close the budget in June and it becomes a state budget. So between now and June is when he will either force his Department of Finance to do it or not do it. And the governor was here tonight.
I'll sing his praises if he does.
He, I'll tell you this, like he really, in terms of fire stuff, he's done incredible. He no governor in the last 30, 40 years has doubled CAL FIRE's budget. $2 billion when he came in, $4 billion now. 7,000 firefighters there, 14,000 now. Like he's doing it.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you, Scott.
everything. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to these guys.
How were the combos?
Fantastic.
So good.
So good.
Amazing. I would love to do more stuff with you on specifically this issue. Because this is something that I think is unfortunately an area where a lot of people just don't ever even encounter, like don't even broach the subject matter with like any dignity whatsoever. Everybody just writes off prisoners. They don't ever talk about them. They don't ever think about them. They don't want to reduce sentences. They want to make sure that people stay in prison for as long as possible without ever thinking about it. And I think showing the camp conditions specifically as juxtaposed with like what county jail looks like, what prison looks like, and how much that helps people feel human, and how successful that is in terms of like rehabilitating people and allowing that integration to happen is really huge. This is a major aspect.
Wait till you see the camp. You'll really enjoy it. And yeah, we'll go there. We'll shoot it. It'll be great. Thank you guys for coming and shining a light. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the work that you're doing.
Big dog, I'll see you. I'm going to San Francisco. I'm done.
Blown away.
Yeah.
My house is burnt down.
Yeah.
Hopefully not. All right, everybody. This was a wonderful experience overall. Thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you, Scott Budnick, as always. Thank you,
Like Hassan covered the Elon cheats at video games thing too. We will hopefully get to cover that at some point. So we are at 49% on the dono goal. I don't know if that night will be tonight, but let me go ahead and thank all of my Patreons. Patreons get the videos, like the video that came out on Saturday, before anyone else. And you get them sometimes with extra curse words included because they're uncensored and often unedited. And so it's like a longer cut of the video and a preview, like a early version of it. So that's everyone on the Patreon that gets that. Everybody at the $5 and greater level, you get a free shout outs. Let me do those shout outs now to Or Else Ellipsis, to Tracy Eva, to Temporal Insanity, to Funky Monkey, to Shaxba, to Nadia, to Moe Noe, to Just Julie, to Jules K, to Infallible Fowl, to Hot Ham Radio, to Good for Gabby, to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerex, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. But yeah, Chad, I fucked it up again. I was doing so much better at this. I set out to cover more stuff than I had time, and this was a late night, so I guess you kind of got the bonus content anyway. But yeah, what ended up winning? Elon Musk. Final Fantasy did indeed come in second. That's impressive. That's impressive. If there's that much interest in it, chat, I should definitely play it sometime. All right, well, we'll see if we can hit the sub goal another night. 245 of you voted. How many? And 121 of you liked the stream. Thank you. I'm gonna probably get some sleep now. It's very late. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you mods. Thank you for taking care of the stream, taking care of us all. And should I try to Yeah, I better go to sleep. Good night, everyone. And there's the if you want to donate to antirecidivism.org, there's the link right there. Here, I'll put it in chat. Why not?